I pinched my palm. It hurt. Clearly and unmistakably, it hurt. At that moment, I finally realized this wasn't a dream. I, Chen Weidong, had been reborn. Reborn to this very day, the day the Tian family suddenly demanded more dowry. Chen Weidong, your family must add another 200 yuan to the bride price. Right at the entrance of the Tian family home, my future mother-in-law, Wang Sohua, stood with her hands on her hips, shouting at the group of us here to pick up the bride. My daughter Xiaolan is the belle of the 10 miles around here. There are plenty of people fighting to marry her. If you don't add the money, don't even think about taking her out of this house. Behind me, the members of the Chen family immediately looked grim. 200 yuan? This was 1975. In the countryside, even with a year of hard work, a family might barely make 100 yuan. Typically, 50 yuan in bride price would already be considered generous. The Tian family's initial demand for 100 yuan was far above the norm. Initially, our Chen family had thought that since Tian Xiaolan was pretty and I liked her, it was okay to give a higher bride price. But now, on the wedding day itself, the Tian family suddenly raised their demand by another 200 yuan. I sneered inwardly. This had all been premeditated. Had they asked for 300 yuan up front, my parents would have rejected the marriage on the spot. But today was different. The banquet was set, guests invited. If we couldn't bring the bride back home, it would be an embarrassment to our entire Chen family. My uncle, Chen Dajiang, visibly trying to contain his anger, argued with Wang Sohua. In-law, didn't we agree on the bride price earlier? There's no reason to change it last minute. We didn't prepare for this. Where are we supposed to find so much money all of a sudden? Wang Suihua, however, refused to budge. I don't care. It's another 200 yuan, or my daughter isn't leaving this house. When you have the money ready, you can come get her. Her unreasonable attitude left everyone around fuming. Uncle looked back at me. Wait on, what do you think? Only then did I snap out of my daze, memories flooding back from my previous life. In my last life, I had gritted my teeth, scraped together the 200 yuan, and handed it over to the Tian family. I did it because I truly liked Tian Xiaolan and didn't want to bring disgrace to the family on the wedding day. Even though I knew it was extortion, I still fell into their trap. And that extra 200 yuan ruined my entire life. In that life, my eldest and second eldest sisters, in order to help me repay the debt, each stole 50 yuan from their in-laws, earning the label of brother-worshipping demoness and facing constant strife and mistreatment in their marriages. My third sister, to help our family with the burden of the high bride price, married an old widower and, within 2 years, was tormented to death. All three sisters' lives were ruined because of an arbitrary increase in the dowry. And I was conned by that malicious woman Tian Xiaolan, and it dragged me down for a lifetime. I used to think the demand for extra bride price was her parents' doing, unrelated to her. But then I discovered her betrayal and uncovered the truth. After our engagement, a young intellectual from the city, assigned to the local rural production team, came into the picture. Tian Xiaolan fell for him. He sweet-talked her with promises of taking her to the city once he returned. Desperate to marry a city man, she naturally looked down on me, a mere villager. She and her family planned to cancel the engagement. But in those days, the rules were strict. If the man backed out, the bride price wasn't refunded. If the woman called off the marriage, she'd have to not only return the bride price, but also compensate the man for his expenses. Not wanting to lose money, the Tian family thought of this scheme, demanding an additional 200 yuan at the last minute. If I paid, they'd pocket the profit. After all, 300 yuan was enough to set up a household in the city. If I didn't pay, they could blame me for not meeting their demands, claim it wasn't their decision to end the engagement, and simply return the bride price as is. In my past life, I paid them. I married her. I treated her like she was a queen. And yet, she resented me for ruining her happiness. She picked fights all the time, constantly ran back to her family, when in reality, she was rendezvousing with that city-born intellectual. Later, when she got pregnant, I naively thought the child was mine. I doubled down on my efforts, trying to be an even better husband and father. Then, that intellectual passed the reinstated college entrance exams, went to university, and her disdain for me deepened. If I hadn't struck it rich during the reform period, she'd have divorced me long ago. Eventually, I caught her in the act with her lover. A paternity test confirmed what I feared. The son I had raised as my own was not mine. The anger and heartbreak overwhelmed me. I dropped dead in my villa. Fortunately, I had prepared a will, leaving my entire fortune to the state. I wasn't about to let those two despicable people and their illegitimate child benefit. And now here I was, given an unthinkable gift, a second chance at life, to go back to this very day. I figured this had to be some blessing from above, rewarding me for the good deeds I'd done in my previous life. This time, nothing would unfold as it had before. I wouldn't repeat my mistakes. I wouldn't sacrifice my sister's futures. And I definitely wouldn't let that vile woman, Tian Xiaolan, make a fool out of me again. I shifted my gaze to the smug Wang Zuihua and then turned to my uncle. Every word I spoke was firm, unwavering. Uncle, the Tian family's daughter is out of our league. If we can't afford her, there's no point in marrying her. All they care about is money. Why bother reasoning with people like that? Hearing this, my uncle quietly sighed in relief. He knew full well that 200 yuan was no small sum. Farmers' families could hardly scrape it together, and if they did, it'd be cripplingly hard. But he'd also thought I was dead set on marrying Tian Xiaolan and would stubbornly push forward to make it happen. If I had insisted, the family would have been forced to find a way. Now that I was the one letting go, this was the best possible outcome. Wang Zuihua's expression darkened immediately. If you can't afford the money, then don't marry. With my daughter's looks, she's got no shortage of suitors. Even in the city, families offering the 3 rounds and a sound, bicycle, watch, sewing machine, and radio. That's way more than just 300 yuan. I chuckled coldly. Fine then. You can wait for her city suitor. I'm done. This marriage is over. Now, please return all the bride price and gifts our Chun family has given you. My uncle reinforced my point. That's right. Wang Zuihua, you're the ones raising the price at the last minute. Return everything, the money and gifts. At this point, many of Tian family's relatives had gathered at the scene. Witnessing the commotion, they tried persuading Wang Zuihua to lower her demands, pointing out that it was disgraceful for such a happy event to turn into a public breakup. But the Tian parents were determined. They had their hopes pinned on their daughter's relationship with the educated youth from the city. If Weichin family forked out the money, fine. If not, they weren't losing a thing by refunding what had already been given. In the end, the Tian family returned the 100 yuan bride price, along with 2 new outfits and the 100 jin, around 220 pounds, of grain we'd sent them. They even made me sign a written note acknowledging receipt. Both families signed documents to annul the engagement, severing all ties. It wasn't until we'd finished all these formalities and our bridal party left the Tian family home that the heavy weight finally lifted off my chest. But we hadn't made it far before someone in our group couldn't help but start cursing. That Tian family is beyond shameless. If they weren't happy with the bride price, why not say so earlier? Waiting until the wedding day to make demands. Purely disgusting. And now here we are leaving empty-handed without a bride. What a joke. Go back without bringing the bride. How could Wei Dong face anyone after that? The one speaking was my third uncle, Chen Dehai. The banquet had been prepared, all the relatives had gathered, and yet if we didn't bring the bride back, the Chen family wouldn't be able to lift their heads in the village anymore. But deep down, I felt relieved, more than anyone else. Being laughed at for a bit was far better than ruining my life and my family's for a lifetime. I comforted my third uncle. Uncle, being ridiculed is still better than falling into the Tian family's trap. What they did was unfair. They aren't afraid of losing face, so why should I be? Anyone with sense would think calling off this wedding is the right move. Who would laugh at me for that? My third uncle thought about it and recognized it made sense. It wasn't just our family. No one would be able to fork out 200 yuan like that. That was daylight robbery. But it's such a waste of those 8 tables of food. We went all out to prepare such a grand feast, and now it'll just go to waste. Suddenly, my eldest uncle spoke up. The feast may not necessarily go to waste. He looked at me. Wei Dong, I have an idea. Want to hear it? If you're willing, not only will our family save face, but the banquet won't be wasted either. I gestured for him to go on. There's a female educated youth in our village named Lin. She came here with her younger sister. Her sister is gravely ill, and the clinic said she has to be transferred to the county hospital for treatment, but they need at least 100 yuan in medical expenses. She's been trying to borrow money everywhere, but hasn't been able to. She announced to the village that whoever provided the 100 yuan would get to marry her. But with her high dowry expectations plus her sister, who's practically a burden, everyone in the village thinks she's trouble and won't take that risk. But from what I've seen, she's a good girl, comes from the city, educated, decent. Marrying her wouldn't be a loss for you. The moment he finished speaking, memories from a past life came flooding back into my mind. Yes, in my previous life, there was indeed a female educated youth who had come to our village with her younger sister. Back then, no one was willing to pay for her sister's medical needs, and without those funds, the young girl passed away in the village. The loss devastated this educated youth, but she later became the first in our village to pass the college entrance exams and return to the city. Years later, I saw her during a TV interview, only to find out she had deliberately downplayed her appearance while in the countryside. Her true beauty was astonishing. Her name was Lin Wanqiu. She came from a high-ranking official family. Due to upheavals during that period, she and her sister had been sent to the countryside with all ties cut from their family. Later, when the political situation stabilized, her family was vindicated. She was supposed to have lived an incredible life, but during her time in the village, she suffered trauma after being harassed by some hooligans. The emotional scarring left her unable to remarry, and she devoted the rest of her life to education and charity work. What I admired most about her was her intrinsic kindness. So, as soon as my uncle finished speaking, I didn't hesitate for a second. "Uncle, I'll marry her." My decisiveness surprised even him. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. He knew how much I had liked Tian Xiaolan. If her family hadn't tried to take advantage, I wouldn't have called off the engagement. Even if I did, my uncle thought it would take me a while to move on. But here I was, willing to marry someone else on the spot. He wasn't completely convinced and asked again, "Wei Dong, are you sure?" "Uncle, I know you're looking out for me. If you say she's worth marrying, I trust you. Plus, this will show the Tian family that even without Tian Xiaolan, I can still marry a city girl. I'm not desperate for her." That part was just for my uncle's benefit. The real reason? A woman as kind and selfless as Lin Wanxiu didn't deserve to suffer that much. If I married her, I could save her sister. With me by her side, no hooligans would dare go near her again. Besides, a beautiful, educated woman from a good family like her was leagues better than Tian Xiaolan. Marrying her would be a blessing, not a loss. Hearing my confirmation, my uncle's tense face relaxed into a smile. "Good, good. Wei Dong, since you're on board, I'll take care of this for you. Let's not go home right now. We're heading straight to the educated youth dorm to bring your bride back. We'll return with her in grand style later." My uncle turned to his son and told him to round up my aunt and a few other women from the family. He instructed them to come along and help dress up the bride. After all, no bride should go without proper preparation. And so, our wedding party headed straight to the dormitory assigned to the educated youth. My eldest uncle, Chun Dajiang, was the head of the Red Flag Brigade. On this big day, he couldn't skip out on his duties as the senior member of the family. He decided to give everyone in the brigade the day off, leaving just a few people behind to hold the fort. By that time, all the educated youth were at the dorm. Our sudden arrival left everyone stunned. Why would the Chun family's wedding procession show up here of all places? My uncle stepped forward to ask one of the young women, "Is Lin Comrade here?" The woman gestured toward an inner room. "She's inside. Her younger sister's gravely ill, and she's taking care of her. Would you mind calling her out? I have something to discuss with her." When the brigade leader speaks, no one refuses. Besides, it was just calling someone over. The young woman immediately went to fetch Lin Wanxiu. The room Lin Wanxiu lived in was even worse than the others. The walls were riddled with cracks. On sunny days, it wasn't too bad, but when it rained or got windy, the place was uninhabitable. But because she had her sister with her, she couldn't share a room with the other female youth and had to pick the worst option available. Soon, Lin Wanxiu stepped out. My eyes fell on her the moment she appeared. She was wearing old clothes covered in patches, loose-fitting and shapeless, making her already thin frame look even more frail. Her complexion was sallow, almost gray, a sign of deliberate concealment. I could faintly make out the uneven white of her true skin tone on her arm, where the disguise wasn't applied thoroughly. She approached my uncle and asked, "Brigade leader, you were looking for me?" My uncle nodded, wasting no time. "Comrade Lin, you previously mentioned that whoever could pay your sister's 100 yuan medical fee, you'd marry them. Is that offer still valid?" She didn't expect this to be the reason for his visit. But the thought of her critically ill sister left her no time for hesitation. She nodded firmly. "It's valid. Whoever can pay for my sister's treatment, I'll marry that person." Her tone carried a sort of resignation, like preparing to leap off a cliff. She knew very well that no good family in the village would marry her. 100 yuan plus a dependent? Nobody wanted to shoulder that burden. The only men willing to marry her would either be older bachelors or those with issues of their own. But her sister's condition couldn't wait any longer. Life and death, 3 days at most. If she isn't taken to the hospital within 3 days, her condition will worsen. By then, no amount of money can save her. For her younger sister's life, no matter if it meant marrying an old widower, she was ready to bite the bullet and go through with it. My uncle pointed at me and said, "Lin, educated youth, this is my nephew, Chen Weidong. If you agree to marry him, our Chen family will cover all your sister's medical expenses." Her gaze landed on me. She had already prepared herself to marry some old widower. To her surprise, the proposal was from the nephew of the village captain himself. The Chen family was not poor by rural standards. My uncle was the village captain, and I was their only child. My parents were kind-hearted, and if she married me, she wouldn't suffer too much. She even thought she might be taken extra care of. Plus, I wasn't that bad. I was around 6 feet tall, with decent looks. Standing there as the groom today, wearing a neatly pressed work uniform, I radiated a clean-cut, sharp energy that made it hard for anyone to look away. A hint of relief and joy unknowingly bloomed in her heart. Meanwhile, the rest of the educated youths at the station were utterly stunned. Wasn't the village captain's nephew supposed to marry a girl surnamed Tian? Why did they suddenly change and decide on Lin Wanxiu instead? There had to be some drama here, and everyone's eyes lit up with curiosity and gossip. Just then, my aunt, Li Guixiang, came rushing over with a few older women. Apparently, her son had told her about the Tian family suddenly demanding a higher bride price. She was furious. 300 yuan as a bride price for a village girl? Did the Tians think Tian Xiaolan was gilded in gold? After venting at home, she hurried over, intent on helping Lin Wanxiu prepare and getting the bride back to our house as soon as possible. Lin Wanxiu was ushered into a room, and the older women helped her get ready. The Chun family had previously prepared 2 dresses for Tian Xiaolan, one of which was red and mint for the wedding day. Fortunately, the 2 girls had similar figures, and the return clothes fit Lin Wanxiu perfectly. In this era, people didn't care about such things. No one minded reusing clothes. I thought to myself, there's no time to do better right now, so I can only apologize for the slight inconvenience. Once conditions improve, I'll make sure to buy her a brand new outfit. We waited outside for a little while until one of the older women finally came out and shouted, "Get ready to bring the bride back home." Moments later, Lin Wanxiu stepped out of the room. Everyone gasped. This Lin, educated youth. She was stunning. It's true that fine clothes make the person. Before, wearing worn-out clothing and smudged with dirt, her beauty had been completely hidden. But now, dressed in a bright red outfit with her hair neatly braided, her face clean and glowing, her fair skin luminous, and her lips painted the faintest red, she was utterly captivating in every way. Even I couldn't tear my eyes away from her. I had always known she was pretty, but in my previous life, when I saw her again, she had already been in her 40s. I never expected this young Lin Wanxiu to be such a beauty. Tian Xiaolan wasn't unattractive herself, but standing next to her, Lin Wanxiu easily outshined her by a mile. The more I looked at her, the more I thought to myself, it was like I hit the jackpot by marrying Lin Wanxiu. If it weren't for the Lin family's misfortune and her sister falling ill and needing urgent money, how could I ever deserve to marry her? I wasn't the only one thinking this. The people who came along to escort the bride felt the same way, amazed at how I stumbled into this great fortune. Lin Wanxiu cleaned up even better than Tian Xiaolan, and on top of that, she was from the city and educated. It was as if I had tossed away a sesame seed and picked up a watermelon, a blessing in disguise. Noticing my heated gaze, Lin Wanxiu's cheeks flushed, and she avoided making eye contact. My aunt, standing nearby, grinned and cheerfully reminded me, "Wait on, what are you just standing there for? Go on now, take your bride home." At the sound of the word bride, Lin Wanxiu's face reddened even more. I snapped out of my daze, quickly wheeling a bicycle over to her. "Hop on, wife. I'll take you home." This bicycle wasn't ours. My uncle had borrowed it from someone for the occasion. It was 1975, and owning a bicycle was a big deal. In our Hongqi production brigade, no one could afford one. For my wedding, my uncle went out of his way to borrow this bike to save face for me. Lin Wanxiu nimbly got onto the back seat, and I reminded her to hold on tight as I started pedaling slowly. I rode carefully, partly because no one else had bicycles, so a faster pace would leave them behind, and partly because the rural roads were uneven dirt paths. I didn't want her to suffer with bumps and jolts. The back seat had no cushion, and her delicate figure could only endure so much, so I took it easy. Still, no matter how slow I tried to go, we hit a bump. Startled by the jolt, her hands instinctively let go of the rear rack and wrapped around my waist for stability. The sudden contact between us felt electric. Her hands were soft, and I wondered what she might be thinking. Perhaps she noticed the firmness of my abs and what that might imply about my physical strength and other such abilities. When the thought crossed her mind, her face visibly turned even redder, and she quickly pulled her hands back. I knew she was just shy, but from today onwards, we were husband and wife. Gently, I said, "Hold on to my waist. It's safer, and you won't fall." Hesitant, but needing to comply, she timidly placed her hands around my waist again. I could feel the stiffness in her fingers. She was nervous. The wedding procession made its way toward my home. By now, the courtyard of my house was bustling with activity. Like most families in the area, our house was built of adobe bricks, but we had 6 rooms in total, larger than most. After my 2 older sisters married and moved out, the house had more than enough space for us. This was an important reason I could marry Lin Wanxiu. Not only did I need to pay for her sister's medical expenses, but I also had to bring her sister to live with us. Without enough rooms, where would her sister stay? Several families in the village that had considered marrying Lin Wanxiu ultimately gave up because of this issue. They didn't want to spare extra space. My wedding had 8 banquet tables, which in the 1970s was considered a large celebration. Long before reaching the courtyard, the aroma of food being prepared in the kitchen wafted through the air. The courtyard was packed with relatives and friends. The moment our procession arrived, someone excitedly shouted, The bride is here. The bride is here. The buzz increased tenfold. My father, Chen Dai, and my mother, Zhang Shufan, elbowed their way through the crowd to catch a glimpse. Parents always dream of the day their son starts his own family, and with me being their only child, joy and pride were evident on their faces. Seeing me leading the way on a bike with a beautiful young woman in red sitting on the back seat, everyone started praising. This bride is stunning, truly a beauty. I've never seen someone this gorgeous in these parts. I heard she's the prettiest girl for miles around. No wonder her family asked for 100 yuan as the bride price. Well, that 100 yuan was worth it. But as my parents listened, their smiles gradually faded, replaced by confusion. Their brows furrowed as they realized the girl on the bike wasn't Tian Xiaolan. My parents were very familiar with what Tian Xiaolan looked like. After all, she was the one our family had arranged for me to marry. This girl was even prettier than Tian Xiaolan, but she was, without a doubt, not her. What was going on? Why was there a different bride? My parents' hearts began racing, while the other elders who recognized Tian Xiaolan also started whispering in bewilderment. It was clear what was going on. People were starting to whisper among themselves. As the crowd murmured, I had already pulled my car up in front of the yard and led Lin Wanxiu into the house. Changing the bride-to-be was no small matter. Something like this couldn't just remain a secret. It had to be explained to my parents and the relatives and friends who came for the celebration. The more you try to hide, the more it becomes a joke to others. But if you address it confidently and openly, there's less for people to gossip about behind your back. So, I raised my voice and announced to everyone in the yard, I've brought the new bride home. There was a little hiccup today. We went to the Tian family to bring her back, but they raised the bride price on the spot by 200 yuan, like they were selling their daughter. So, I called off the wedding. This here is Lin Wanxiu, a member of our commune and my new wife. Thank you all for witnessing this important step in my life. Please eat and drink to your heart's content. And if the hosting falls short in any way, I hope you'll forgive us. Everyone immediately understood. Once they heard the Tian family suddenly jacked up the bride price, they didn't blame me one bit for canceling the wedding and choosing someone else. In fact, they admired my decisiveness. Lesser men might have hesitated. Plus, the new bride was stunning, like a fairy, prettier than the Tian family's daughter by a long shot. Some of the young men in the crowd regretted not trying their luck earlier, wishing they'd scrounged up enough for the bride price to marry such a beauty themselves. Now, Chen Weidong, me, had all the good fortune. My parents had been furious earlier about the Tian's last-minute greed, but seeing how I turned the situation around so swiftly, maintaining our family's dignity and salvaging the occasion, they quickly felt at ease. They eagerly welcomed the new bride into the house with open arms. We followed the local wedding customs, which included taking vows in front of a portrait of the leadership. Once the ceremony wrapped up, Lin Wanxiu was taken to the bridal room. The bridal room had been freshly decorated, with cheerful red banners pasted on the windows and doors. The bed was also laid out with new bedding, sprinkled with seeds, peanuts, lotus seeds, and dates, signifying the wish for many children. After Lin Wanxiu entered the room, a few of the older female relatives stayed with her while the wedding banquet outside continued in full swing. My parents, who were initially worried I'd be upset with how the day turned out, were pleasantly surprised to see that I looked perfectly content, even happy. The truth was, I had no reason to dwell on the past or feel upset. Fate had granted me a second chance at life, a chance not to be played for a fool, to change my destiny and that of my family. How could I not be ecstatic? Besides, look at Lin Wanxiu. She's beautiful, kind-hearted, and has a good family background. Marrying someone like her is a blessing. I had every reason to feel lucky. Seeing that I showed no signs of distress, my parents felt reassured. The day's unexpected twists aside, everything had ended satisfactorily. By the time all the guests had left, it was past 3 p.m. I'd had plenty to drink during the banquet and was carrying a good amount of alcohol on me as I returned to the bridal room. Inside, Lin Wanxiu was sitting quietly on the bed, alone. The moment I entered, she looked up at me nervously. The reality was starting to sink in. With the ceremony completed, we were now officially husband and wife, a far cry from being strangers just earlier. The shift in our dynamic was understandably overwhelming for her. Sensing her tension, I smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm not about to bite." That smile softened the seriousness on my face and somehow made me look even better, easing much of her nerves. When the strong smell of alcohol hit her, she quickly got up and said, "Did you drink too much? Let me get some water so you can freshen up." Her thoughtfulness genuinely warmed me in a way I hadn't felt in my previous life. Back then, when I married Tian Xiaolan, that woman had never shown me this kind of consideration. Everything had been one-sided. I was always the one giving, and she refused to lift a finger for me. This time, I reached out and gently grabbed Lin Wanxiu's wrist. "No need. I'm not drunk or anything. As I held her wrist, I couldn't help but notice how incredibly soft it was. If her wrist was this delicate, I thought, what about other places? My gaze involuntarily wandered, landing somewhere that made her cheeks flush even redder. She kept her head down, too nervous to look at me. I could almost feel her heart racing. She knew what typically came next after a wedding ceremony. Though she'd prepared herself mentally for this moment, now that it was really happening, her anxiety was written all over her face. But what I said next completely caught her off guard. Leaning in close to her ear, I whispered, "Now that the wedding is over, let's go to the commune housing and bring your sister here. Tomorrow, I'll borrow the commune's ox cart from Uncle and take her to the county hospital." Her eyes widened in surprise. Of all the things I could have been focused on, she didn't expect that helping her sister was at the top of my list. Tears welled up in her eyes, and gratitude filled her gaze. "Thank you," she said softly. I waved it off. "From now on, we're husband and wife, the closest people in each other's lives. Don't thank me for things like this. Taking care of you is my responsibility." She nodded, quietly taking the sentiment to heart. After a quick exchange, I let my third sister, Chen Hongyan, know about the arrangements and asked her to prepare a room for Lin Wantong, Wanchio's younger sister. "No problem," she replied with a smile. "I'll get on it right away." Watching my cheerful and lively sister in that moment, I felt a pang of sorrow. In my past life, her fate had been incredibly tragic, but this time around, she wouldn't have to endure that hardship again. With everything in place, Wanchio and I headed to the commune housing to pick up her sister. Wanchio hadn't expected that we'd fetch her sister so soon. She thought they'd have to wait until the next day. She quickly expressed her thanks to the fellow female commune member who had been watching over her sister, then began packing up their meager belongings. After the upheaval at home, there wasn't much to their name. Just a few pieces of old clothing, some toiletries, and a thin cotton quilt. It was May now, so the weather was still mild, but come winter, one thin quilt like that wouldn't stand a chance against the cold. Seeing the poor conditions at the housing, I felt a new level of respect for the struggles Wanchio had endured in her previous life. To live through such harsh times and still keep moving forward. This woman had a strength of character unlike any other. Her younger sister, Lin Wantong, looked about 13 or 14, her features bearing a strong resemblance to Wanchio's. If Wanchio was already a beauty, this younger one would grow up just the same. In my past life, it had been a tragedy for someone like her to pass away so early because of illness. It wouldn't happen again. Wanchio carried their belongings while I carried Wantong on my back. The girl was sick and semi-conscious, unable to walk on her own. Thankfully, she wasn't heavy, just skin and bones, really. If she were older, say 16 or 17, I as her brother-in-law would have had to keep some distance. Wanchio glanced at me anxiously and asked, "Are you tired? Do you want me to carry her instead?" I paused for a moment, then smiled back at her. "Do you really think your husband doesn't have the strength for this? I'll have you know, my stamina's better than you think. You'll see soon enough." As a man, stamina is a matter of pride. How could I let her doubt that? Oh my. Lin Wanchio understood what I said. Her face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, too shy to say another word. When we got home, my third sister had already tidied up the house, and a clean set of bedding was laid neatly on the bed. Though our rural mud brick house was modest, it was clean and orderly, far better than the living conditions at the commune for sent-down youth. It didn't leak wind or rain, at least. After settling Lin Wantong down, my parents came to check on her as well. When they saw how sick the child was, my mom panicked, exclaiming, "Oh no, we need to get her to the hospital immediately. There's no time to wait. Wait on. Take the child to the county hospital tomorrow." I replied, "Mom, that was my plan. I'll head out in a bit to ask Uncle to borrow his ox cart." Good, good. I'll make the child some egg and sugar water. She needs something nourishing to recover her strength," my mom said as she rushed into the kitchen. Lin Wanchio hadn't expected not just me, but my entire family, to care so much about her younger sister. Moved, her nose tingled with emotion as tears welled up. In her heart, she felt relief. She had married into a good family and found a good husband. After 3 tortured months in the countryside, with her parents gone and no support left, it had fallen on her to shoulder everything for her sister. But today, after marrying into my family, she suddenly felt a sense of security, like she no longer had to endure it all alone. She told herself it was a blessing in disguise, all thanks to the Chin family and me raising the bride price at the last minute. Otherwise, how would she ever have been lucky enough to end up here? Mom soon came back with a bowl of sugar water with eggs, 3 eggs, to be precise, with a generous amount of brown sugar. In those days of scarcity, this was an absolute luxury. Even though Lin Wantong was weak and feverish, her hunger took over, and she managed to finish the entire bowl. After that, I went to my uncle Chun Dajiang's house to borrow his ox cart. He assured me, "No problem, everything's set. Tomorrow morning, We'll get you to town. When I got back, the yard had quieted down. My mom and third sister were still sweeping up the scraps left from the fireworks we'd set off earlier. I wanted to help, but my mom shooed me into the house to rest. She worried for me, knowing I'd been busy since dawn and must be exhausted. Plus, she muttered, if her son didn't get proper rest, how would he have the energy for the wedding night? She was eager to hold a grandchild as soon as possible. Reluctantly, I obeyed and went back to the room. Our wedding room had a sturdy solid wood bed. When I was young, I'd slept on beds like this. Later, I earned enough money through business to upgrade to memory foam, then latex mattresses, and eventually even had a custom one made where just the mattress alone cost over $1,000,000 yuan. But now, lying flat on the hard wooden bed, I found myself feeling a little out of place, longing for the soft, balanced mattress of my previous life. That very thought had just crossed my mind when, suddenly, the scenery around me changed. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, I was no longer on the hard wooden bed, but lying on the plush mattress in my villa. The earthen walls had transformed into smooth, white latex-painted walls. Startled, I jumped out of bed, suspecting I was seeing things. But as I looked around, there was no mistaking it. This was undeniably the villa in the city center I'd owned before my death. In that moment, I was utterly bewildered. Which one was the dream? Could everything I just experienced earlier have been nothing more than fantasy? I hurried to check the mirror. Would I see the face of an elderly man or a 20-something youth? As I stared into the reflection, I saw the younger version of myself staring back. So it wasn't a dream, after all. I had truly been reborn, but for some reason, here I was, back in my villa. Having read so many novels, I immediately recognized what might be happening. This seemed like a golden cheat, a divine favor of sorts. Somehow, this villa served as a gateway connecting two timelines. I began to test my theory. I discovered I could move freely inside the villa, including the small garden on the first floor, but I couldn't step outside into the modern-day world. Everything within the villa worked as usual, and it even had internet access. What's more, the money in my personal account was usable. Most of my wealth had been donated to the country in this life, but there was still 78,000 left, which could buy a lot. Though I couldn't step out of the villa, I found I could order takeout online, and it would automatically appear at the villa door. Overjoyed by the discovery of this golden cheat, I was thrilled. Even in the impoverished 1970s, having access to this villa would allow me to provide a good life for my family. Just as I was basking in excitement, I suddenly heard my mom calling loudly from outside. Wait on. Dinner's ready. Come out and eat. I had been experimenting in the villa for over an hour, and by this time outside, the sun had set. Back then, rural areas didn't have electricity yet, so people ate early and went to bed soon after nightfall. But here came the challenge. How was I supposed to return to the 1970s? I remembered that when entering the villa earlier, I had been fixating on the bed in that wedding room. So maybe, to leave, all I had to do was focus on it again. With that hunch in mind, I tried it. I fixated on returning to the wedding house, and sure enough, in an instant, the scene around me transformed again. My guess had been correct. I'd unlocked the secret to traveling in and out of the villa. I opened the door and stepped out into the yard, where my mom had already set dinner on the table. Lin Wanxiu and the family were all seated. My two older sisters, who had already married out, had returned to their homes after the celebratory meal. It was just me, my dad Chen De, my mom Zhang Shufan, my third sister Zhang Yanhong, and of course, the newlywed Lin Wanxiu. As for Lin Wantong, still bedridden due to her illness, she stayed in another room. It was Lin Wanxiu's first day here, and she was clearly feeling a bit reserved. Only after I sat down did the rest of the family start eating. Since we had leftovers from the banquet earlier, tonight's dinner was unusually hearty. Half a bowl of pork steamed with preserved mustard greens, a bowl of pork liver soup, some stir-fried eggs with black fungus, and a plate of stewed vegetables. Lin Wanxiu ate daintily and politely, her manners a sharp contrast to the rougher ways of rural people. But she only picked at the vegetarian dishes, carefully avoiding meat. Seeing her unease, I purposely picked a few pieces of meat and egg and placed them in her bowl. Don't just eat the veggies. Have some meat too. You're part of the Chun family now, no need to hold back. This is your home from now on, so eat whatever you like. My mom chimed in. That's right, Wanxiu. No need to be shy. Eat more. Look how thin you are. You need to build yourself up. Moved by their kindness, Lin Wanxiu felt warmth fill her heart. After dinner, she took it upon herself to gather the dishes and start cleaning up. She didn't feel entitled to their affection or help and was eager to pitch in, given she could manage it. But how could anyone let a newly married daughter-in-law work on her first day? My mom quickly stopped her, citing tradition and asking her to put the dishes down. Not wanting to disrespect her mother-in-law's wishes, Lin Wanxiu reluctantly conceded. Even though she hadn't been allowed to finish, the Chin family had taken note. This was a hard-working young woman, not some spoiled, entitled city girl expecting to be waited on. Comparing her to Tian Xiaolan, my first wife in a different life, it was clear Lin Wanxiu was the better match by far. Tian had always taken my mom's care for granted, never offering to help with anything. By contrast, Lin Wanxiu's attitude made me feel immensely fortunate to have her as my wife. After cleaning up, Lin Wanxiu prepared to return to the bridal chamber. I could see her hands clasped nervously together. She was clearly anxious about what lay ahead. With two strangers suddenly thrust into an intimate setting, the awkwardness made sense. I wasn't the type to force someone into anything, so I decided we could wait until we'd gotten to know each other better over the next few days. Newly reborn, my head was spinning with plans and adjustments anyway. Besides, with Lin Wantong still sick, I knew Wanxiu would insist on staying close by to look after her sister. My dear wife, let's not worry. We'll treat your sister no matter the cost. Money is not an issue. Your sister's health comes first. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiu's eyes immediately welled up with tears, her heart brimming with gratitude. She knew how difficult it was to get such an amount, especially in a rural household like mine. Yet here I was, resolutely choosing to shoulder this burden without hesitation. Thank you, she said quietly, her voice trembling with emotion. She squeezed my hand tightly, a look of relief washing over her face. I reassured her with a steady tone. You're my family now, and your sister is like my family too. We'll figure everything out together. Don't stress about the money. At this moment, I felt a deep sense of responsibility for this life I had committed to, for this family I was now heading, and for the mistakes of my past that I would not repeat. As difficult as times were, I was determined to make this life better for everyone. With the deposit paid, the hospital staff quickly arranged a bed for Lin Wantong. Her condition needed immediate attention, and soon, doctors and nurses were bustling around, starting treatment. I stood by, watching closely. Lin Wanxiu stayed by her sister's side, frequently glancing back at me with a mixture of emotion in her eyes. From gratitude to admiration, her perception of me began to align with someone who meant stability, trust, and reliability, a perfect pillar in trying times. Life had given me a second chance, and I was set on earning that trust, on righting past wrongs, and more importantly, building a future filled with genuine care for the people I loved. That day solidified my resolve. Money, challenges, hardships. We were now a family, and I would not falter. I called a cab. I'll be counting on you to help me out from now on. Please don't think it's too much trouble. This piece is deeply emotional and narratively complex, so here's your translated version, adjusted for an American storytelling style. She needs treatment, no matter what. You're my wife, and your sister is like my own family. I can't just stand by and watch something bad happen to her. Don't worry about the money. I'll figure it out. Even if I have to sell everything we own, I'll make it happen. These words immediately eased her anxious heart. Years later, she would often think back to this moment, the moment when I stepped up to protect her during her most helpless time. I paid the hospital deposit first. The 100 yuan refund from the Tian family was just enough. The wedding gifts we received yesterday added up to only 17 yuan and 8 cents, our last bit of money. That 100 yuan bride price? My parents borrowed it from relatives, and they'll need to pay it back later. Adding my sister-in-law's upcoming nutritional expenses to the mix, any more loans would dig us deeper into debt. Fortunately, this time, thanks to being reborn with a golden finger of luck, solving this financial issue would be manageable for me. After paying the deposit, my sister-in-law was moved into a shared hospital room. The hospital was overcrowded. Patients shared rooms with several others, but at least the other families understood the need for their loved ones to rest quietly. Once she was settled in, I turned to Lin Wanxiu and said, "The doctor said she'll need at least a week of care here. You'll need to stay and take care of her during this time. I'll come visit whenever I have a chance, but in the meantime, make sure to take good care of yourself too." Hospitals required a family member to stay on site with the patient, but due to limited space, only one person was allowed to stay overnight. Even if I wanted to stay, there wasn't room for me. Lin Wanxiu nodded. "Don't worry, I can handle it." She used to be quite the pampered young lady, but these 3 months in the countryside had truly toughened her up. Compared to farm work, taking care of a patient seemed far easier for her. I handed her the remaining money and ration tickets, everything we had left. Hospital food and other expenses here would quickly add up. After sorting everything out, it was already past 11. I didn't rush home. My plan was to sell a shipment of goods to make some quick cash, enough to pay for my sister-in-law's medical bills. I called out to old man Huang, who had been waiting with his cart. "I'm going to buy a few things real quick. Please wait for me here." He chuckled and waved me off graciously. "Take your time, young man. No rush. I'm not going anywhere." Leaving the hospital, I found a secluded spot and transferred myself into the mysterious villa, a perk of my second chance at life. Inside, I disguised myself with makeup. Dealing in black markets required caution. You never wanted to leave an impression that could cause trouble later. Once in disguise, I packed 30 pounds of pork and 2 hens. In this era, meat was worth its weight in gold. Grain was also valuable, but didn't fetch as much of a profit. If I wanted to earn fast cash, selling meat was the way to go. I knew exactly where Chongping County's black market was located. Last time around, my wife at the time, Tian Xiaolan, had demanded pork to satisfy her pregnancy cravings. Without any meat coupons, I'd scrounged around until I found the black market. I visited several times, risking arrest by the enforcement squad. Back then, private transactions were illegal, and getting caught could mean a serious charge like profiteering, even a stint in jail. Thinking about it now, I could only scoff at my recklessness, risking it all for someone who later betrayed me with another man and had a child that wasn't even mine. Using my memory, I made my way to the black market, a small alley guarded by several lookouts. Anyone who entered had to pay a fee of 1 dime. This wasn't just a random charge. The money-funded lookouts who would warn everyone in case the enforcement team came, so sellers and buyers could escape in time. I paid the entry fee and carried my goods into the alley. The meat was packed in a bamboo basket, covered with a white cloth. I found a spot to set up shop. Here, you didn't need to shout out for customers. Those looking to buy would approach you. Right now, there were more buyers than sellers, and quality goods were in short supply. The pork and hens I brought wouldn't sit unsold for long. Sure enough, it didn't take long. An older woman with her face partly covered approached me, lowering her voice to ask, "What are you selling?" I kept my tone low as well. "Pork and hens." Interested, her dull eyes lit up immediately when she realized I had both. "Of course I'm interested. How much?" 1.5 yuan per pound for the pork, 2 yuan per pound for the hens. No need for meat coupons. Give me whatever ration tickets you have. Black market meat was always pricier than in state-owned stores, but my prices weren't exorbitant. They were fair. The old woman accepted the terms quickly. Her daughter-in-law had just given birth to a healthy baby boy and needed nourishment. Without meat coupons, she'd chanced her luck at the black market and hit the jackpot with me. She bought 1 hen and 2 pounds of pork. "All right," I said, quickly weighing out the meat and handing over the hen. The bird weighed 5 pounds, totaling 10 yuan. The pork was another 3 yuan. Altogether, the sale earned me 13 yuan. She paid in ration tickets, including a mix of grain and industrial ones. With the first deal done, more followed in rapid succession. Within half an hour, I'd sold all 30 pounds of pork and 2 hens, earning 65 yuan in total. This was all I needed for my sister-in-law's medical bills. If I weren't worried about attracting attention by selling too much at once, I could have brought even more. But for now, this was enough. I'd wait for another chance next time I came into town. Leaving the black market, I found another secluded spot to return the goods to the mysterious villa, changing out of my disguise before returning to the streets. By then, it was already past noon, and my stomach growled in hunger. The aroma of food wafting from a nearby state-run restaurant made it worse. I could have easily gone back to the villa for a quick bite, but I remembered Old Man Huang waiting for me. Knowing he likely hadn't eaten yet either, I decided to step into the restaurant to buy a few steamed buns. The buns were vegetarian but freshly steamed, with a warm, rich aroma. Produce in this era was fresh and chemical-free, a far cry from the additives of future generations. I inhaled 4 buns in one go, a quick fix for my hunger, though I was still only about 60% full. For some reason, I had a hunch that my appetite had grown compared to my past life. When I returned to the hospital, Old Man Huang was still sitting on his ox cart, waiting patiently for me despite not having eaten himself. Climbing back onto the cart, I handed him 2 buns. "Uncle," I said with a smile, "you must be hungry. Here are 2 buns, fresh and still hot." White flour buns were considered a luxury item in these times. Most rural families couldn't afford them more than once a month. Old Man Huang hesitated to accept. "No, no, Wei Dong. These are too precious. I can't take them." "You keep them for yourself," he protested. But I shoved them into his hands insistently. "Uncle, these are for you. Please don't be polite. After coming out here with me today, this is the least I can do to thank you. If you don't accept them, you're going to make me feel bad." Faced with my persistence, Old Man Huang finally relented, munching on the buns as he praised their soft texture and aroma. "The cooks at state-run restaurants really do have skills like no other," he remarked warmly. Having accepted my gesture, Old Man Huang seemed more than willing to help me in the future. "If you ever need an ox cart ride into town again, just let me know," he offered cheerfully. His good-natured promise brought a smile to my face. My kid had to be hospitalized, so I'm guessing I'll need to make a trip to the county every few days from now on. "When the time comes, I'll need to trouble you again," I said. Old Huang waved it off with a smile. "No problem at all. Just let me know if you're coming." After finishing his meal, he hopped onto his ox cart and headed off. By the time we got back to the Red Flag production team, it was already 4 p.m. As soon as I walked through the door, my dad, Chen Dai, and my mom, Zhang Shufan, asked about Lin Wantong's condition. I briefly explained my sister-in-law's illness. There shouldn't be any major issues as long as she stayed in the hospital and received proper treatment. However, I didn't dare mention the treatment costs to my family. We were short by dozens of yuan. Telling them would only make my parents worry. I had already scraped the money together, but I hadn't found a suitable excuse to explain where it had come from. I started brainstorming about how I might provide a believable reason for having the extra money I'd earned from the black market. It wasn't long before I came up with an idea: heading to the mountains tomorrow. The Red Flag production team backs onto a large mountain rich in resources. Many seasoned hunters in the area venture into the mountains for game. If you're lucky, you might catch something worthwhile. Every year, the commune even organized militia teams to go hunting, providing meat to the members. In my previous life, for the sake of Tian Xiaolan and our child, I'd repeatedly headed into the mountains to hunt to improve our lives. Over time, I honed some solid skills. In this life, I could put that experience to use again. Bringing home some game would be ideal, but even if I didn't succeed, the rare medicinal herbs in the mountains could fetch a good price. With the villa space I now had as my golden finger, I wouldn't come back empty-handed. And if all else failed, I could always grab some gold jewelry I had stored in the villa space. Back in my past life, I'd gifted Tian Xiaolan plenty of jewelry, including many gold pieces. Since banks in this era buy gold, I could exchange the gold jewelry for cash and claim it was something I stumbled upon while in the mountains. So, going into the mountains was really just a pretext for coming up with the money. After settling on my plan, I told my family early the next morning that I was heading into the mountains. My dad assumed I was just going to collect firewood. Many families in the village needed firewood and would gather it themselves. Thinking I was being thoughtful and trying to help out our household, he didn't question me much, reminding me to be careful and to stay in the outer areas of the mountains rather than venturing deep where it could get dangerous. Not wanting my parents to worry, I avoided mentioning that I'd actually be hunting. Once I left home, I headed straight to my uncle's place. When Uncle Chun Dajiang saw me so early, he thought I had something urgent to discuss. Without beating around the bush, I said, "Uncle, can I borrow your hunting rifle? I'm thinking of giving my luck a shot in the mountains." My cousin had obtained a hunter's certificate from the commune and had a rifle to go along with it. In the entire production brigade, only his family and 2 other old hunters owned hunting rifles, and I wasn't close enough with those other 2 families to ask them. Once I had more money in the future, I planned to buy my own rifle to avoid the inconvenience. Hearing my request, Uncle didn't agree right away. He looked at me, concerned. "Weidong, you want to go into the mountains? Hunting is dangerous, and you don't really have any experience. Don't risk it." I understood his concerns. Wild animals in the mountains could be ferocious, posing a risk even to veteran hunters. Considering I'm the only son in my father's branch of the family, it made sense for Uncle to worry. I reassured him, saying, "Uncle, I'll just stick to the outer areas. Maybe I'll get lucky and catch a pheasant or rabbit. I'm not planning to head into the deep forest or take unnecessary risks. You see, we just got married, and the family's still drowning in debt. If I don't figure out a way to contribute, who knows when we'll finally be debt-free." Hearing that, Uncle seemed pleased. He thought I had matured a lot since getting married. In the past, I was a rash kid who caused trouble for my parents to clean up. Now that I was married, it seemed I had turned over a new leaf, even taking on the responsibility of easing the family's financial burden. Seeing this change, Uncle didn't want to discourage me. "All right, I'll get the gun for you. But be careful, okay? Stay in the outer areas. Don't go deep into the mountains." I immediately nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle." "Got it." Uncle went inside and brought out my cousin's hunting rifle for me. It was an old-fashioned single-shot rifle, good enough for hunting, but requiring a reload after every shot. With the rifle in hand, I set out for the mountain. I knew this terrain like the back of my hand. I'd been up and down this mountain countless times in my past life. Back then, I'd risked life and limb many times for Tian Xiaolan, even coming within an inch of death once when a wild boar attacked me. I'd been laid up in the hospital for almost a month before recovering. But now, with my gold finger, things were different. If I ever encountered real danger, I could just retreat into the villa's space. At least my life wouldn't be at risk. Without that kind of assurance, I wouldn't dare venture into the mountains. Making money is important, but nothing's more valuable than your own life. It was May, and the thick vegetation made the mountain trails treacherous. Thickets of brambles scratched at me, and I had to stay wary of wild animals and venomous creatures. I hiked for 2 solid hours nonstop. Being younger again in this life always astounded me. Back in my 60s during my past life, just walking a few steps left me out of breath. Hiking 2 hours straight would have been unthinkable. Taking a short break and a few gulps of water, I suddenly heard a faint rustling in the bushes. Instantly on guard, I realized it might be prey. Lifting the rifle, I aimed in the direction of the sound. After a few seconds, a gray shadow darted out of the brush, a wild rabbit. A fully grown adult rabbit weighing several pounds, enough for a hearty bowl of meat. I took aim and bang. Even though I hadn't handled a rifle in a long time, muscle memory didn't fail me. I hit the rabbit, though not exactly where I'd aimed, but close enough. Walking over, I picked it up and weighed it in my hand, about 5 or 6 pounds. A nice, plump one. Whether to save for my family or sell to someone in need, I wasn't sure yet. Tossing it into the basket, I continued moving forward. For the next half an hour, I didn't encounter any more game, but I did collect plenty of wild mushrooms. The deeper into the woods I went, the more treasures I stumbled upon. The outer regions of the mountain had already been picked clean by villagers, but few dared to venture this far. After filling up most of my basket, I came across a small patch of wild raspberries, brightly colored, sweet, and tangy. Figuring my sister-in-law Lin Wanxiu, who wasn't used to the basic food in this rural area, might enjoy them, I picked a bunch to bring to her later. Once the basket was nearly overflowing, I stopped collecting and focused on continuing deeper. After another half an hour, I was lucky enough to catch a pheasant and even found a nest of pheasant eggs. Satisfied with the day's haul, I decided it was time to head back down the mountain. I'd been in the forest for hours, and if I returned too late, my family would grow anxious. But my biggest find of the day came as I made my way back down the trail. Out of nowhere, a huge wild boar charged out of the brush directly at me. Wild boars are some of the fiercest and most dangerous animals in the region. They're nothing like their domesticated counterparts. Their aggressive nature, muscular build, and sharp tusks make them a formidable threat. Once targeted by a wild boar, you're looking at a battle for survival. In my past life, I'd had a deadly encounter with a wild boar, ending up with a gash from its tusk. It almost cost me my leg. Now, looking at the creature barreling toward me, I felt a twinge of fear. However, I quickly reminded myself about my ultimate advantage, my villa space. I felt confident again. I stared at the charging wild boar. Excitement outweighed fear. If I could get this beast back home, I wouldn't have to worry about my sister-in-law's medical expenses anymore, and I could even pay off household debts and buy some new things for the family. I intentionally led the boar toward a sturdy tree. The boar couldn't read my mind. Wherever I went, it followed. Finally, I stood still in front of the thick tree trunk. The boar locked its eyes on me and charged in full force. I stood there and focused on it intently. 5 meters, 4, 3, 2, 1. When there was less than a meter left, I suddenly popped into the villa-like space I could access. The boar kept going forward, and bam! It slammed headfirst into the tree trunk. The tremendous crash and the boar's wailing sounds told me it had worked. When I emerged back out of the space, the wild boar was already lying in a bloody heap on the ground, though it wasn't completely dead yet. To be safe, I pulled my machete and delivered several strikes to its neck to finish it off. There, now it was well and truly done. This boar had to weigh over 300 pounds. Alone, there was no way I could carry it down the mountain without help, even with my space. And even if I could manage it, I had no intention of hauling it down directly like that. These days, the lands around the mountains are owned collectively. Things like mushrooms, mountain goods, or small game don't need to be shared, but for large game like wild boars, half of it has to be handed over to the collective. A wild boar this big could sell for hundreds of bucks. No way was I going to hand over half of it. I decided to hide the boar and mark the spot so I could call for help at night and secretly bring it back to sell. Really, I could have just put the boar into my space and quietly taken it to the county town to sell without all the hassle. But I couldn't expose my golden finger ability, not even to my parents. If I wanted them to know I made money by hunting, I'd have to go through the trouble of doing it the hard way. Since I was still far from the foot of the mountain, I stored the boar in my space for now. When I got closer to the bottom, I found a concealed place to stash it and then made my way down. First, I stopped by my uncle's house to return the hunting rifle. When he saw the wild chicken in my hand, my uncle's face lit up, pleasantly surprised. "Well, look at that, Wei Dong. You managed to shoot down a wild chicken." A wild chicken weighing 2 or 3 pounds might seem modest, but in these times, having meat on the table is a real luxury. Being able to bring down a chicken after one trip up the mountain was already quite a feat. My uncle had thought that even after practicing with his son for a few days, my aim wouldn't be good enough to hit anything, let alone this. I walked over and lowered my voice. "Uncle, this chicken isn't the only thing I came down with today. There's a fat rabbit at the bottom of my basket too." My uncle was just about to praise me again, but I interrupted, saying, "And I also managed to bag a massive wild boar, over 300 pounds. I hid it up on the mountain because I didn't want to carry it down and give half of it to the team. Uncle, could you and my 2 cousins come with me tonight? We'll bring it down quietly and sell it." I couldn't tell just anyone about this, but I could tell my uncle's family. We're close, and my uncle's always been good to me. If someone didn't have strong enough ties with me, they'd never hear about this. My uncle was shocked, utterly incredulous. He stared at me as if I was kidding. Shooting a chicken was already impressive to him. Then I claimed to have taken down a boar. As the village team leader, he knew better than most how ferocious wild boars could be. There had even been an incident where someone in the village was killed by one. A boar weighing 300 or 400 pounds was no joke. It was hard for even experienced hunters to take one down, let alone someone like me with virtually no hunting experience. You're not pulling my leg, are you, kid? You're telling me you took down a boar that big? Seeing how skeptical he was, I understood. I looked him straight in the eye and said seriously, Uncle, I'm not joking. It's real. But you're the team leader. You're not planning on ratting me out, are you? My sister-in-law is still in the hospital, and the medical bills are piling up. I'm really relying on this boar to help pay for it. Please don't think I'm being selfish. That's when he finally believed me. The shock faded from his face and was replaced with a faint smirk. Don't worry about it. I'm not that rigid. I know your family's strapped for cash. Rules are rules, but enforcement depends on who's in charge. A stickler might insist I hand over the boar, but most folks have their own self-interest. My uncle knew our family was in financial trouble. We borrowed a significant amount just to scrape together a dowry and hold a modest wedding banquet. Now Lin Wantong's illness was costing us more as well. At such a critical time, my uncle couldn't help much directly, but he also wasn't about to make things harder for us. Besides, hunting wild boar is dangerous. I took the risk on my own, and the collective didn't contribute. Not making me report, it wouldn't weigh heavily on his conscience. I grinned. Uncle, you're the best. I'll come back tonight. There's no way I can handle dragging that heavy pig by myself. He nodded firmly. All right, come back tonight. I'll have your cousins help you haul it down. After we made plans, I headed home. By the time I returned, it was already past lunchtime. The whole family was waiting for me at the table, looking anxious. They figured I had just gone up the mountain to collect firewood. What could have taken me so long? They were worried something had happened to me. My dad was getting ready to head up the mountain and search for me when he finally saw me approaching, with a wild chicken in hand. Both my parents stared at me curiously. Their expressions practically asked, "Weren't you just collecting firewood? How did you come back with a chicken?" My mom pointed at it and asked, "Wei Dong, where did you get that wild chicken?" I chuckled. "Mom, I went up the mountain to hunt, of course. Where else? I didn't steal it or snatch it from anyone." My mom, Zhang Shufan, froze. "Weren't you just going to collect firewood? When did you decide to go hunting?" My dad, Chen De, followed up. "Yeah, Wei Dong, when did you start hunting?" Actually, I hadn't told them in advance because I didn't want them to worry. To them, I had no real hunting experience. But after today, when I single-handedly took down a 300-pound wild boar, I figured there was no point hiding it anymore. So I laid out the entire story for them, from beginning to end. I thought they'd be blown away. I was even waiting for compliments. But the moment my dad finished listening, he grabbed the broom from the corner and lashed out at me. "You little punk. Restless, aren't you? Doing something this risky without saying a word to us. What if something had happened to you? How would your mom and I survive?" I wasn't prepared for that broom to hit me, but when it smacked against my back with a loud thwack, it stung so badly I gasped. Yet my dad didn't stop. Another strike followed right after. I didn't dodge. As successful as I'd been in business in the future, people bowing and scraping, treating me like a big deal, I'd always be just a son in front of my dad. Blood runs deep. And besides, I understood why he was so mad. He was worried. I was his only son, his one and only heir. He couldn't bear to think of anything happening to me. I took such a huge risk going after that boar. If he didn't discipline me now, who would? Oddly enough, as he berated me and lashed out, I didn't feel angry at all. My heart felt unexpectedly warm. In my past life, my parents worried themselves sick over my little family, wearing themselves out completely. They passed away after just a few years, leaving me lonely for many years afterward. Strangely enough, those lonely days made me long for their nagging by my side. Now, even as my dad scolded and hit me, it felt oddly comforting, like a bond one hadn't felt in ages. My mom, seeing the scene, immediately took pity on me. Although she agreed I shouldn't have gone up the mountain on my own, the moment she saw me getting hit, her frustration turned into concern. She grabbed the broom from my dad and shouted at him. "That's enough. A couple of swings to teach him a lesson were fine, but do you want to hurt the boy for real? You don't know how to hold back at all." After scolding my dad, she turned to me, wagging her finger. "You silly boy, don't you know to dodge? If your dad's coming at you with a broom, wouldn't it kill you to step aside instead of just standing there, taking the hit?" My dad didn't fight back for the broom. He actually felt bad for hitting me, but couldn't just let it show. Acting like he was still mad, he huffed. "Keep babying him if you want. If I don't give him a good whack, how's he going to realize his mistakes? His guts are getting bigger by the day. He thinks he can do anything." I smiled coaxingly. "Dad, I know you're just worried about me, but I wouldn't do anything reckless. I know my own limits and would never try something I wasn't confident about. I didn't tell you beforehand because I thought you'd worry or wouldn't believe I could do it. Now that I've proven myself, that's why I'm telling you now. My mom chimed in to back me up. Come on, Day, the boy's got a point. We didn't know what he was capable of before, but today he really showed us. Wild boars are no joke, and our boy managed to handle one. That takes real skill. Now that he's married, he's much more responsible than before. We should start having more faith in him. Seeing my mom and me teaming up, my dad's stern face began to soften. Though he wouldn't give any compliments, he couldn't deny I had done something remarkable. As the tension faded, a faint smile crept onto his face. With that, the incident was left behind, and I let out a sigh of relief. After having lunch at home, I got to work on cleaning the game, some wild chickens and rabbits, but decided against selling them on the black market. The wild boar alone could fetch a good amount, so I figured I'd leave the smaller game for the family to enjoy some nutritious meals. After all, I came back to this life not just to make money but to let my loved ones experience a better life. In rural areas, meat wasn't easy to come by. Whenever you could get some, it was only right to share it with your family. Thinking about my wife, Lin Wanxiu, and my sister-in-law, Lin Wantong, who were still in the hospital, I decided to save some of the meat for them. I figured I'd leave the rabbit for my family to eat at home and bring the chicken to the hospital to have it cooked in their cafeteria. Especially for Lin Wantong. Good nutrition alongside her medication would help her build up her strength to fight off her illness. By the time I finished prepping the meat, my parents and my third sister were leaving to work in the fields. When I cleaned up and made a move to join them, my mom stopped me. Wait on, you don't need to come. Stay home and rest. You used up a lot of energy hunting this morning, and you'll still need your strength tonight to haul that wild boar back. If you go work in the fields now, how are you going to manage later? Just take a proper break. She made a lot of sense, so I agreed to stay home. Otherwise, she'd keep worrying and likely tire herself out even more. Once everyone left, I was drenched in sweat. Instead of lying down immediately, I slipped into the space of my hidden villa and took a hot shower. I've got to say, having consistent hot water in the villa was such a luxury compared to the rural life here. Out here, you had to heat your own water and crouch over a basin. Nothing like the comfort of a proper shower. After freshening up, putting on clean clothes, and blow-drying my hair, I took a nap on the soft bed in the villa. When I woke up, it was already 4 in the afternoon. With fieldwork off the table, I thought about how to spend the time. Then it came to me, why not cook dinner? That way, my family could come home to a hot meal. Especially since we had fresh game from the hunt. I'd be the best person to work with such top-notch ingredients. My mom was great at many things, but cooking wasn't her strong suit. In my past life, my ex-wife, Tian Xiaolan, complained endlessly about my mom's cooking, claiming it wasn't good enough. Determined to make her eat better, I pushed myself to learn cooking from scratch. I studied cuisines from all over the country and mastered them all. Her friends used to envy her for marrying such a capable man. But what did she do in the end? She betrayed me, stomped on my heart, and never appreciated a thing I did. Still, the skills I gained weren't wasted. In this life, I could put them to good use cooking for the people who truly mattered. I went into the kitchen and started working on a plump rabbit, chopping it into pieces and cleaning it. From the mountain, I had brought back some fresh mushrooms and wild greens, which I prepped as well. Tonight's menu was going to feature braised rabbit with potatoes, a cold marinated salad with wild greens, and a pot of mushroom soup. The seasoning in the 70s was painfully basic, just oil, salt, and soy sauce. No wonder my mom's cooking tasted bland. There wasn't much to work with. But good ingredients deserve to shine. I quietly snuck seasoning from the villa's pantry to elevate the dishes without anyone noticing. It was best not to raise eyebrows by explaining where the extra spices came from. Once the rabbit was on the stove, the smell of slow braising meat quickly filled the whole courtyard. I added the potatoes to the rabbit once it was nearly done, then moved on to the soup and salad. It didn't take long to finish those. By the time I set the dishes on the table, my family hadn't returned yet. But judging by the time, they should have been back soon. Sure enough, after about 7 or 8 minutes, my parents and third sister came in, their faces wiped out from the day's farm work. Between the heavy sun and the hard labor, it was no surprise they looked so drained. As soon as they reached the gate, the scent of the dishes hit them. Opening the courtyard door, they were stunned to see a table filled with beautifully cooked dishes. They all froze at the unexpected sight. Who had made this meal? My mom was the first to recover. Wait on, is Wancho back home already? I looked at her, confused. Mom, the doctor said my sister-in-law needs at least a week in the hospital. How could Wancho come back this soon? My mom seemed even more puzzled now. Her gaze drifted to the dishes, and she said doubtfully, if Wancho didn't come back, then who made all this food? To her, cooking was something only women did, so it hadn't crossed her mind that I could have done it. I couldn't help but laugh. Mom, of course I made it. Who else could it have been? Hearing that, not only my mom, but also my dad and third sister all stared at me in shock, disbelief written all over their faces. My dad was the first to speak. Wait on, what did you just say? You made this. You? "Since when did you know how to cook?" I gave him a smug little hum and replied, "What's so surprising about that, Dad? You think I can't handle cooking food?" I never said I was clueless. I've watched Mom and Sister cook plenty of times, and during the big village banquets, I even studied how the head chefs did things. I deliberately came up with a plausible excuse, knowing my sudden cooking skills might make them suspicious. Although their disbelief lingered. "Do some harm," I firmly reassured him. "Dad, don't worry. I've got this under control. The road to the county isn't too hard for me to handle alone." After a bit more convincing, Dad finally agreed to stay behind. He patted my shoulder and told me to be extra careful on the way. With the wild boar camouflaged well under the straw, I pushed the cart out of our yard and set off. The crisp morning air mixed with the faint smell of dew felt invigorating as I started my journey. Once I got far enough from the village, I stopped at a secluded spot, glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, and swiftly moved the boar from the cart into my space. This hidden ability of mine certainly made tough situations a lot easier to navigate. With the cart now empty and a much lighter load to work with, I started making quick progress towards the county. Though the moonlight was scarce, the dim glow of the stars and my familiarity with the path helped me move swiftly and confidently. As I walked, my mind couldn't help but wander back to what had unfolded earlier with my parents and siblings during dinner. Seeing them so happy and content was a reminder of why all my efforts mattered. Everything I was doing now, I was doing for them, for a better, easier life we could all enjoy together. By the time the first signs of dawn appeared, I had already reached the outskirts of the county. This was the trickiest part. Black market trading carried significant risks. If caught, at best, you'd lose the goods. At worst, trouble might come knocking on your door. I kept a low profile, steering clear of major roads, and arrived at the usual spot where trades of this nature often took place. The buyer, a man in his 40s with sharp eyes, was already waiting. He gave me a once-over, sizing me up, and I did the same to him. After a brief exchange of greetings, I reached into the space and brought the wild boar out. His face instantly lit up at the sight of such a hefty haul, and he whistled admiringly. "Young man, you brought me quite the prize this time. This boar is a rare find. We're talking top-dollar quality here." After a bit of haggling, we agreed on a price, and the trade went smoothly. The sheer amount of money I walked away with was no small feat. It could sustain our family for quite a while. Knowing this, my chest swelled with pride. It wasn't just about the money. It was about knowing I was taking real steps to change our lives. As I made my way back home, this sense of fulfillment lingered. The sun was fully up by the time I reached our village, and I re-entered quietly, not looking to draw any unnecessary attention. Back at home, my dad was already up, sitting in the yard waiting for me. When he saw me return safe and sound, a look of deep relief spread across his face. "Everything went smooth, Dad," I said with a grin, patting the cart. "We've secured the money, and it's enough to last us a good while." Dad nodded, his lips trembling slightly as if he had more to say, but chose to keep it inside. He simply gave me a firm, approving pat on my shoulder instead. It was in that moment that I realized how much he trusted me now, how much faith he had in my ability to pull through for the family. That alone made every hardship worth it. And as I stepped into our modest little house, I realized this was just the beginning. The life I was determined to build for my family was still a long road ahead. But seeing that spark of hope in my parents' eyes made me want to carry on, no matter the difficulty. "Stop him. The best way is not to let him come along," I said. "Dad, it's fine. I can go by myself." Seeing that he still looked worried, I added, "The fewer people, the safer it will be. If both of us go, the production team might get suspicious. If something like this gets exposed and someone reports us, we're done for." Hearing this, Dad thought it made sense. By the rules, half of such big game has to be handed over. If we don't hand it over and someone makes a fuss about it, it'll spell big trouble. Left with no choice, he reluctantly agreed. But before I left, he kept reminding me repeatedly to be careful. I pushed the cart and left the Red Flag production team under the cover of darkness. As soon as I was out of the production area and onto the main road, I quickly stored the cart into my villa space. Without the heavy load, the trip to the county became much easier. Still, walking these 20 or 30 miles was no joke. Too bad I couldn't use the car in the villa. Otherwise, it would only take half an hour. A car wasn't feasible, but what about a bicycle? I had been planning to save up enough money to buy a bicycle from the supply and marketing cooperative. But in this era, buying a bicycle required not just money, but also a bicycle ticket. And as rural folks, we didn't have access to those tickets. So I simply searched online, and sure enough, I found a retro model for sale, the Shanghai Forever 28-inch frame model. It only cost a little over $400. To think that in the future, a month's salary could buy you 10 of them. But in this era, a bicycle would cost an urban worker nearly half a year's wages. So it's no wonder every household couldn't afford one. I placed an order right away, and not even 10 minutes later, The bike appeared at the villa's doorstep. I took it out, hopped on, and my travel speed increased significantly. In just over an hour, I made it to the county. After arriving, I stored the bicycle back into the space and went into the villa to start processing the wild boar. The thing weighed a ton, and I spent over an hour getting it properly butchered. The most valuable part of a wild boar is the meat. The bones and offal aren't worth much. After getting rid of those, I was left with 220 pounds of pure meat. On the black market, where no tickets are needed, it could go for 1.5 yuan per pound, and even with tickets, it could fetch 1.2 yuan. This meat could easily be worth around 300 yuan. 300 yuan isn't a small amount. A city worker would have to toil for a year to save that much, and rural folks might not be able to save that much in a lifetime. Once I was done, I took out 50 pounds of meat, tidied myself up a bit, and headed to the black market. Just like last time, I paid the entrance fee and started selling. Meat was in high demand, so it sold out quickly. I was about to find another spot to sell the rest, when suddenly 2 young men approached me. Thinking they were buyers, I said, "Sorry, I'm sold out. You guys came too late." But they lowered their voices and said, "Hey, brother, we want to do business with you. You're selling such large amounts of wild boar meat. You must have a good supply. If you've got more goods, you might want to work with our boss, Brother Biao. It'll save you the hassle of running the black market yourself, and the prices are negotiable." The name, Brother Biao, immediately rang a bell. I'd heard of him in my past life. He was the biggest black market boss in our county, operating across several nearby counties, with his base right here. Though he was in a shady line of work that could cost him his life, he was known for being exceptionally righteous. After a major bust, his men all wanted to take the fall for him, but he refused to let them. Instead, he claimed all the responsibility himself. It was a huge case, and he was eventually executed. For someone whose men were willing to take the blame for him, yet who chose not to drag his people down, that spoke volumes about his character. Doing business with someone like him at least meant I wouldn't have to worry about being cheated. Having a stable and safe partner was far more convenient than running the black market alone. So I nodded and said, "I do have some more goods. I can sell them to you." The 2 young men were thrilled. "Great. Go grab the goods, and we'll take you to meet Brother Biao." After agreeing on a meeting spot, I found a quiet corner, slipped into the space, packed up the remaining wild boar meat onto a small cart, covered it with burlap, and pushed it out. With such a large quantity of goods, I couldn't let anyone else see, or I'd definitely be targeted. When the young men saw I still had 170 pounds of meat, their eyes lit up. With this much, they were bound to make a killing, and Brother Biao was sure to praise them. They led me to a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the county. After knocking on the door in a rhythmic pattern, clearly a password, it was opened from the inside. This level of caution made sense. In this era, getting caught speculating or reselling goods could lead to severe consequences. Once inside, I waited in the courtyard while they went to notify Brother Biao. They said he would come out to talk directly. I wasn't in a rush and simply grabbed a stool to sit and wait. Honestly, I was curious. What kind of person would this legendary black market boss be? Was he as tough and intimidating as his reputation? 2 or 3 minutes later, Brother Biao appeared. If it weren't for the people around me calling him Brother Biao, I'd never have associated the man in front of me with a black market boss. He was slender, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and carried an air of scholarly elegance. He looked like someone who spent his days reading books, not running a black market. The difference from what I had imagined was so stark that I couldn't help but stare at him in surprise. Brother Biao noticed and chuckled. "What are you staring at me for? Got something on my face." Snapping out of it, I explained, "Oh no, I just figured someone as important as you would look more like, I don't know, a rough and tough Lu Jishan. Didn't expect you to be so refined." He clearly got this reaction often, as everyone who met him seemed to think the same. Seeing the large quantity of meat I'd brought, Brother Biao was very straightforward. He offered 1.3 yuan per pound and even threw in some standard ration tickets. Since the price seemed fair, I agreed. For the 170 pounds of meat, the total came to 221 yuan, fully settled on the spot with cash and tickets. "Brother, if you have more good stuff in the future, bring it to me. I promise I won't shortchange you. You can ask around about my reputation. I, Brother Biao, do honest business." I readily agreed. "All right, Brother Biao. If I get more, I'll definitely bring it your way." After leaving Brother Biao, I did some quick math. I made 221 yuan with him, plus the 75 yuan from the first 50 pounds sold at the black market, making nearly 300 yuan total. After subtracting the money I spent on my sister-in-law's medical needs, I still had a good amount left. With money in hand, I decided to head to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some supplies. Wanxiu and Wantong, the 2 sisters, were far too thin. They needed serious nutrition, as did the rest of my family. In my previous life, my parents' health deteriorated too soon. It wasn't just because of the heavy farm work, but also because they ate poorly, lacked proper nutrition, and their bodies just couldn't take it. I decided to buy some malted milk powder so my family could each have a cup daily to help build up their strength. Son, actually formula milk is better, but in this day and age, it's incredibly rare and you need ration coupons to buy it. Even the supply and marketing cooperatives are running tight on it. Being able to drink malted milk essence is already considered a luxury during these times. Besides the malted milk, I also wanted to buy some red dates and brown sugar to boost energy and blood, and maybe some snacks like peach crisp or sticky rice strips. Our household seasoning options are pretty basic, so I thought I'd pick up some more to make a variety of delicious meals for the family. But as soon as I stepped into the supply and marketing cooperative, I ran into Tian Xiaolan and her adulterous lover. In this life, I never married that woman, but thinking back to all the crap in my past life, I still couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. Her lover was one of the educated youths at our commune, named Wang Xiangyu. As I sized him up, I found myself honestly curious. What was it about this city boy that had Tian Xiaolan wrapped around his finger, even so much that in my previous life, when I became a big-time businessman, her heart still yearned for this guy? Wang Xiangyu wasn't very tall, maybe 5 feet 8 inches, not short for this era, but a fair bit under my 5 feet 11 inches. He had a slim build, and while his face was indeed delicate, the glasses he wore gave him a more scholarly air. Guys like him, with their soft, intellectual look, tended to attract young women back then. I, however, didn't think much of him. Not only did he look like a gigolo, but he was essentially a freeloader. In my past life, Tian Xiaolan used to visit her parents' house constantly, bringing along money I earned to support him. After I became a big-shot businessman, she became even more excessive with her handouts. Sure, Wang Xiangyu was a college graduate, but he ended up teaching at a small primary school, earning such meager pay that he could barely afford a 2-bedroom apartment in Beijing. Meanwhile, I bought her a standalone villa in the capital outright. The suffering of poor couples in trying times is real. In our past life, these two were able to enjoy their romantic escapades without worrying about essentials, all thanks to my money. Let's see, in this life, without leeching off me, how they'll scrape by as a pair of scumbags. At the counter, Tian Xiaolan was captivated by a pretty hair clip. She hadn't noticed me yet. Wang Xiangyu had come into town to send off a letter, and Tian tagged along to check out the cooperative. One look at that hair clip, and she started imagining how beautiful it would look on her. She wasn't any less attractive than the girls from the city. Her country upbringing just meant she didn't dress as stylishly. If she had access to the same kind of clothes and accessories, she'd surely turn even more heads. She reached out to touch the clip, but was immediately stopped by the cashier who glared at her dismissively. Can you even afford it? Don't go handling it casually. You'll pay if it breaks. One glance at her simple outfit, and the cashier had her pegged as just another country bumpkin. Back then, those who worked at supply and marketing cooperatives were employed by the state, a highly enviable job that gave them a kind of arrogance. They looked down on rural folk and weren't particularly nice to city people either. There were even signs like "No unprovoked assaulting of customers" at the door, which said a lot about their attitude. This public scolding made Tian Xiaolan's face flush with embarrassment. Girls her age are sensitive about their pride, and considering how pretty she was, she likely had her fair share of admirers. Being humiliated like this, especially in public, was a hard hit to such a proud, aloof personality. Without the money to buy the hair clip herself, she turned pleadingly toward Wang Xiangyu. Only he could buy it for her, saving her face and putting that arrogant cashier in her place. Of course, Wang Xiangyu understood what she wanted. But that hair clip cost 3 yuan, a sum he genuinely couldn't afford to cough up. Though he was from Beijing, he came from a big family full of siblings and wasn't the favored child. If his family really valued him, he wouldn't have ended up in the countryside. So, he pretended not to notice and simply ignored Tian Xiaolan. Realizing he wasn't going to help out, even after witnessing her being humiliated, her cheeks burned even redder. She was mortified. After all, he'd just let her down in such a public way. The guy claimed to care about her, yet when push came to shove, it was all just empty words. Watching her squirm like that in the supply and marketing cooperative, I couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. This leech of a woman still thinks every man is going to bend over backward to please her, like I foolishly did in my previous life. And she seriously expects Wang Xiangyu, that broke-down educated youth with nothing to his name, to buy her a hair clip. What a joke. Hearing me chuckle, Tian Xiaolan turned and spotted me. Her delicate eyebrows immediately knit together in a frown. She had obviously not expected to run into me here, and her expression screamed that she thought I was mocking her. With an annoyed huff, she demanded, "Chun Weidong, what are you laughing at?" I kept my hands in my pockets, looking at her with an undisguised smirk of disdain. Tian Xiaolan, so you told your mom to demand an extra 200 yuan in bride price from my family just to find an excuse to break off the engagement and chase after this pretty boy? I've got to say, though, he doesn't seem that great. Can't even bring himself to buy you a hair clip? What do you even see in him?" The words hung in the air, and almost immediately, the other people around us started glancing over with curious and judgmental looks. It was obvious to everyone present. She was just another ordinary country girl, no matter how pretty her features, not worth nearly that much in bride price. Tian Xiaolan's cheeks burned with embarrassment again, but this time from anger. She hadn't expected me to call out her relationship with Wang Xiangyu so blatantly. Clenching her fists, she tried to deny it, knowing full well that if word got out she had been seeing another man while engaged, her reputation would be ruined. "Chen Weidong, stop making stuff up. There was nothing between me and Wang during our engagement. Now that our engagement is broken off, can I freely associate with other male comrades?" I knew she was bluffing, and I couldn't be bothered to argue further. Without hard evidence, what was the point? I just shrugged and replied calmly, "You're right. You're free to be with whoever you want now. If you're into stingy men who wouldn't spend 3 yuan on you, by all means, you two should stay together. Wishing you both a long and happy life." That jab was almost enough to make her lose her composure. He really wouldn't even buy her a hair clip. Seriously? Sure, the guy from the capital could spout pretty words and act chivalrous, but when it came down to tangible actions, he was all talk. But she had already broken off the engagement with me, so she had no choice but to convince herself that he probably had his reasons for not buying it. Besides, she told herself, what she valued about him was his talent, not his money. Meanwhile, Wang Xiangyu wasn't looking too happy either. He stayed quiet, knowing full well I could physically overpower him if it came down to it. I had no desire to waste more time on this lousy pair, so I walked up to the counter and asked for the items I wanted to buy. Seeing that my list included high-end and pricey goods, the cashier hesitated, her tone skeptical. "Comrade, these items aren't cheap. 32 yuan and 87 cents. Plus, you'll need ration coupons. Are you sure you can afford this? If not, I won't bother fetching it." I smirked and deliberately emptied my pocket, pulling out a wad of cash. "Think this will cover it." The counter was stacked with the large Unity bills of the time. There had to be at least a couple of 100 yuan there. The cashier's attitude flipped instantly, turning polite and deferential. "I'll get it all for you right away, comrade." Both Tian Xiaolan and Wang Xiangyu couldn't keep their eyes away from the stack of cash. Neither of them had ever imagined I'd be carrying that kind of money. Xiao cares for me, appreciates me, and looks up to me. I really made a great choice in marrying her. I clearly had enough money to pay the 200 yuan bride price, but I didn't spend it. Seems like it wasn't because I couldn't afford it, but because I just didn't want to. Her feelings were complicated. She used to look down on me because she thought the Qin family was poor, but now it's clear I have more money than she imagined. If she'd known that back then, maybe she'd have married me. But then she'd console herself. What's a bit of money compared to cultured and educated Wang Xiangyu? After grabbing the last of my things, the store clerk asked if I needed anything else. My gaze fell on the hairpins that Tian Xiaolan was just looking at. Honestly, they were pretty. I thought of Lin Wanqiu. She's already so beautiful, and she'd look even better wearing that. When we got married, I hadn't bought her a single thing, not even a wedding dress, which was just something Tian Xiaolan returned. Now that things are better, it's about time I got her something, a hairpin to start with. "Can you grab me one of those butterfly-shaped hairpins?" The clerk quickly went to get it. At the same time, Tian Xiaolan immediately puffed up her chest, fully convinced the hairpin was for her. She figured I was always her puppy dog, jealous earlier because she mingled with another guy, and that my harsh words were just for attention. This, in her mind, was me regretting it and trying to make up by buying her the hairpin. "Chen Weidong, don't think buying me a simple hairpin is enough for me to forgive you. You need to apologize for what you said earlier, or I won't talk to you again." The look I gave her was the same as I'd give an idiot. "Tian Xiaolan, who told you this hairpin was for you? Wow, you're really good at flattering yourself." She froze, her face turning dark. "Stop lying. If it's not for me, then who is it for?" I chuckled coldly. "For my wife, obviously." She was stunned. "Your wife? Chen Weidong, you're actually married." The truth about my marriage to a female educated youth had actually spread to the Tian family right after we'd broken off the engagement, but Xiaolan always dismissed it as a joke meant to spite them. After all, she knew exactly how much I'd once adored her. There's no way I'd turn around and marry someone else. But now that I admitted it myself, those rumors must have hit home. I laughed coldly. "That's right. The second your family broke off the engagement, I turned around and married a city girl, an educated youth. Tian Xiaolan, don't think so highly of yourself. You thought I couldn't find a wife without you? I've moved on, and you should keep your distance. Just seeing you makes me sick." "You." She never thought I'd speak to her this way. First, she was humiliated by the store clerk, and now here I was stepping all over her pride. Her dignity was being trampled. Hearing the surrounding giggles, her eyes reddened with anger. She stomped her foot and snapped, "Chen Weidong, You're too much today. Even if you get on your knees to apologize, I still won't talk to you again." With that, she stormed out of the general supply store, losing both face and grace. I let out a short laugh. She overestimates herself. Let's be clear, even if I didn't have a wife now, I'd still never look back at someone who tried to put a green hat on me. I'd rather remain single my whole life than stoop so low. After finishing my purchases, I quickly headed to the county hospital. It was already 9 a.m., and I started to wonder, had Lin Wanchio eaten breakfast yet? She's so thin and frail, I couldn't help but worry. Now that she's my wife, it's only right that I take good care of her. In my past life, I doted on someone like Tian Xiaolan who didn't deserve it. Lin Wanchio is 1,000 times better and far more deserving of my care. In the hospital room where my sister-in-law was staying, Lin Wantong was receiving in-4 drip. She was still pale, but looked a bit more energetic than yesterday. The doctor had said she had a lung infection that led to a fever, so apart from medication, she needed physical cooling with a cloth wipe. Wanchio was heating a basin of water, patiently wiping her sister's hands and face. Seeing her busy figure, my gaze softened instantly. "Wanchio." I didn't dare speak too loudly, as there were others in the room. Hearing my voice, she immediately looked at the door. Her eyes lit up, and even she didn't realize it. She had actually been hoping to see me. Upon hearing that familiar wife title, she felt both shy and sweet. "You're here?" I nodded, stepping forward to ask, "How's your sister doing?" "What did the doctor say?" Her face brightened with relief. "The doctor said we brought her in just in time. It was serious, but with proper care, she'll recover. If we'd waited a few more days, it would have been too late. She had 4 fluid all day yesterday and is much better today, just a slight fever left. The doctor told me not to worry too much." I nodded, finally breathing easy. Then she looked at me, filled with gratitude. "Donggu, thank you for getting my sister here in time. Without you, she wouldn't have made it." I pretended to scold her, putting on a stern face. "How many times do I have to remind you? We're husband and wife. Why are you thanking me? Your sister is my sister too. If my sister-in-law is sick, it's only right for me to help." Though I sounded gruff, she was clearly moved by my words. Seeing her emotions, I teased, "If you really want to thank me, how about having lots of babies for me? The Chin family could use a bigger tree." The mention of babies made her face glow red instantly, but she still nodded seriously. Seeing her pure reaction made me chuckle. Girls back in this era really had such a clean and innocent heart. Nothing like the shrewdness of women in later years. I suddenly remembered the things I'd bought and handed them to her. I stopped by the supply store and got a few items. "Both you and your sister need to regain your strength. Here's a bottle of malt milk essence for each of you. These are peach pastries, girls love them, and some white rabbit candy to sweeten things up. Plus, a can of fruit preserves. It's supposed to be good for people who are sick, so give a bit to your sister." She stared at me in shock. "Donggu, why'd you buy so much? That must have cost a lot." Even though we were already married, she was still hesitant to let me spend so much on her. She knew exactly how expensive these items were for an average farming family. But seeing her distressed expression, my heart warmed. It only made me want to give her more, because she knew how to appreciate and consider my efforts, unlike Tian Xiaolan who always took everything for granted. Despite all I gave, she never thought much of it. Trying to reassure her, I said casually, "It's no big deal. You're my wife. Shops and spending money on you, that's natural. Don't forget, your man has money now. It's really no big deal." She clearly didn't believe me. Where would a farmer get such wealth? I had no choice but to lean close and whisper in her ear, "I got lucky. Yesterday, I came across a 3 to 400 pound wild boar while hunting in the mountains. Today, I sold it in the county. So stop worrying. Your man isn't just rich, he's also capable. From now on, I'll make sure you live a good life." When she heard I'd taken down such a big wild boar, her eyes glowed with both gratitude and admiration. That little bit of awe in her gaze really stroked my ego. What man doesn't want his wife to admire him? In my last life, Tian Xiaolan never took me seriously. But in this life, with Lin Wanchio's concern, gratitude, and respect, I knew I'd finally chosen right. Autumn's gaze gave me even more motivation. With this woman by my side, I swore to myself that I'd ensure she'd live a good life. "By the way, I got you this hairpin. Let me know if you like it." I pulled out the butterfly-shaped hairpin I had picked. Her eyes were immediately drawn to it. Even though it wasn't as fancy as the ones sold at the big department stores in the capital, I had chosen it carefully. She smiled and said she would like it no matter what. "I like it. But, Dong, this probably wasn't cheap. You shouldn't have spent so much." "Expensive? Don't worry about it. I didn't even get you a wedding gift. Let's count this as a start. Once I have more money, I'll buy you plenty." It sounded like a promise, and it warmed her heart. Then I pulled out a wild chicken. I also brought a chicken. "We'll have the cook in the cafeteria make some soup so you and your sister can get some nourishment." After saying that, I headed to the cafeteria and paid 50 cents for the cook to prepare the soup. The chef happily started working on it. While the soup was being made, I returned to the hospital room to keep Lin Wanchio company. Thinking about how hard it was for her to look after her younger sister all alone, I handed some wrapped candies to the families in the neighboring beds and asked them to help keep an eye on things. Pleased with the small gift, they readily agreed. She noticed how thoughtfully I had arranged everything and felt deeply moved in her heart. Back when her family was doing well, her parents had taken care of everything. But after their downfall, she, a delicate young woman, had to take her sister to the countryside, enduring everything on her own. Now, finally, there was someone who took care of her matters like her parents once did, someone on whom she could rely. Once the chicken soup was ready, I brought it back and told the sisters to drink as much as they could. Her younger sister, Lin Wantong, wasn't accustomed to me yet. It was clear from her timid and reserved demeanor. I'd heard from Wanchio that her sister used to be a lively and cheerful girl, but the family troubles had hit her hard, and life in the countryside had worn her down, making her shy and quiet. Wanchio understood and felt for her sister. But with her now married to me, she believed things would slowly get better. Seeing me only urging her and her sister to eat, Wanchio said, "Dong, you should have some too. There's plenty of soup and meat, and Wantong won't be able to finish it all." I knew she was looking out for me, and my heart warmed. If there's too much, just reheat it for dinner. No need to worry about your man. I had rabbit yesterday, and tonight I'll cook some ribs. Your sister needs to recover, so make sure she eats plenty. Realizing I caught on to her concern for me, her cheeks turned rosy, and she looked slightly embarrassed. After making sure the two sisters were fed, I prepared to leave. Before heading off, I handed Wanchio 100 yuan and some supply coupons. Take this. If the hospital asks for more medical fees, just pay it. When I'm not here, buy whatever you and your sister need to eat. Don't hold back to save money for me, all right? Though she felt reluctant to accept, she ultimately took the money, worrying that they might not have enough for additional deposits later. Once out of the hospital, I found a quiet spot to retrieve my bike from the private space in my villa. I pedaled all the way back to the Red Flag production team and made sure to put the bike away before I got to the village. When I got home, the Chin family hadn't left for work yet. Seeing me return, they immediately surrounded me, full of curiosity about how my trip to town had gone, whether everything had gone smoothly, and if anyone had noticed me. Meeting their concerned faces, I smiled and said, "Everything went perfectly. I sold the entire wild boar. They wouldn't take the bones or organs, but the meat weighed 220 pounds and sold for 70 cents a pound. That's a total of 154 yuan." Hearing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief and cheered at the earnings. You have to understand, for families like ours in rural areas, working hard all year might only earn us a few dozen yuan to split. But I'd gone into the hills and earned several years' worth of income with just one wild boar. I pulled out the items I had bought and told my family, Dad, Mom, and third sister, I bought some malted milk for you. Have some to help build up your nutrition, especially you too, Dad and Mom. As you grow older, it's even more important. I also got some peach biscuits and egg cakes. Have a taste. Looking at these precious goods, my parents were both touched and heartbroken, thinking about how much I must have spent. Life in the countryside made people thrifty. They rarely splurged on purchases like these. My mom whispered near my ear, "Why'd you buy all this? Your dad and I are in great health. We don't need special food. This time we'll let it pass, but don't do this again next time." I knew she was just distressed about the money I spent. Ultimately, it boiled down to our family's poverty. If we had money to spare, she wouldn't have fretted over these things. It seemed that changing her mindset meant I had to seriously improve our financial situation. I grinned and reassured her, "Mom, don't worry about it. Your son is capable now. I can earn a lot more money moving forward. You and Dad should eat and drink as you like. Take care of your health so that you'll have the energy to help me look after kids." Wanchio and I already discussed, we're going to have a bunch of them. In my past life, the child I raised wasn't even biologically mine. That regret had stayed with me. So in this life, I was determined to have multiple children of my own. Hearing that, Mom instantly perked up. "Go ahead and have as many as you want. Mom will take care of them all." "Exactly, Mom. So you need to nourish yourself now. If your health isn't good, how will you take care of grandchildren?" My third sister, Chun Hongyan, chimed in playfully. "Mom, little brother is right. You really should focus on your health." As the daughter, my third sister was always more attentive to our parents. Despite what they said about being strong, she understood that they were aging and their health was declining bit by bit. To save up for my wedding, they worked long hours doing heavy labor to earn additional work points, and lacking proper nutrition only made matters worse. Now with the malted milk and other treats, their health could finally take a turn for the better. In the past, my third sister thought I was a bit immature, even childish at times. But in the past couple of days, she could clearly see the change in me. I'd become thoughtful, filial, and considerate. It was reassuring to her. With her younger brother truly stepping up, Not only could our parents enjoy a better life, but she wouldn't have to shoulder so much worry anymore. At this point, Mom forgot about her earlier complaints, no longer distressed by the expense. After putting everything away, I took some spare ribs, packed them neatly in a basket, and covered them with a white cloth to take to my uncle and third uncle's households. The leftover ribs might not be as desirable as the meat, but it was still something good. We couldn't possibly finish all of it ourselves, so sharing with them felt right. Both my uncles had always been helpful to us, so we often helped each other in turn. First, I headed to my eldest uncle, Chen Dajiang's house. Upon seeing me, he asked if my trip to town went well. When I assured him that everything went smoothly, he finally relaxed. I told him about selling the meat and offered him some ribs. Additionally, I took out 30 yuan and handed it to him. Uncle was taken aback, clearly confused. "Wait on, what's this for?" I smiled and, "Here's the explanation. Uncle, I shot a wild boar this time and sold it for a good price. But it was only possible because you lent me your hunting rifle and my two cousins helped me carry it down the mountain. Most importantly, you helped me out and made things easier. Now that I've earned quite a bit of money, I'm keeping the majority, but I can't forget to share a little with you all. These 30 bucks are for you. I fully understand that even among relatives, it's important to give and take, not just take. Uncle has been really good to me, but I can't take his kindness for granted. Maybe Uncle wouldn't mind, but what about his wife? And my cousins' wives? When people help you, it's only proper to show some appreciation. Relationships are lasting only when there's respect and reciprocity." Uncle was touched, but refused to keep the money. He handed it back, saying, "Why are you being so formal with your uncle? We just lent a hand. The boar, you shot it yourself. The meat, you hauled it all the way to town to sell on your own. The money rightfully belongs to you. Besides, you just got married and still have debts to pay." I didn't take the money back. With a serious tone, I said, "Uncle, I still have more than 100 left for myself, and it's plenty to pay off the debt. You should keep this money. Otherwise, I'll feel awkward asking for your help in the future. I'll probably need to borrow your rifle again someday. Anyway, I need to head to Uncle Hai's place now. I'll get going first." Before he could respond, I sprinted out of the yard. Uncle watched me run off like a hare and laughed, shaking his head. He knew that I genuinely meant to give him the money, and refusing to take it might actually upset me. So he kept the 3 10 yuan bills, went inside, and told his family about it. Truth is, Uncle wasn't oblivious. He understood this gesture completely. While he himself might not expect anything in return, his family members could feel differently. That 30 bucks wasn't just for him. It smoothed things over with the rest of his household. Sure enough, Auntie Li Guixiang praised me for being thoughtful, and my cousins' wives also complimented me for knowing how to handle things properly. Seeing his wife and daughters-in-law happy, Uncle had to admit I'd grown more thoughtful and mature since getting married. After that, I went over to Uncle Hai's place and brought along some pork ribs. His family was delighted to receive them. Whether for soup or stews, ribs always make a meal better. It's a busy farming season, after all, and having some meat helps keep everyone energized. With everything delivered, I headed back home. Shortly after, my parents and third sister were about to head out for work. Thinking I had nothing else to do that afternoon, I thought about tagging along to help. But Mom, concerned that I'd been up since 4 a.m. delivering goods to town and back, refused to let me wear myself out further. As much as I didn't feel tired, facing Mom's stern expression, I had no choice but to listen. No matter how successful I might be in the world later, in front of Mom, I'll always be the obedient son. So, I headed to the house attached to our property, took a warm bath, and got a good nap in. When I woke up, refreshed, it was already getting late, so I began preparing dinner. There were still quite a few ribs left at home, so I cleaned them up and put them in a pot to stew. Then I peeled some yam and added it. Yam and pork rib soup isn't just delicious. Yam is also good for the digestion and the stomach. Besides the ribs, there were also some pig intestines left. Back in these days, people didn't generally like eating intestines. Pig intestines tend to be dirty and smelly, and you can't make them taste good without proper seasoning. But I personally love them. With careful cleaning and the right spices, they turn out amazing. With some free time on my hands, I started cleaning the intestines. Flipping them inside out and rinsing them with water, I thoroughly scrubbed them with flour until they were as clean as could be. Luckily, my parents hadn't left yet, so I was the only one at the house. If they had seen me using flour to clean pig intestines, they would have scolded me for being wasteful. Flour is a luxury, and in these times, many families struggle to have enough to eat. To my parents, using fine flour to clean something like intestines would definitely seem over the top. After cleaning the intestines, I got started on prepping the ingredients. Although rural households don't have too many seasonings on hand, we do grow plenty of ginger, garlic, and onions in our garden. Plus, I had bought some spices earlier at the co-op store, so this was a great chance to put them to use. Once the wok was hot, I stir-fried the intestines with garlic, ginger, and onion. added seasoning, and later tossed in some chili peppers and more onions. Soon, there wasn't the slightest smell left, just an aroma so good it made my stomach growl. Honestly, I tried all kinds of fancy delicacies before I came back to this lifetime, so I didn't think much of food nowadays. But my current body, used to lacking nutrients, couldn't help but crave it. Once I pushed down the urge to sneak bites, I also cooked a simple stir-fried water spinach and brought the yam rib soup to a boil. Dinner looked pretty good. For the main dish, I decided to cook mixed grain rice instead of plain white rice. Sure, I could eat white rice every meal if I wanted to. After all, I had my little stash of food in the attached house. But if I started using it so liberally, Mom would scold me for wasting resources. Until we truly became well off, it was better to live frugally and keep her happy. Dinner was ready just as the family returned from work, exhausted. I quickly brought the dishes to the table and called them over after they washed up. The family couldn't help but feel that life recently was noticeably different from before. Coming home from work used to mean that Mom and my third sister still had to head into the kitchen to prepare food. But now, meals were hot and ready as soon as they walked in the door. Life felt just a little more comfortable. The most pleased were, of course, Mom and Dad. Having a son who's diligent and filial is every parent's dream. Dad picked up a bowl of rib soup, slurped a mouthful, and sighed with satisfaction. After a hard day's labor, a warm, flavorful soup really hits the spot. My third sister, on the other hand, eyed the plate of pig intestines curiously. Wait on, what's this? It looks kind of strange. Pig intestines hadn't really been served at home before, so her confusion was understandable. I grinned. Sis, it's pig intestines. She froze, then physically recoiled with a gagging motion. Wrinkling her nose, she exclaimed, "Pig intestines are so gross and smelly. Why would you even bring these home to eat?" I chuckled. Sis, does it still smell bad to you now? Now that I'd pointed it out, she finally realized that the intestines didn't have even the faintest odor. Oh, you're right. It doesn't smell at all. That's weird. Feeling a bit proud, I said. Of course. I cleaned and cooked it myself. Trust me, even smelly things can turn into something delicious if I make it. Go ahead, give it a try. I guarantee it's tastier than meat. But my sister couldn't shake the memory of how bad intestines could smell and waved me off. No thanks. You guys eat it. I can't. Dad wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of intestines either, but since I'd gone to the trouble of preparing it myself, it'd be wrong to dismiss my efforts without even trying. Steeling himself, he reluctantly picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth like he was bracing for the worst. To his surprise, the flavor was amazing. His eyes widened as he stared at me. Wait on, this is really pig intestines. As I nodded, he shook his head in disbelief. How can it taste this good? My goodness, this is better than meat. With wide eyes, the more they ate, the more addicted they became. After swallowing one piece, they immediately grabbed the second. Mom noticed Dad devouring the food ravenously and praising it endlessly. Although skeptical at first, she decided to try a piece too. Assuming Dad was just complimenting their son's cooking out of support, she took a hesitant bite. But to her surprise, it wasn't stinky at all. In fact, it was delicious. Mom was hooked. The two of them started fighting over the dish, fearing the other might finish it off entirely. My third sister was initially hesitant to try it, but when she saw how eagerly Mom and Dad were eating, her curiosity got the better of her. She took a bite and immediately understood why they were competing for it. She couldn't believe her little brother, who had never cooked before, had such amazing skills. Even pig intestines, which most people didn't want, had turned into a gourmet delicacy. Before long, she joined the battle for the food. The large plate of pig intestines was polished off in no time by the three of them. After they were full, I went to rest. The next day, as usual, I didn't head to the fields for work, but got ready to head into the mountains again, hoping for some good luck. This time, although Dad still worried about my safety, he didn't try to stop me, mostly because he knew I was capable of protecting myself now. Of course, that didn't stop him from reminding me repeatedly, "It's okay if you don't catch anything, but whatever you do, don't take unnecessary risks." I smiled and answered cheerfully, "Got it, Dad. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Only then did he feel somewhat reassured. If it weren't for the fact that I'd become so much calmer and more reliable these past 2 days, unlike my reckless self from before, he would never have let me go up into the mountains alone. I borrowed a hunting rifle from my uncle again. I figured that after a few more hunts, I'd save enough money to buy my own so I wouldn't have to keep borrowing my cousin's. Fortunately, during this era, hunting rifles weren't heavily regulated. If it were modern times, private gun ownership would have been entirely out of the question. Carrying the rifle, I ventured into the mountains. Last time, I had been lucky to encounter a wild boar, but hunting ultimately relies on chance. A good day brings rewards. A bad day could leave you empty-handed. I went in with a calm attitude. After all, making money didn't solely depend on hunting. My golden cheat ability, gifted to me by fate, was my real ticket to thriving in this second life. After walking for a while, I unexpectedly stumbled across a wild ginseng plant. Though not as valuable as cultivated ginseng or lingzhi mushrooms, it was still considered a rare medicinal herb and could fetch 10 to 20 bucks at the market. However, I didn't plan to sell it. Instead, I decided to keep it for myself and use it to brew medicinal wine with some liquor I'd buy later. Wild ginseng wine is great for one's health, and I wanted Dad to live a healthy and long life this time around. Unlike in my previous life, where he passed too soon, before enjoying any real comfort. Just as I finished digging up the ginseng and placing it in my basket, I suddenly heard panicked cries from deeper in the mountains. Help! Someone help! Ah, save us! I instantly became alert. In the mountains, shouting for help usually meant someone had encountered a wild animal. The distressed individuals, whether they were from our Red Flag Production Brigade or a neighboring one, were likely here to gather firewood, collect mountain goods, or cut grass for animal feed. Regardless of who they were, I felt compelled to step in and help if I could. I quickly followed the direction of the cries and arrived at the scene. There, I saw an elderly man, a middle-aged couple, and a young man fleeing for their lives. Chasing after them were 4 massive wild boars. Wild boars are ferocious, and these people wouldn't stand a chance if the animals caught up. It would be certain death. Looking at them, I felt they seemed somewhat familiar. Memories from my past life suddenly surfaced. This was a family that had been sent down to work at our Red Flag Production Brigade. Like Lin Wanchio's parents, they used to be high-ranking officials before being sent to the countryside. Based on my memories from my previous life, they hadn't managed to survive until their eventual rehabilitation. The elderly man had been killed in a wild boar attack. The middle-aged couple succumbed to injuries within a year, and the young man reportedly suffered mental trauma that left him unstable. If my memory was accurate, this was the exact attack where the tragedy unfolded. Seeing the wild boars drawing closer, I immediately raised the rifle, aimed at the lead boar, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck its head with pinpoint accuracy, and the boar collapsed on the spot. The sound of the gunshot caused the family to realize someone was there to save them. In their previously hopeless hearts, a glimmer of hope was ignited. I didn't stop. I quickly aimed at the second boar and fired again. Another clean headshot. My shooting left the fleeing family absolutely stunned. Even military snipers probably couldn't be this precise. No doubt they were wondering, who is this kid, and how's he so skilled? With 2 boars already down, the remaining 2 seemed to sense the danger and turned to flee. But there was no way I'd let them escape. Each boar weighed at least 300 pounds, rich with fat. Letting them go would be such a waste. If I could bring them down the mountain, they'd sell for a good amount of money. Luckily, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun my bullets. A few more shots later, all 4 wild boars were on the ground. Staring at the scene before me, I couldn't suppress the surge of excitement within me. This was a massive win. What a lucky day. Truth be told, I hadn't felt this thrilled in a long time. In my past life, after my business took off, earning money had gradually lost its excitement. Yet, in this second life, taking down a few wild boars was enough to make me feel ecstatic. The family, seeing that the danger was over, finally relaxed. With the adrenaline dissipating, their legs gave out, and they all slumped to the ground in exhaustion. I approached them and asked with concern, "Are you all okay? Are any of you hurt?" The middle-aged man frantically shook his head. No, we're fine. Thanks to you arriving just in time. Comrade, we're truly grateful. We wouldn't have made it without you." His wife chimed in to thank me as well. Once I confirmed they weren't injured, I felt relieved and waved off their thanks. No need to thank me. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. At that moment, the younger man looked at me and asked, "You're the production brigade leader's nephew, Chen Weidong, right?" I was taken aback. "You know me?" He nodded. "Yeah, I've seen you around while working with the brigade." His name was Fu Mingbo. His family had been sent down here, so it wasn't surprising that he recognized me since they'd crossed paths with people from our production brigade. The rest of the Fu family hadn't expected their savior to be the brigade leader's nephew. Looking at the 4 wild boars on the ground, I quickly did the math in my head. There was no way I could keep this under wraps if I hauled them back down. Half would have to be handed over to the brigade. Still, even after sharing, my family would end up with 2 boars. Each one weighed over 300 pounds and could sell for several hundred yuan. That was more than good enough for me. Sometimes, you can't be too greedy. Sharing the bounty would be the right thing to do. I turned to Fu Mingbo and said, "Would you mind heading back down to notify my uncle? Ask him to bring some people to carry the boars back." Truthfully, I could have gone myself, but I worried that if I left the Fu family behind to guard the boars, another wild animal might appear, and they'd be defenseless. It felt safer to have him run the errand while I stayed behind to watch over everyone. Without hesitation, Fu Mingbo agreed. "Of course, I'll go right away. Please keep an eye on my grandpa and parents while I'm gone." Shaken to his core, his legs nearly gave out. It was the perfect excuse to take a break. "It's all right, you've got me here," I said. Having witnessed my skills firsthand, he felt reassured, leaving his family in my care. Without hesitation, he turned and headed down the mountain. An hour later, he returned leading the production team of Hongqi Brigade. At the front of the group was my eldest uncle, Chen Dajiang. My uncle had received word that I had single-handedly taken down 4 wild boars and found it hard to believe. However, remembering that I had already managed to kill a boar on my first trip up the mountain, he thought it wasn't entirely unreasonable. When he arrived and saw 4 enormous wild boars lying on the ground, the team was first stunned, then jubilant. According to brigade rules, I had to hand over half of the kill, which meant 2 boars. That was more than enough meat to be distributed to every household, with each family getting a few pounds. The team members, who barely got to eat meat throughout the year, especially during the busiest farming season, were ecstatic at the thought of having wild boar meat for once. Without even needing instructions from my uncle, the group enthusiastically began carrying the boars down the mountain. At this point, there wasn't much for me to do, so I simply followed along. Walking beside me, my uncle gave me a big thumbs up and exclaimed, "Wei Dong, I never imagined you'd be this capable. 4 wild boars in one go. Your shooting skills are incredible." I responded humbly with a smile. "It's all thanks to my older cousin's teaching." He snorted, "Your cousin doesn't have skills like that. This ain't about his teaching. You're just naturally gifted, kid." Of course, my uncle didn't know that I was reborn and that my shooting had been honed over my previous lifetime. I didn't dare to refute him, though. After his praise, my uncle sighed in relief and said, "Good thing you went up the mountain today. If something had happened to that family from the Fu clan in our brigade, it would have been impossible for me as the brigade leader to explain myself." His words reminded me of my past life. In that timeline, after the Fu family faced their tragedy, my uncle had indeed been called in by the commune and criticized for it. Within the following year, he was dismissed from his position due to a small error in his work. Thinking back, it's highly likely that it was connected to the Fu family's fallout. Although the Fu family had been relegated to a tough life in the countryside, they still had connections behind the scenes. Someone must have been watching them all along. My uncle failing to ensure their safety likely stirred some backlash from those supporting the fuss. But now, in this lifetime, I had managed to alter the Fu family's fate. There was a chance that my intervention would spare my uncle his dismissal. Leaning close to his ear, I quietly advised, "Uncle, remember, even when a camel is skinny, it's still bigger than a horse. The Fu family may be struggling now, but they could turn their fortunes around someday. Don't be too harsh on them, and help them where you can. If they do regain power, they might not thank you, but at least they won't hold a grudge." Since I knew they'd be vindicated within a couple of years, it only made sense to form ties of goodwill now. My uncle nodded, thoughtful but open-minded as always. "All right, got it. I'll keep that in mind." Grinning, I added, "That's why I admire your perspective, uncle." I meant it sincerely. If he were the stubborn type, my warning would have fallen on deaf ears. He chuckled with mock irritation. "Listen to this kid. Already capable enough to think he can give his uncle pointers now, huh?" "Hee hee, I wouldn't dare. Just offering a suggestion," I quipped. With that, we fell back into lighthearted banter and caught up to the rest of the team. Although the wild boars were heavy, nobody uttered a word of complaint. They heaved them down the mountain with all their might, driven by the promise of a good meal. Back in the brigade, those who had stayed behind didn't quite believe the story of how I had taken down 4 boars on my own, at least, not at first. But when the carcasses were brought out, the truth became undeniable. Overnight, I went from being overlooked and underestimated to being hailed as the pride of the brigade. My parents, Chun Dai and Zhang Shufan, became instant celebrities among the others, as everyone praised them for raising such a remarkable son. "He killed 4 wild boars all on his own. The whole brigade is benefiting from his success," they exclaimed. Hearing this, my parents couldn't hide their pride and happiness. It was a stark contrast to how everyone used to mock them for spoiling me and raising me to be useless. Now, the same people were changing their tune. While they were beaming with pride, they still couldn't quite wrap their heads around my sudden transformation. 2 of the boars were handed over to the brigade, leaving us with the other 2, plenty for our family. They were amazed at how I had made good on my promise from earlier to bring home riches and improve their quality of life. My uncle took charge of organizing the butchering and distribution of the meat. The team members were eager and content even to help process the 2 boars I wasn't obligated to contribute. After all, my skills had directly benefited them that day. With so many hands pitching in, all 4 boars were carved up and dealt with in under an hour. Generously, the team members even delivered our share of the meat directly to our house. The rest was distributed according to household size, ensuring that every family got enough for a proper meal or 2. We headed home, overjoyed, carrying our share of the bounty. It wasn't until we returned that my dad finally remembered to praise me. As mature as I might be mentally, I couldn't help but feel a little elated hearing those words of affirmation. In my past life, by the time I had achieved great success, my father had long since passed away. Now, I had the chance to make him proud while he was still here. It felt good. Looking at all the meat we had, I decided to send some to my eldest and second eldest sister's families. Both of them had shown me so much love and care over the years. It was time to return the favor. In my previous life, they had each brought back 50 yuan from their marital homes to help me out of debt, only to be scolded as traitors by their in-laws. They suffered a lifetime of mistreatment because of me. This time, things would be different. I intended to become their rock. After all, a woman standing in her marital family often depended on how strong her natal family was. By ensuring that my sisters had tangible support from their side of the family, I could help bolster the respect they received in their marriages. When I shared my plan with my parents, they were all for it. In fact, they had already thought about sending some meat to my sisters. We had more than enough. After accounting for the skin, bones, and innards, 2 boars still left us with over 500 pounds of meat. Sharing a bit with my sisters was more than doable. Although my parents were somewhat traditional and favored sons, they had never disregarded my sisters as less important. They wanted all of their children to live good lives. My mother added, "Wait on, take it easy and eat lunch first before heading over. There's no rush." It was already noon, and the brigade had delayed lunch to finish processing the wild boars. Now, everyone was finally heading home to cook their portions. The mention of food made my stomach growl. "Now that you bring it up, Mom, I'm starving over here." After spending so much effort hunting and hauling, it was no wonder. My mother called my third sister into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Today was a celebration-worthy day, and she wasn't about to skimp on the meal. She brought out some noodles and even added 2 eggs just for me. We sat around the table and enjoyed a hearty, joyous meal together. After we ate, I was carrying 2 big slabs of meat and decided to head to my second sister's place first. She got married to someone in the neighboring village, about a 30-minute walk away. Unexpectedly, on the road, I ran into someone from my previous life, my ex-brother-in-law, Tian Xiaolan's younger brother, Tian Yaozu. He was squatting with a group of small-time delinquents under a big tree bragging about something. To get to my second sister's house, I had to pass through the Tian family's team, so I bumped into them. In my previous life, whenever I saw my brother-in-law, I'd go running up eagerly to greet him with a big smile. I wasn't just nice to Tian Xiaolan back then. I went out of my way to treat every member of her family with respect and devotion. But this time around, I had no intention of marrying Tian Xiaolan. I had no reason to suck up to the Tian family anymore. I acted like I didn't see him, my gaze brushing past him without pause. However, the meat in my hands clearly caught Tian Yaozu's attention. His eyes were glued to it like glue. The Tian family was just as rural as us. They didn't get to eat meat often, maybe just a few times a year. He stared at the 2 slabs of meat in my hands like a starving dog. His little group of misfit friends noticed too. One of them let out a loud whistle and teased, "Hey, Yaozu, isn't that your brother-in-law? He has 2 huge slabs of meat there. Must be heading to your place. You're one lucky guy, about to feast tonight." Another chimed in, "Wait, didn't your sister and him break off the engagement? Maybe the meat isn't for your family." If that's the case, then Yaozu got a raw deal. If the wedding was still on, it'd only be fair for the brother-in-law to share a bite of meat, right? Tian Yaozu chuckled, clearly unfazed. "So what if they broke off the engagement? That meat's definitely still meant for my family. Chen Weidong is just like a dog to my sister. He's probably regretting the breakup like mad and brought the meat over to win her back." He strutted over to me without hesitation, reaching out to grab the meat without so much as asking. I quickly stepped back a few paces, my face turning cold. "What do you think you're doing? Trying to rob me?" Tian Yaozu froze, clearly not expecting that response. The meat wasn't for his family, and, more importantly, I, who had always been so accommodating to him before, dared to talk to him like that? His temper flared instantly. "Chen Weidong, who do you think you're talking to? Robbery? The meat in your hands is obviously meant for my family. If I'm willing to take it, I'm doing you a favor." I couldn't help but laugh in anger. The Tian siblings really were cut from the same cloth, with their delusional sense of self-importance. I was just passing through their territory, and somehow he convinced himself I was bringing meat for their family. "Tian Yaozu, you need to stop flattering yourself. Did I ever say this meat was for your family? Your sister and I are no longer engaged, so why would your family have any claim to my meat?" He clearly hadn't realized his misunderstanding, but embarrassed in front of his little gang, and with the fact that he just couldn't resist his own greed, he wasn't willing to let it go. He spit out a taunting response. "Chen Weidong, you've got guts. Just wait. I'll tell my sister exactly what you just said to me. Don't even dream about her taking you back." He thought I was still the same simpering fool from before, obsessed with his sister to the point of regret. To him, Tian Xiaolan was the prettiest girl for miles. Surely, I'd crawl back to her eventually. I stared at him like he was an idiot. Tian Yaozu, has your family failed to get the memo? After breaking off the engagement with Tian Xiaolan, I turned around and married a woman who's leagues better than her in every way. Someone who's a full 800 times more impressive. Do you really think I'm holding my breath for your sister to come running back? To me, she's disgusting, not even worth a second glance. As for you, you're a grown man who acts like a whiny brat, running to tattle the second something doesn't go your way. Pathetic. In my past life, I'd spent far too much time cleaning up after this punk. Just looking at him made me mad now. In this life, without me around to pick up the pieces, I couldn't wait to see how the Tian family would handle his messes. Humiliated by my harsh words, unable to get the meat, Tian Yaozu was beyond furious. He lunged at me, fists raised. All right, Shen Weidong, looks like you're asking for it. I'll teach you a lesson. I sure wasn't about to stand there and take it. Before he could get close, I kicked him square in the stomach, sending him sprawling onto the ground. He landed hard and curled up in pain, unable to get back on his feet. I stepped closer, planting a foot on his chest. Listen up, Tian Yaozu. I'm no longer your brother-in-law, and I have no reason to hold back with you anymore. If you see me in the future, you'd better walk the other way. Otherwise, I'll beat you down every time, no exceptions. He was shaking with both pain and fury, clearly filled with resentment, but too scared to lash out. He didn't even dare make another threat. Leaving him there, I continued on my way to my second sister's house, carrying my meat. After I was long gone, his little gang finally found the courage to approach and help him up. They'd all stood frozen while I was teaching him a lesson, probably afraid of me because I'm a big guy. And, let's face it, they weren't actually loyal enough to put themselves on the line for Tian Yaozu. They were just fair-weather drinking buddies, after all. Tian Yaozu limped home, battered and humiliated. He was furious about getting beaten up, but losing face in front of his friends stung even more. He couldn't bear to be around them any longer, so he made a hasty retreat. The moment he got home, his mother, Wang Cuihua, noticed his sour expression and rushed to his side, alarmed. What happened? Who did this to you? Wang Cuihua absolutely doted on her only son beyond reason. Fuming, Tian Yaozu described how I had beaten him up and refused to give him the meat. Her expression darkened, and she immediately called for Tian Xiaolan. Xiaolan, you need to go find Shen Weidong and make him bring us some meat and apologize to your brother. What right does he have to treat him like that? In the past, Tian Xiaolan might have actually gone along with it. But things were different now. I'd already moved on and gotten married. I didn't even have the slightest bit of affection for her anymore. If she dared come to me for meat or an apology, there was no chance I'd entertain it. Twisting the fabric of her sleeves nervously, Tian Xiaolan admitted, Mom, I can't do that. He wouldn't listen to me now. He's really married someone else, one of the educated youth from our brigade, someone who came from the city. He's not part of our family anymore. Why would he do what I say? After coming back from the county, she'd looked into it herself. It was true. Everything about my remarriage was real. Strangely, even though she'd once been eager to call off our engagement so she could be with Wang Xianyu, hearing that I had truly married someone else made her feel a little uncomfortable, like she had lost something of hers. Wang Cuihua's anger deflated on the spot. In the past, their family had been able to boss me around because I'd been eager to marry into the Tian family and valued Tian Xiaolan. But now that they had nothing to hold over me, I simply wasn't the same person in their lives anymore. If I still cared about them, I wouldn't have struck Tian Yaozu today. Still, Wang Cuihua refused to give up. She turned on Tian Xiaolan in frustration, snapping, You stupid girl. This all started because you claimed to be sweet on that Wang know-it-all. If not for you, we wouldn't have asked for a higher bride price. We wouldn't have had the engagement broken, and your brother wouldn't have been beaten today. If you hadn't messed things up, we'd even have meat on the table right now. Your brother wants meat. Go find that Wang city boy and make him buy us a few pounds. He's from the capital, right? He should be able to afford it. Tian Yaozu chimed in immediately, fanning the flames. Yes, sis. If you'd married Chen Weidong, I'd have eaten meat for sure today. Now I'm bruised up and meatless, and it's all your fault. Go ask Wang Jiqing for some meat. I need compensation. Tian Xiaolan hesitated. Mom, Yaozu, isn't this too much for me? Wang Jiqing is already struggling with life in the countryside. How could I go and ask him to buy me meat? Wang Cuihua let out a dissatisfied snort. Stupid girl, you're not even married to him yet, and already taking pity on him? All those years raising you were for nothing. Instead of caring for your brother, you feel bad for some outsider. It's because of you that your brother didn't get to eat meat. Him compensating us is only fair. Go ask right now. No meat, no dinner for you tonight. With that, she shoved Tian Xiaolan out of the house. Although Xiaolan found it difficult, being pushed out left her no choice but to bite the bullet and head to find Wang Xianyu. Meanwhile, from my spot, I walked another 10 minutes before I arrived at my second sister's house. My second sister married into the neighboring village, into a typical rural family. My brother-in-law is the second son in his family, considered the pushover type in countryside culture, less important than the oldest and youngest brothers. He's not bad as a person, just weak in character, having been overlooked and neglected since childhood. The more he was ignored, the more obedient and dutiful he became, but also unable to protect his wife or kids. In my past life, my second sister, Chun Hongmei, once took 50 yuan from her in-laws to help pay off a debt for our family. Her in-laws labeled her a family leech after that and treated her terribly. It wasn't until years later, when I became successful, that her life improved. I gave her a lot of money and got her husband and her steady jobs. Once our family had some backing, her position within her in-laws naturally improved. But my success took years. During that time, my second sister endured a lot of suffering. This time around, I won't let her go through that again. When my second sister, Chun Hongmei, saw me, she ran out of the courtyard, delighted. Wait on, what brings you here? Inside the house, my brother-in-law's eldest sister-in-law, Yang Salon, overheard and sarcastically said to their mother-in-law, Old Lady Lu, Mom, the second daughter-in-law's brother is here. Think he's here to borrow money? People don't show up for no reason, and I heard his wedding cost a lot in bride price. Probably here to ask for a loan. Old Lady Lu's temper flared immediately. She wouldn't dare. If she dares to use our Lu family's money to support her family, I'll break her legs. She made absolutely no attempt to hide her words, ensuring that Chun Hongmei could hear them loud and clear. Standing in the courtyard, my sister and I caught every word as well. Chun Hongmei looked at me with worry, afraid I'd be upset. To be fair, she probably assumed I really was here for money. After all, I'm her only brother, and in her eyes, helping her little brother should be natural. But I wasn't angry. Instead, I raised my voice on purpose. Second sister, I didn't come here to borrow money. I came to bring you meat. I went into the mountains today and hunted 4 wild boars. I gave 2 to the commune, but there's still 2 left at home. I figured I'd bring 5 pounds for you and 5 for our older sister. You and my brother-in-law can have some to help keep up your strength with all this farm work. As I spoke, I handed her the bundle of meat I was carrying. Chun Hongmei's eyes widened in shock. She'd been so focused on me earlier that she hadn't noticed the huge chunks of meat I was carrying. In these days, let alone 5 pounds, even a couple ounces of meat was a luxury for rural families. She'd always been the one trying to get items to send home to our mother, never imagining the day would come when her younger brother would bring her such a gift. Doubtful, she pinched the palm of her hand. The sharp pain confirmed she wasn't dreaming. Still in disbelief, she froze, so I directly shoved the meat into her hands. Second sister, what are you standing there for? Take it inside. That finally snapped her out of it. Inside, Old Lady Lu and Yang Zuolan overheard our conversation. Both of them came out, startled. Chen's little brother didn't come to mooch. He came bringing meat? Old Lady Lu was the first to rush out, her face immediately softening when she saw the slab of meat in my sister's hands. To villagers, meat was the most precious thing. Before, she had always looked down on Chun Hongmei. One reason was that she married the least favored son. The other was her poor family background. Her family was from Hongqi Commune, the poorest around, with only me as the sole male heir. Old Lady Lu had assumed Hongmei would be constantly siphoning resources to send back home. Who knew the Chen family would end up giving meat instead? Yang Solon followed, her expression alternating between blue and white. It looked as if someone had slapped her right in the face after the remarks she'd made earlier. Thick-skinned as Old Lady Lu was, she ignored her earlier stance and smiled as she approached me. Nephew, you've had such a long journey. Thirsty? Come inside and have some water. I didn't even acknowledge her, brushing her off with a cool response. Auntie, no need. I'm just here to drop off the meat for my sister. I wouldn't want people thinking I'm here to borrow money. The jab left Old Lady Lu frozen, her fake smile collapsing as she struggled to find the words to respond. Turning to Chun Hongmei, I said, Second sister, I need to go to the commune next to bring some meat to our older sister. Don't feel bad about eating it. You've got a brother who hunts now, so our family will never go without meat again. Next time I catch something, I'll deliver it to you too. I said that part loud enough for Old Lady Lu to overhear. From my past life, I knew she was a shallow, opportunistic woman who doted on her eldest daughter-in-law not just because she favored her oldest son, but also because Yang Solon's family was well off. Her brother worked at the commune office and earned government wages. Back then, a strong maiden family's support directly determined a woman's status within her in-laws. My second sister suffered so much in her previous life because our family lacked the means to back her up. But this time, things were different. I was going to be her strength, giving her the confidence to stand tall in her new home. Seeing me stand up for her, tears welled up in Hongmei's eyes. In the past, it was always her trying to support me. She hadn't expected that one day, her little brother would grow up and fight for her instead. Her heart was both heavy and warm. Carrying the other meat bundle, I headed off toward the commune. The man favored her, so he sent a matchmaker to propose. Once her parents saw he was with the commune and had good conditions, they agreed. On my eldest sister's wedding day, many villagers envied her fortune, marrying into the commune. But I knew my sister's happiness wouldn't last long. At first, her husband treated her decently, but over time, he grew indifferent. Her in-laws' attitude toward her completely depended on their son. When a man doesn't value or stand up for you, his parents naturally won't treat you well either. On top of that, my sister was from the countryside, already looked down upon. After marrying, she gave birth to 2 daughters in a row, with no sons, and became even more despised. In that past life, around this time, my sister was pregnant with her 3rd child. However, she had a miscarriage. The baby was born prematurely, and my sister injured her body, leaving her unable to give birth again. Her husband then found a widow to bear him a son, but lied to my sister, claiming the child was adopted, leaving my sister to care for him, as if he were her own. Life was already hard. Yet she even scrounged up 50 yuan to help our family pay off its debts. Imagine how much humiliation she must have endured on top of everything. This time around, I won't let those tragedies repeat. Relying on memories, I located my sister's home. Reaching the courtyard gate, I didn't expect to see my sister with a big pregnant belly, bent over washing clothes, while my eldest niece was busy sweeping the yard. Just then, her sister-in-law came out holding a pile of laundry, tossing it straight into the basin. "Sister-in-law, you better wash this properly. Last time, you didn't scrub it clean, and there were still dirty spots. How am I supposed to wear that outside? Eating food from our family and can't even wash clothes right. What a waste." Being ridiculed like that, my sister just hung her head and timidly murmured, "Okay." Seeing this scene lit a fire inside me. I knew my sister wasn't living well here, but I never imagined she was being bullied like this, being treated like a workhorse even while heavily pregnant. These people were worse than animals. My eldest sister was always one to hide her troubles and share her joys. If I hadn't come here today to see it for myself, I wouldn't have known how much she was suffering. In her previous life, her 3rd baby probably came prematurely because of doing heavy labor like this. It's exhausting even for a healthy person, let alone for a fragile pregnant woman. Before I could even act, the next scene made my blood boil. My eldest niece, Pandaya, was sweeping the yard with a broom when the sister-in-law, after tossing the clothes, turned and accidentally bumped into the broom. Seeing dirt on the hem of her skirt, she turned and slapped the child, smack, a sharp sound that left one side of the 5-year-old's face red and swollen. A child as young as this couldn't bear such a blow and started crying on the spot. My sister, distressed by her daughter being hit, looked over worriedly, but all she could manage was to ask softly, "Sister-in-law, why do you hit the child?" Her tone was full of trepidation, without the slightest note of reproach. The sister-in-law, Pan Shanshan, didn't feel she'd done anything wrong. On the contrary, she said arrogantly, "It's because you're not teaching the child properly. Sweeping the floor and making my skirt dirty? This is a new skirt. She messed up, so I hit her. What's wrong with that?" She then glared at little Daya and shouted, "Crying, crying, crying. That's all you know how to do. Keep crying, and I'll throw you out." My sister's eyes turned red with anger, but all she did was clench her fists, not daring to stand up for her child. She was used to days like this. It wasn't that she didn't feel for her child. It was that she had no support in this household. Her parents-in-law didn't value her. Her husband wouldn't defend her, and whenever she clashed with her sister-in-law, the whole family sided with the sister-in-law. Last time she argued with the sister-in-law, her in-laws and husband made her go the whole day without eating. She could bear the hunger herself, but the children were too little to go without food. My sister might be able to endure it, but I couldn't. I couldn't believe my sister had grown so timid, unable to defend herself, and even failing to protect her child. Even animals guard their offspring. No wonder her in-laws felt bold enough to treat her this way, with her being so soft. I stormed into the courtyard, walked right up to Pan Shanshan, and slapped her twice across the face. Smack, smack. She was completely stunned. Never in a million years did she expect someone to pop out and hit her. By the time the burning pain reached her and she realized what had happened, she looked up to see it was me, my sister's younger brother, who'd hit her. My sister was just as shocked. Her younger brother had come here and even hit her sister-in-law. Before she could process it all, Pan Shanshan screamed, "You hit me? How dare you hit me?" I looked at her coldly, filled with spite. "So what if I hit you? I hit you because you deserved it. You're worse than an animal. Hitting you is doing justice on behalf of the heavens." Just then, an angry shout came from the house. "Chin boy, what are you doing? Coming into my Pan family and hitting my daughter? Don't think you can push us around." Out walked a grumpy old man, my sister's father-in-law, Pan Chung. I sneered at him. "Oh, I thought no one was home, but here you are. So when your daughter bullies my sister and hits my niece, you turn a blind eye. But when I hit your precious daughter, you suddenly see everything clearly? And you have the nerve to say I'm being a bully? No, it's your Pan family that bullies others. If I hadn't come today, I wouldn't have known how much suffering my sister and niece have endured all because of your family. Do you Pan folks really think my Chin family is full of pushovers? That you can treat our daughter however you please, and no one will stand up for her? Pan Chung had not expected me to show up, much less for me, a younger brother of the wife, to be so bold on her behalf. Initially, he dismissed me as a clueless young fellow, but the intensity in my eyes made him feel uneasy. At that moment, another voice chimed in accusatorily. Chin kid, don't make a big deal over nothing. A sister-in-law helping out her younger sister-in-law is just normal. And a niece misbehaving. What's wrong with her aunt teaching her a lesson? This is a matter for our Pan family. Who are you to interfere? Your sister didn't even say anything. What's an outsider like you doing here, putting your 2 cents in? This came from my sister's mother-in-law, Wu Tsuolan. Seeing these shameless old folks, I directly retorted. Making a big deal over nothing? Your Pan family bullies my sister, and I'm not allowed to stand up for her? Fine. If you think I'm making a fuss, let's call the entire neighborhood over, and we'll see who's right and who's wrong. I stood in the Pan family's yard and let out a loud howl, shouting for everyone to come and judge the matter for me. Today I had made up my mind to blow this thing up. I was going to make the neighbors around the Pan family see this household's true colors clearly, and I would never let them keep a good reputation. Just thinking about how my eldest sister had been bullied by this family in my past life made me even more determined. I had to ruin the Pan family's name. As soon as I started shouting, the neighbors around the Pan house quickly gathered over. Pan Chung clearly hadn't expected me to pull this move, and as more and more people came, his face grew darker and darker. But I didn't care. Anyway, everyone was going to see the Pan family make a joke of themselves today. The people who came over still didn't know what was going on, so they clustered together and started talking all at once. Seeing that enough people had arrived, I raised my voice and laid out what had just happened. Today I came to bring my sister some meat, and the moment I walked in, I saw my pregnant sister washing clothes with a big belly. She washes for her husband and children, and for her parents-in-law, and I didn't say a word. But how old is her little sister-in-law? She's an adult, right? Too lazy to the point of growing maggots, doesn't wash her own clothes, and actually has the nerve to throw them at my pregnant sister to wash. Everyone, judge this for yourselves. Is that right? Is this how the Pan family teaches their daughters? As soon as I said that, the neighbors each focused on different things. Some were drawn to the meat I had brought. These days, every household lacked meat. Usually, it was married daughters who brought things back to their natal families, but I, as the younger brother, had brought meat to my sister. That was rare. And looking at the slab of meat I was carrying, it was several jin at least. Everyone understood immediately that Chun Hongqin's natal family must be decent people. No wonder her younger brother stepped in when he saw his sister being bullied. Others fixated on the fact that Pan Shanshan made her pregnant sister-in-law wash clothes. Everyone living in this area knew what every household was like. They all knew Chin Hongqin wasn't favored in her husband's family and had to handle all the housework every day. But no one had expected that besides serving her husband and parents-in-law, she also had to serve her sister-in-law. Someone spoke up fairly. Her younger brother is right. I've only ever heard of serving your husband and parents-in-law, never of having to serve a sister-in-law too. Pan Shanshan is already 20 this year, isn't she? How can she be so shameless as to make her pregnant sister-in-law wash clothes? Calling her lazy to the point of growing maggots isn't even an exaggeration. Who would dare marry such a lazy woman? Marrying her home would be like worshipping an ancestor. Exactly. If my son dared marry a wife like that, I wouldn't even acknowledge my son anymore. Every word of this sank into the Pan family's ears, and their faces turned uglier and uglier. In this day and age, reputation was precious. Pan Shanshan was at the age where people would be looking for a match for her, and if she got branded as lazy, there would be no way she could marry into a good family. And once this got out, it wouldn't just damage her reputation. The Pan family also had a younger son who hadn't married yet. With them enslaving a daughter-in-law like this and making a pregnant woman serve the whole family, who would dare send their daughter into that fire pit? The Pan family was humiliated and angry, but the more I listened, the more satisfied I became. Humph. That little sister-in-law bullied my sister like this, so her reputation deserved to be ruined. She should never get married in her whole life. I kept going. My sister's little sister-in-law doesn't just bully her, she also bullies my niece. Look at the child, how old is she? And the Pan family already expects her to work. Fine if she works, but that little sister-in-law ran into my niece's broom while she was sweeping, got the hem of her skirt dirty, and then blamed the child for not doing a good job. She slapped her so hard that one side of the child's face swelled up. Just look at this face. And those two old things from the Pan family pretended they didn't see a thing and did nothing. I saw my sister and niece being bullied like this and stepped in to get them justice. Was that wrong? They even said I was an outsider and shouldn't meddle in the Pan family's business. Are my sister and niece just supposed to be bullied then? After I finished in one breath, the people around looked at the Pan family with even greater contempt, especially Pan Shanshan. Everyone also noticed Pan Daya's swollen face. The child was so young, and her face had been beaten up like that. Who wouldn't feel heartache seeing it? It was no wonder her younger brother was so furious. The old couple of the Pan family could not escape responsibility for raising such a daughter. They didn't stop her when she hit someone, and they still had the nerve to accuse someone else's younger brother of meddling? Soon someone spoke up for me. You really can't blame Brother Hanshin for this. Your Pan family went too far. That's right. How can you treat a daughter-in-law like this after marrying her into the family? If my daughter married into a family like that, I'd be heartbroken. It's just because Hanshin isn't their daughter. They treat their own daughter like treasure and other people's daughters like weeds. As the Pan couple heard the words getting harsher and harsher, they felt that because of my outburst, they had lost all face. Seeing that I was not easy to deal with, Pan Sheng turned to my eldest sister and said, Hanshin, aren't you going to control your brother? Look at how badly he's ruined our Pan family's reputation. Do you still want to be our Pan family's daughter-in-law or not? There was naked threat in his words. My eldest sister was honest and timid, but she wasn't stupid. How could she not hear it? She was torn inside. Her in-laws already looked down on her, and with my brother making such a scene and embarrassing them, they really might force her to divorce. She didn't want to cause trouble for her maternal family, especially now that I was already married. If she were sent back, would her family even still accept her? But what happened today? She also didn't think her brother had done anything wrong. Just as she was caught between a rock and a hard place, I spoke first. You're threatening my sister? With your Pan family's wolf's den, who do you think is dying to be your daughter-in-law? Look at what you've done to my sister. When she married out, she was the flower of 10 villages and 8 townships. After coming to your house, she looks 20 years older. Look at these arms and legs. They're practically turned into dried twigs. Since you don't treat my sister like a person, I'm taking her back right now. Our Chen family can afford to support her. After saying that, I turned right around and said, Sis, take the children and come with me. My eldest sister hadn't expected me to say something so forceful. Since childhood, she had always listened to her maternal family, and she did whatever I said. Seeing me stand up for her like this, she immediately went back inside to pack her things. But what she was thinking was that I was probably doing this to make her in-laws back down and come personally to fetch her. Just like when many couples quarrel and the woman goes back to her parents' home, the man apologizes and brings her back, so life afterward can be a little easier. What she didn't know was that this time I wasn't asking her to go back and wait a few days for the Pan family to bow their heads. I was really taking my sister home to support her for the rest of her life. If she went back to the Pan family again, she would only keep suffering. In my previous life, I was useless as a younger brother, fine. But in this life, I had the ability to let her live a good life. Why should I still let her stay in that wolf's den? Not to mention that brother-in-law of hers. In my previous life, he even got involved with a widow and betrayed his marriage. A man like that, my eldest sister had no need to keep entangling herself with him. My eldest sister didn't have much stuff. She packed 2 sets of clothes for herself and the child, then came out, also carrying little Pan Area, who had been napping in the afternoon. Seeing that she was heavily pregnant and it wasn't convenient for her, I stepped forward and took the luggage and Area from her, letting her just hold Dia's hand. Area was 3 years old, but she felt as light as a feather in my arms. At a glance, it was obvious the child usually wasn't given enough to eat, which was why she'd ended up like this. I felt a pang of bitterness and silently thought that after taking them back, I absolutely had to get more food and nourish the children properly. Watching me leave with my eldest sister and the 2 children, the Pan family's faces turned frighteningly dark, especially Pan Chung. He had thought that those words would be enough to put Chun Hanchin in her place, but he hadn't expected me to just take the person away. In front of so many people, the Pan family had truly lost face this time. Wu Tsulan still tried to sound tough. If you've got the guts, keep supporting her forever. Don't send her back to our Pan family. I'd like to see whether your Chun family has that ability. She was certain that the Chun family was a poor rural household, struggling to make ends meet themselves. So how could they afford to support someone else's daughter? Among married daughters, how many could actually be accepted by their maternal family for good? I replied coldly. Then you old witch, had better live a long time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't live to see the day my sister is sent back. Wu Tsulan was so cursed at that her face turned green. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with them, and hurriedly left with my eldest sister and the 2 nieces. If I were alone, I could just walk back, but with a pregnant woman and 2 small children, the oldest only 5 years old, there was no way we could walk that far. So I rented a cart on the street and planned to bring it back to the commune tomorrow. The rental fee wasn't high. I called out to them to sit steady. Everyone's buckled in, right? I'm pulling off now. Big sister held her two daughters in her arms while sitting on the cart, looking at me in front of her. Suddenly, she felt that this younger brother's figure had become towering and dependable in an instant. Before, she had only thought of me as a child. Only today did she realize I had grown up and could protect her now. Her nose stung, and tears spilled down her face. "Mom, why are you crying?" Daya noticed. As soon as I heard that, I quickly stopped the cart. "Sis, why are you crying?" I was also wondering if I still hadn't vented enough anger. If I hadn't, I'd go back and deal with the Pan family again. Today I'd only laid hands on Pan Shan Shan to teach her a lesson, but I had no intention of letting the others off either. Anyone who had bullied my sister, I would spare none of them. Some things weren't easy to do openly, but I would find a chance to teach them a lesson in the dark. Big sister wiped her tears away and forced a smile. "Nothing. Sis just feels like my younger brother has grown up and can protect people now. If it weren't for you, Daya would have been beaten for nothing today." She could endure her own grievances, but she couldn't bear to see the child get hit so hard. I said earnestly, "Sis, I'm your younger brother. It's only right for me to stand up for you. If you're being wronged at your in-laws' place, why didn't you tell the family? The more you back down, the more they'll push their luck. Your maternal family isn't non-existent, so why should you have to swallow this kind of humiliation? From now on, remember this. As long as I'm here, no one gets to bully you. Don't be afraid of causing me trouble. We're family. If I don't help you now, when would I?" Big sister nodded quickly. Daya looked at me with admiration. "Uncle, you're amazing. If only my mom could be as amazing as you, then no one would bully us." I patted her little head. "Of course your uncle's amazing. From now on, if anyone bullies you, come find your uncle. Uncle will definitely protect you and help you get revenge." Daya answered in a soft, sweet voice. "Okay, I'll definitely come find uncle." Big sister, hearing this from the side, felt even more bitter. She blamed herself for being too weak as a mother, unable to protect her daughter, and now the child admired so much the uncle who had stood up for them. I kept pulling the cart toward Hongqi production team. I was strong, and from the commune to home, I didn't even stop to rest once. Compared with my previous life, when I'd pant after just a few steps, I truly felt that being young was better. There had been a reason my body was so weak in my previous life. After so much hardship to support Tian Xiaolan and the child, I had ruined myself. In this life, I wanted to bring the whole family a good life, but I would never again trade my life for money. Not long after we got home, my parents and third sister came back from work. As soon as they walked in and saw Big Sister and the two children coming back with me, and then saw Big Sister's reddened eyes, my mother, Zhang Shufan, immediately knew something had happened and hurried over to ask, "Wait on. What happened to your sister? Did something go wrong?" I didn't hide anything and told them everything I had seen at the Pan family today, word for word. When the whole family heard how the Pan family had mistreated Big Sister and her daughters, they were furious. My mother immediately cursed. "That Pan family is fucking garbage. Our Chun family's daughter. What gives them the right to bully her like that? Do they think our Chun family has no one left?" After cursing, she turned to me and said, "Wei Dong, you did well. Our Chun family's daughter is for us to love and protect ourselves. It's not their place to trample on her." Then she looked at Big Sister with both heartache and blame. "You girl, too, being bullied like that. How could you not tell your maternal family?" Third sister Chun Hongyan echoed, "Exactly, Big Sister. If you've got grievances, tell us and we'll stand up for you. If you'd said it earlier, we'd have stormed over to the Pan family already." Big Sister had finally suppressed her grievances, but my mother's and third sister's words stirred them up again, and tears streamed down her face. I quickly tried to comfort her. "Mom, third sister, don't blame Big Sister. She didn't say anything before because she didn't want us to worry and didn't want to cause trouble. She won't do that again. With me here, no one will bully my sister." Mom and third sister weren't really blaming her. Seeing her cry, they hurried forward to hold and comfort her. My father, Chen Dea, as a man, wasn't in a position to step in and hug her, but he still dropped a firm statement beside them. "The Pan family bullied my daughter like this. This isn't over. If they don't properly apologize and promise to treat my daughter well from now on, then don't even think about taking her back." Listening to Dad's attitude, I was fairly satisfied. But in my heart, I was thinking even further ahead. The best outcome would be to get my eldest sister and her husband divorced outright. Given her husband and the kind of people in that family, my sister really had no need to keep entangling herself with them. But I also knew that bringing up divorce directly now would be unacceptable not only to Dad and Mom, but to my eldest sister herself as well. Things were different in this era from later generations. Divorce was seen as disgraceful. If a woman got divorced, she would not only face criticism herself, but also drag down the marriages of her brothers and sisters back home. My third sister wasn't married yet, and my parents would definitely not agree. My eldest sister was also afraid of affecting my third sister. So I could only take it slowly and later find a reason that would not damage my eldest sister's reputation, so she could divorce this marriage smoothly and naturally. For now, I would first settle her back in her parents' home. I could plan things gradually. There would always be a way. Watching Mom, my eldest sister, and my third sister crying in each other's arms, I turned and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. My eldest sister and my two nieces had come, so I had to make more good food. Thinking of their frail bodies, how could they recover if they didn't eat well? Luckily, there was plenty of meat at home. Today I would let them eat as much as they wanted. I first simmered some pork ribs for soup and added some Chinese yam. Then I cut a few gene of meat, specifically choosing the part of the wild boar with alternating fat and lean. That kind of meat tastes the best, but people in this era still prefer fatty meat the most. There was too little oil and fat around, so everyone craved greasy food. I blanched the meat and prepared to make braised pork. With the stewed ribs and braised pork ready, I also stir-fried 2 more dishes, 1 dry-fried green beans, and 1 plain stir-fried shredded potatoes. My eldest sister, Chun Hongqin, had been listening to our mother and third sister comfort her the whole time, and she had not paid attention at all to what I was doing. Only when the smell of meat drifted out of the kitchen did she realize that I, her younger brother, was actually cooking. She looked at me in shock, then asked my mother in disbelief, "Mom, my little brother can cook?" No wonder she was surprised. In those days, very few men were willing to go into the kitchen. There were 3 sisters and 1 younger brother in our Chin family, and all the housework had always been handled by the sisters since childhood. How would it ever have been my turn? A younger brother who had never once entered the kitchen suddenly knowing how to cook. How could she not be stunned? At the mention of me, the furrow between my mother's brows eased a little. "Your brother grew up after he got married. He's matured. Not only can he cook now, he's actually very good at it too. Try it later and you'll know." My eldest sister did not have much expectation for my cooking. She only thought my mother was viewing me through a filter. After all, I had only learned for a short while. How good could it possibly taste? Still, she thought, a grown man like her brother being willing to enter the kitchen was worth praising in itself. Even if it tasted bad, she would have to praise it along with our mother. At that moment, my 2 nieces, Pandaya and Panaria, were already swallowing their saliva at the smell of the meat. These 2 children did not just have a hard time eating well in the Pan family. They even found it difficult to get enough to eat. The Pan family was from the commune and ate state ration grain, but they had never treated these 2 granddaughters as part of the family, only as worthless burdens. Of course, the Pan family dared to treat them that way, and it also had something to do with my eldest sister. Their mother could not stand up for herself, so the children had to be bullied at home. On top of that, my brother-in-law also looked down on daughters. Even though he knew very well that his wife and children were being mistreated, he never said a word. Watching the 2 nieces stand at the kitchen doorway, eyes fixed on the food while swallowing their saliva, I felt even more sorry for them. The Pan family really was not human. It was one thing that they treated my eldest sister badly, but these 2 children clearly bore the Pan surname and yet were not treated as Pan family members at all. Once my eldest sister got divorced, I would have them change their surname. From then on, the children of our Chen family would be loved by us ourselves. Dinner would still take a while, and I was afraid the 2 children would go hungry, so I said to my third sister, Chen Hongyan, "Third sister, Daya and Arya must be hungry. Give them a piece of sponge cake first to hold them over." If I had not reminded her, my third sister would have almost forgotten that there was sponge cake at home. She, like me, felt sorry for these 2 skinny children. The Pan family really was something else. They came from the commune, yet the children they raised were no different from rural ones, or even worse. If we had known the Pan family was like this, our parents would never have married my eldest sister off there in the first place. Back then, they only liked that the family was from the commune and had good conditions, thinking that if my eldest sister married over there, she would live a comfortable life. In the end, she not only did not live well, she was bullied into this state. Actually, my eldest sister was very pretty. Back then, plenty of people had come to propose marriage, and even the son of the brigade leader from the neighboring production team had taken a liking to her. Later, the wife that son married lived a very comfortable life, so comfortable that she did not even have to go to work, and the whole family cherished her in the palm of their hands. If my eldest sister had chosen him back then, the one living well would have been her. Too bad there were never that many ifs. My third sister quickly brought out 2 pieces of sponge cake and handed one to each of them. The 2 children stared at the soft, fragrant sponge cake, their eyes full of disbelief. They had seen sponge cake in the Pan family before, but it had always been for their aunt and grandmother to eat. They could only look at it and had no right to eat any. Now that their third aunt was actually giving it to them, they could hardly believe it. At their age, children were naturally greedy for snacks, but they did not dare take it right away. Instead, They looked at my eldest sister. Only after my eldest sister nodded did the two children timidly take it, thank her, and eat little bites at a time with faces full of happiness and satisfaction. Watching them, my eldest sister also felt sour inside. Good things she could not even have at her in-laws' home. Yet after returning to her rural maternal home, she ended up eating them instead. She also wondered why her maternal family's conditions had suddenly gotten so much better. Not only was there meat to eat, they were even willing to buy sponge cake. She voiced her confusion. Then Mom told her about the gains I'd made over the past 2 days. The reason Mom told her all this was mainly to let her know not to feel any psychological pressure back at her parents' home. Our family wasn't what it used to be. Our financial situation was much better now, especially since this time we split 2 big wild boars, which could sell for quite a lot of money. Only then did my older sister understand why I'd stood up for her so firmly today. It turned out what I said was true. I really did have the ability to support the 3 of them. Seeing how promising I was, she burst into tears of joy. At that moment, she suddenly felt much more confident inside. In the past, she had endured mistreatment in her husband's family because she was afraid of causing trouble for her parents' home. But now that her natal family had become strong, she didn't need to keep enduring it anymore. If things really got out of hand, her parents' side had the ability to back her up. Seeing her wiping away tears every now and then, Mom felt bad too, and could only keep comforting her. Knowing she'd suffered so much, she didn't want to say anything more to her. I was afraid my 2 nieces were getting impatient, so I deliberately sped up the cooking. The vegetable dishes were simple, but the meat dish needed to stew a while longer. Wild boar meat was tougher than pork, and if it wasn't stewed long enough, it would be hard to chew. At last the meal was ready, and I called my 3rd sister over to help bring the dishes to the table. Daya, Arya, go wash your hands and come eat. In those days, there wasn't yet a rule about washing hands before meals, but I had been reborn, and I still thought it was better to be hygienic, especially since children had weaker immune systems. The 2 kids were obedient and went to wash their hands quietly. Watching how well-behaved they were, I couldn't help thinking of the bastard Tian Xiaolan had given birth to in my previous life. Back then, I thought he was my own son, and I treated him with all my heart. In the end, I spoiled him too much, and that brat caused me plenty of trouble from childhood all the way up. I had raised boys, and I was a man myself, so I knew boys were nowhere near as well-behaved as girls. Looking at my 2 nieces now, I felt even more partial to girls. When I had children with Lin Wanxiu in the future, I'd definitely have a few daughters. Daughters were better, well-behaved, sensible, and like little padded jackets that warmed your heart. Ahem, I'm getting off track. I still hadn't consummated things with Lin Wanxiu, so who knew when I'd even have kids. After the 2 children washed their hands and sat down, the other members of the Chun family also took their seats. Looking at the full table of dishes, everyone felt that even during New Year's, they might not necessarily eat this well. That big bowl of braised pork weighed at least 2 or 3 jin, cooked oily and glossy, looking incredibly fragrant. Today at noon, I deliberately steamed white rice. Normally, the family only ate mixed grain rice. It was already good enough to have mixed grain rice. In the countryside a few years ago, being able to eat dry rice was considered pretty good. Most of the time, people only had porridge. My older sister and the 2 children looked at the fragrant white rice and felt that just this rice alone would already be delicious enough to eat. In the past, if I'd cooked white rice, Mom would definitely have lectured me for being wasteful, but this time she said nothing. She knew my older sister and her 3 children had suffered in the Pan family, and since they'd finally been brought back, the first meal had to be generous. Besides, the wild boar had been sold for money, so there was more than enough to buy grain. My 3rd sister served each person a huge bowl of white rice. But with the braised pork sitting on the table, my 2 nieces only glanced at it, swallowed hard, and still didn't dare pick up their chopsticks. They just ate the white rice with the vegetables, shoveling the food into their mouths as if they were starving. They really were hungry. Seeing that they hadn't touched the meat, I quickly picked up a piece of braised pork for each of them and put it in their bowls. Why aren't you eating the meat? The 2 children froze and looked at me. In a small voice, they asked, Uncle, can we eat meat? Why wouldn't you be able to? I found the question strange. Could it be that the Pan family had taught them not to eat meat? Thinking about it, that was actually possible. With the way the Pan family behaved, it was already pretty good if they let the children eat enough to fill their stomachs. Just look how skinny these 2 kids were. Since the commune conditions were better, they should have been chubbier than rural children, but instead they were even worse off. Daya said, Uncle, Grandma and Auntie said we're money-losing girls, and they don't let us eat meat. They never let us touch the meat at home and say we don't deserve it. The moment I heard that, I got angry. I couldn't let the Pan family keep brainwashing the children with that kind of thinking. Pa, don't listen to your grandma and aunt spouting nonsense. Why don't they say they're the money-losing ones? Why are they the ones who deserve to eat it? Daya, Arya, in Uncle's house you can eat meat. Your grandfather and the others don't treat you like treasures, but our Chen family does. Eat as much meat from your uncle's house as you want. After you finish, your uncle will make more for you. There's plenty. I gave them a few more pieces. Come on, taste your uncle's braised pork and see if it's good. The two children could hardly wait and quickly put it in their mouths. As soon as they tasted it, their little faces were full of surprise and satisfaction. Tasty. Uncle, this braised pork is so delicious. Uncle, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. Hearing their praise, I couldn't help but curve up the corners of my mouth. Though they were young, they were very generous with their emotional feedback. Watching them eat so happily, I felt a sense of accomplishment too. Wasn't the point of my rebirth to let my family live a good life? In this life, I was going to make sure they ate well, drank well, and grew up happy. I gave them a few more pieces. Beside me, eldest sister heard what I said and watched the two girls happily eating meat, and her eyes reddened again. The Pan family's conditions really weren't bad. They could eat meat 2 or 3 times a month, but every time there was never any for her or the two girls. In the past, she had thought that was normal, that since she had given birth to daughters, being disliked was only natural. But after hearing what I said, she suddenly understood. It wasn't because the children were girls and disliked. It was because they were born to her that they were disliked. Her mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law were also women, so why had no one ever seen them go without meat? After I finished serving my nieces, I looked at eldest sister. Eldest sister, don't just watch me. You eat too. I make several Jean at a time. Eat freely. After you finish, I'll make more tonight. There's still plenty of meat at home, no need to save it. Then I added, and eldest sister, even though you're married, this is still your home. Don't be formal, and don't treat yourself like a guest. I could tell she felt restrained. Just like the two children, she hadn't dared to take any meat earlier. In those days, many women felt that once they married, they were no longer daughters of their natal family and didn't dare to act freely. My words made eldest sister's nose sting again, and she held back her tears with difficulty. She knew crying too much at her parents' home wasn't good, as it could easily make her lose her blessings. But my words really moved her. This time she didn't hold back. She picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. As soon as she tasted it, her eyes widened. This was way too delicious. It wasn't just because she hadn't had meat for a long time that it seemed good. Objectively speaking, the braised pork I made was truly delicious. Eldest sister hadn't always been mistreated. When she first got married, my eldest brother-in-law Pan Guobin treated her quite well, holding her in the palm of his hand and even taking her to a state-run restaurant to eat. So she had eaten braised pork made by a chef before, and back then she already thought it was much better than what was cooked at home. But this time, eating mine, she felt it was even more delicious than the state-run restaurant chefs. She had thought mother was deliberately praising my cooking, but it turned out there wasn't a bit of exaggeration. Wait on, did you specially study cooking? How can it be this good? It's even better than a professional chef's, eldest sister asked curiously, looking at me. I put on a proud expression. Eldest sister, I didn't specially study it. Your little brother here is naturally gifted. I'd watched how the banquet masters cooked before and just followed their methods. I didn't expect it to taste this good. Although I was being completely unmodest, even a little showy, eldest sister felt I had every right to show off. This kid really was a fast learner. But what made her happiest was that I was willing to cook. Being willing to do it was even more worthy of praise than doing it well. In front of our parents, she praised me. Father, Mother, Weidong has really grown up now. Mother smiled and said, your younger brother became steadier after he got married. A man really does need to take a wife. Once he has a wife, he becomes different. If I'd known this, I should have started arranging it for him earlier. Eldest sister laughed. Mother, it's not too late even now. If you had arranged for my brother to get married earlier, how could he have married such a beautiful city wife like my sister-in-law? When I got married, eldest sister had come back for it and had met Lin Wanqiu. Thinking of her appearance, eldest sister felt that there really wasn't a single girl within 10 miles or 8 villages who could compare to my wife. My brother had truly been blessed to marry her. Mother agreed too. If he had married earlier, he probably would have only been able to marry some village girl, and there would have been no way he could have married a beautiful educated city girl like Lin Wanqiu. The whole family chatted and laughed around the dinner table, and the meal was as satisfying as it could be. The two nieces rubbed their round little bellies. It was the first time they had ever eaten so much. After the meal, third sister cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and wouldn't let me help. I noticed Big Ya's face was a little swollen, so she needed some medicine. That younger sister-in-law of eldest sisters was truly an animal, able to lay hands on such a young child. Fortunately, I gave her 2 hard slaps, which counted as avenging my niece. I went back to my room and took out some ointment from the villa space. I had stocked quite a bit of medicine in the space, and fortunately there was some for reducing inflammation and swelling. Bigya, come over to your uncle. Bigya obediently came close. She had a very good impression of me. Her uncle protected her and her mother from being bullied, and even gave her egg cake and meat to eat. In her heart, not even her mother treated her as well as her uncle did. From now on, her uncle was the person she liked most. Uncle will put some medicine on you. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. Bigya looked determined. Okay, uncle, I'll bear it. Bigya isn't afraid of pain. Actually, she wasn't really unafraid of pain. She had simply gotten used to being beaten at the Pan family's place. Compared to getting hit, a little pain from applying medicine was nothing. I gave her an approving look. To be so strong at such a young age. If this resilience were nurtured well, she'd have a bright future. In my previous life, the Pan family didn't value these nieces and refused to nurture them. After Bigya grew up, she married into an ordinary family and lived a rather average life. Later, when I became a big boss, I helped her out, and life gradually improved. In this life, I didn't want her to be as mediocre as she had been before. Girls could be nurtured too. If raised well, they were no worse than boys. The Pan family thought she was a money loser and refused to invest in her, but I insisted on sending her to school. In the future, she'd go to college and become a university student. Then I'd let the Pan family see for themselves. This granddaughter they looked down on as a money loser could be more capable than many boys. I squeezed a bit of ointment onto the red, swollen spot on Pandaya's face, moving as gently as I could, afraid of hurting her. When I first applied the medicine, she really did frown a little, but the ointment was cool, and that bit of pain faded right away. Thank you, uncle. My face doesn't hurt as much after the medicine. I smiled and patted her head. You're welcome. It's fine as long as you feel better. The day was hectic enough. After dinner and washing up, I hurried into the space. There was still a lot to do tomorrow. The wild boar meat I'd gotten today had to be taken to the county town to sell, and while I was at it, I could also stop by and see Lin Wanchio and my sister-in-law. Maybe I was exhausted. The moment I hit the bed, I fell into a dead sleep and had no dreams all night. The next morning, I woke up refreshed, my strength fully restored. Zhang Shufan had already made breakfast. After I finished eating, I loaded the wild boar meat onto the handcart. It was borrowed from the commune yesterday, and I'd return it after use. When my father saw that I was going into town, he offered to come along and help again. I turned him down once more. Joking aside, this meat was all going to the black market. How could I let my father know about that? I casually made up an excuse and sent him off, then pulled the handcart out of the production team. Once I was out of the team and saw no one around, I put everything into the space, took out my bicycle, and rode straight for the county town. A bicycle was indeed fast. It took just over an hour to get there. In the past, getting meat to the black market was a real hassle. Now that I was working with Biao Gu, I could just deliver it directly. I found Biao Gu at the same place as last time, knocked on the door, gave the code, and he came out. I pointed at the handcart, and several men immediately came out to unload the goods. Their movements were quick and careful. They were all used to doing this kind of business and were afraid of being discovered. As soon as the things were brought into the yard, the door was shut. Biao Gu was a little surprised to see me. Didn't expect you to deliver again so soon. What is it this time? I pointed to the baskets on the ground. Same as last time, wild boar meat. But this time there's more, a total of 512 gene. Actually, I could have had even more, but I kept 5 gene for myself. My eldest sister and the 2 nieces were staying with us these past few days, and I wanted them to have some extra nourishment. Biao Ji's gaze became noticeably more serious. Brother, you really have some skills. To get so much wild boar meat in such a short time. I gave a modest smile. Compared with Biao Gu, I'm still far behind. Biao Gu appreciated me even more. Usually, capable people have a bit of arrogance, but I had the ability and was still so low-key. Rare indeed. It was still the same price, 1.3 yuan per gene. I made 665 yuan on this trip. Besides the money, Biao Gu also gave me quite a few coupons. I thought of my eldest sister and the nieces wearing those ragged clothes, and decided to buy some fabric to bring back and make them new outfits. I had to let the Pan family see it. My sister and nieces had returned to their natal family and were living even more decently than they did at their in-laws' place. That was the kind of face-slapping I wanted. Once my sister-in-law was discharged from the hospital, I'd buy 2 sets of fabric for the 2 sisters as well. After taking the money and coupons, I found a place where no one was around, entered the space, changed back into my usual appearance, and headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. This time, when I went in, I was much more confident than before. More than 600 yuan was definitely a huge sum in this era. In my previous life, I had worked myself to the bone to earn money for Tian Xiaolan and her children. In this life, I would earn it for my family. I bought some white rabbit milk candies that children loved, and also cut fabric for my eldest sister and the 2 nieces, 1 outfit's worth each. Just after I left the supply and marketing cooperative and had only taken a few steps, I heard someone shouting, "Thief! There's a thief! Help catch him!" I looked toward the sound. A thin man wearing glasses and a work uniform was running while shouting, and ahead of him, a young man was sprinting wildly with a briefcase in his arms. These days, people were warm-hearted and hated thieves. Several passers-by wanted to step in and help. But as soon as the thief saw people gathering around him, he pulled out a dagger, and waved it in warning. "Who dares come over? Come any closer, and I'll kill you." The sight of the dagger made all the surrounding passers-by back off. They were willing to help, but no one wanted to risk their lives. The man who'd been robbed was so anxious his face turned pale, shouting at the crowd, "There's something very important in that bag of mine. Please, I beg you all to help me get it back." But no matter how he pleaded, facing a knife-wielding thief, not a single person dared to rush forward. I could tell this guy was genuinely desperate, not putting on an act. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to step in. In my previous life, I did a lot of charity work, and that earned me the chance to be reborn. I believed in karmic reward for doing good deeds. I didn't ask for anything for myself. I only hoped heaven would bestow that blessing on my family. While the thief's guard was down for an instant, I lunged at him. I used to hunt for years in my previous life, so I had trained myself well. Later, when I went into business, times were chaotic, and I specially learned a few moves from a martial arts master. Dealing with an ordinary thief was more than easy. A few quick moves were enough to subdue him, though my arm got sliced by the dagger. Fortunately, it wasn't deep. A bandage would take care of it, and I didn't think much of such a minor wound. I kicked the dagger away and pinned him down. The surrounding passers-by all let out a sigh of relief, looking at me with admiration. People in this era were simple and honest, and they admired nothing more than standing up for justice. I shouted to the bystanders, "Please, hurry and report this to the Public Security Bureau." They didn't dare to confront the thief directly, but running off to call the police was fine. Someone immediately went. The thief knew it would be over for him once he fell into the hands of the Public Security Bureau, so he struggled desperately. I pressed him down with both hands and kicked him in the leg, warning him, "Stay still. Keep this up and I'll break your leg. Let's see how you run then." He sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Knowing he couldn't get away, he finally quieted down. The man who had been robbed came running up, panting hard. I tossed him the bag. "See if anything's missing." He grabbed it at once, rummaged through it, and let out a breath of relief. It turned out there wasn't much money in the bag, but there was a set of technical documents, something very important. If it had been lost, he would never have been able to answer for it. "Comrade, thank you so much. This means so much to me. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have done." I waved it off. "No need to thank me. We should all learn from Comrade Foam." He pulled out a pen and paper, quickly wrote down a string of information, and handed it to me. "My name is Jean Coué. This is my contact information. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to me. I'll do whatever I can to help." I had only meant to help on a whim, and I hadn't expected him to take it so seriously. After a moment's hesitation, I still tucked the note into my pocket. Not long after, the public security officers arrived, and I handed the thief over to them. I thought I could leave after turning him in, but instead the officers asked me to go to the station with them to give a statement. I knew this was routine, so I cooperated. It was still early anyway. I'd finish up and then go to the hospital. Only after I got to the station and gave my statement did I learn that Jean Coué was a technical engineer at the provincial machinery factory. He had come to the county town on assignment and was delivering those technical documents. If the documents were stolen and not recovered, a batch of equipment at the county machinery factory would be unable to go into production, causing serious losses. So not only had I caught a thief, I'd also done the machinery factory a huge favor. The public security officers thought my contribution was significant. After taking my statement, they recorded my information and said they would later apply for a reward and a banner on my behalf. But I didn't know any of that at the time and simply assumed it was standard procedure. After finishing the statement, I finally headed to the county hospital. Although it had only been a day since I last saw Lin Wanchio, I somehow found myself thinking about her. The more I thought about her, the faster my steps became. When I reached the ward, my sister-in-law was sitting propped up against the bed, and Lin Wanchio was feeding her malted milk powder. Just one day later, Lin Wantong looked much better. It seemed her illness was almost cured. That put me at ease too. The sooner my sister-in-law recovered, the sooner I could bring the two sisters home. Otherwise, with Lin Wanchio not around, how was I supposed to build a relationship with her? We still hadn't consummated the marriage, and I was just waiting for her to go back so I could make up for what we hadn't done on our wedding night. Hearing the sound, Lin Wanchio turned around. The moment she saw me, her eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth lifted almost unconsciously. "Dongji, you're here?" I nodded and walked to the bedside. Lin Wantong also politely called out, "Brother-in-law." I looked at my sister-in-law. "Little sister, you're recovering well. You look much more energetic than this morning." Lin Wanchio's expression relaxed. The fever's gone completely, and she's much more spirited too. The doctor says all her indicators have recovered well. She looked at me. Dongji, the reason little sister recovered so quickly, aside from getting treatment in time, was all thanks to the nutritional supplements you brought. She drinks 2 cups of malted milk every day. With the nutrition keeping up, she'll recover faster. As she said this, gratitude filled her eyes. Malted milk wasn't cheap, and even city people hated to part with it, but I was willing to buy it for them. I stepped forward and patted her on the back. Then let the younger one have some more to supplement her nutrition and get better soon. That way I can bring you all back sooner. How can a hospital compare to home? You've been taking care of her these past few days. That's been hard on you. Warmth spread through Lin Wanchio's heart. In truth, she didn't think taking care of her younger sister was that tiring. But my words of concern made her feel that this man truly cared about her. After all these years in the countryside, she had long forgotten what it felt like to be cared for. All she felt was that meeting me was a wonderful thing. Moved, she suddenly noticed the wound on my arm. The flesh had even turned slightly outward, and her brows immediately furrowed as she asked nervously, "Why are you hurt so badly? Were you bitten by a beast while hunting in the mountains?" She knew I had gone into the mountains to gather money for her sister's medical bills. If I had really been injured while hunting, she would have felt even more guilty, because it was all because of her sister that I had taken such a risk. Seeing how worried she was about me, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but lift. Her concern meant I mattered to her. In my past life, I had given everything unilaterally and still couldn't get a single sincere word from Tian Xiaolan. In this life, I only wanted the same sincerity from the person I sincerely treated. Lin Wanchio was different from Tian Xiaolan. She truly cared about me. Seeing that I still wasn't speaking and was grinning foolishly, she put on a stern face, a trace of anger appearing in her eyes and brows. "Dongji, you're hurt this badly, and you can still smile? Was this man stupid? How could he still laugh with such a serious injury?" I hurriedly explained, "It wasn't an injury from hunting. I just helped catch a thief and got cut." I told her everything exactly as it happened. After hearing that it wasn't a hunting injury, the guilt in her heart lessened. But hearing that I had risked myself to catch a thief made her admire me even more. She hadn't expected her husband not only to be good to her, but also to be such a hero. "This wound can't be ignored," she said, then went out to ask the nurse to borrow some alcohol and gauze. Before long, she came back with the things. "Dongji, sit down and stretch out your hand. I'll take care of it for you." I obediently sat down. She first used cotton balls to clean off the blood, then disinfected it with alcohol, and finally wrapped it carefully with gauze. She handled the whole process with extreme caution, afraid of hurting me. I watched her quietly. When had anyone ever treasured me like this? With Tian Xiaolan as the contrast, I felt even more strongly how good the wife I married in this life was. Living with such a woman, my life might truly be completely different. After she finished bandaging the wound and looked up, she happened to meet my heated gaze. Her face instantly flushed. Although they were husband and wife, they hadn't spent much time together. Being stared at like that by me made her heart skip a few beats. Blushing, she didn't dare meet my eyes again and only reminded me softly, "The wound is bandaged now. Later on, you have to be careful. Don't use force and don't let it get wet, or it'll get worse." I nodded. "All right, I'll remember." She returned the alcohol and gauze. I didn't leave right away. I chatted with her for a while and also told her about my eldest sister and the 2 nieces. I told Lin Wanchio about this mainly because we're husband and wife, and family matters ought to be shared with her. After Wanchio heard about what happened on my eldest sister's side, she strongly supported bringing her back to the Qin family. She herself is a woman, and an educated one at that, so she understands better how hard it is for women. Seeing that she not only didn't object, but was so supportive of me, I couldn't help but say, "Wanchio, you're really wonderful. Most women would mind a younger sister-in-law coming back to her parents' home, but you're different. These days, it's rare for a sister-in-law or daughter-in-law to accept a younger sister-in-law returning to her parents' home, let alone coming back after a divorce. Just staying a few days would be enough to earn cold looks." I remembered that in my previous life, when my 3 sisters came home, Tian Xiaolan always wore a sour face and looked down on them. But Wanchio said, "What's there to mind? They're your relatives, and they'll be mine too. If one of our own is wronged outside and we don't stand up for them, who will? If we don't stand on the same side at a time like this, once her in-laws know no one has her back, wouldn't they just get even more arrogant and keep bullying her?" I nodded, thinking that I had really married a treasure. Few women could be this clear-headed. After we finished talking about home matters, it was time for the meal, so I went to the hospital cafeteria to buy food. The cafeteria had meat dishes, but they required meat coupons, which I didn't have, so I could only buy vegetarian dishes or dishes with a little meat. Fortunately, eggs and fish didn't require coupons. I bought fish balls, steamed egg, a blackfish soup, and 2 vegetable dishes, along with a few plain white steamed buns and 2 servings of mixed grain rice. Then took everything back to the ward. When Wancho saw how abundant it was, she kept saying how much money I must have spent. Seeing how concerned she was, I said, "It's fine to spend a little more. Your man has money and can earn it, so don't keep thinking about saving every penny. Your younger sister is being treated for an illness, so she needs to eat more nutritious food to recover faster." She agreed out loud, but I knew that once I wasn't at the hospital, she would still be reluctant to spend money. After all, every penny of it was earned by me risking my life hunting in the mountains. After dinner, I headed back. For my sister-in-law's recovery, I estimated she'd probably be discharged in a few days. When that time came, I'd still have to come pick them up and ask old Huang to bring the ox cart over. Otherwise, the county seat was too far from Hongqi Production Brigade, and without a vehicle, it wouldn't be convenient to take the two of them back. After leaving the county seat, I took my bicycle out of the space. I didn't go straight back to the production brigade. Instead, I first went to the commune. The flatbed cart I had borrowed yesterday needed to be returned, or else it would cost another day's rental if I kept it one more day. With the bicycle, it only took about an hour to get from the county seat to the commune. As I was nearing it, I found a place with no one around, put the bike back into the space, took out the flatbed cart, returned it, and only then headed back to the brigade. By the time I got home, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. My parents and my third sister were all in the fields earning work points. My eldest sister, with her 2 nieces, hadn't gone out to work, but she wasn't idle at home either. As soon as I walked in, I saw her hanging out bedding and sweeping the courtyard. I hurried over to stop her. "Eldest sister, you're pregnant and your belly is already so big. How can you be doing these things? Don't worry about the chores at home. I brought you back so you could enjoy yourself and rest, not to make you work. If you came back and it was just like being at the Pan family's place, then wouldn't our home turn into a wolf's den?" My eldest sister came back and did housework mainly because she felt guilty, thinking she had caused trouble for the family, and if she didn't do anything she felt uneasy. But when she saw my serious expression, she knew this younger brother of hers truly cared about her, and her heart warmed. Actually, she felt that doing a little work wasn't a big deal. Women in the countryside never had it easy, and there were plenty who worked in the fields even when heavily pregnant. At her husband's family, they thought it was only natural for her to do those things. But at her parents' home, her younger brother was treating her with such care. She said, "Wait on, it's fine. I'm only doing things that aren't heavy work. If I'm idle anyway, I might as well help the family with a few small things." Thinking of how in my previous life my eldest sister gave birth prematurely to her third child and could never have children again after that, I didn't dare let her work, even if it wasn't heavy. I kept a stern face and said, "Eldest sister, we've got the chores at home covered. We don't need you, a pregnant woman, doing them. Don't take your own health lightly. When you're pregnant, you need to rest more. If you tire yourself out, the baby could come early. Since you're back at your parents' home, just take good care of yourself." When my eldest sister saw how determined I was, she knew that if she kept pushing, I would really get angry, so she had no choice but to nod. I was afraid she was only agreeing to smooth things over, so I planned to tell mother and third sister later and ask them to remind her too. "Sis, if you really can't sit still, I bought some cloth for you. Make yourself a set of clothes, and make some for Daya and Area too." I handed her the cloth I'd bought at the county supply and marketing cooperative. Making clothes was easier than other work. Sewing and stitching didn't take much effort. In my mind, I was already planning that after she finished making clothes for herself and the 2 children, I'd buy more cloth and have her make new outfits for everyone else at home too. That way, her idle time would be filled up, and she wouldn't have any energy left to worry about anything else. I understood my eldest sister's thoughts well. A married daughter staying in her mother's home, doing nothing, would feel like a burden. Helping with a bit of work was what made her feel at ease living here. When she saw the cloth, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait on, this must have cost a lot, right? Daya, Area, and I have already caused you so much trouble by coming back here, and now you're buying cloth for us to make clothes." Other sisters usually brought things back from their husbands' homes to support their natal families, but she was the opposite. She had come back to her mother's home and was eating and taking things all at once. If they were going to make clothes, it should be the Pan family buying the cloth, not me spending the money. I said, "Eldest sister, I went to the county today and sold the 2 wild boars from our house for quite a bit of money. Your little brother has money now, so stop worrying about spending. Look at how many patches are on your clothes. And Daya and Area's clothes are torn and don't fit right. Can the kids even be comfortable wearing them? If my brother-in-law won't make clothes for you, I will. If you and the children go back to your mother's home dressed neatly and looking good, that's what really slaps the Pan family in the face." I shoved the cloth straight into her hands. "Take it and go make the clothes." My eldest sister wanted to say something more, but in the end she still accepted it. Calling the 2 girls, she went back inside to take their measurements. Her eyes were red, obviously moved. When Daya and Area heard they'd get new clothes, They were overjoyed and kept saying their uncle was so good. Their mother didn't forget to remind them either. It's enough that you know your uncle treats you well. When you grow up, you must be filial to your uncle, understand? Yes, Mom, don't worry. Whoever is good to us will be good to when we grow up. Uncle dotes on us so much, so when we grow up, we'll definitely be filial to him. I happened to be under the eaves and heard that. I couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth. I treated my two nieces well purely because they were my eldest sister's flesh and blood, not for anything in return. Still, it was a good thing that the children knew gratitude and filial piety. In this life, with me here, I would definitely protect them as they grew up and never let them suffer like they had in the Pan family. It wasn't yet time to cook dinner, so I split firewood in the yard. My father was getting old, so I, as the young one, should do more of this physical work. I didn't know if it was just my imagination, but after being reborn, I felt like I had more strength than in my previous life. After chopping wood for a full hour, I still didn't feel tired. In the past, I would have been spent after just half an hour. Maybe it was because I'd been eating well lately, with meat every day, and my nutrition had caught up, so my stamina naturally improved. After I finished, I stacked the firewood neatly, wiped the sweat off, and went into the kitchen to get busy. My eldest sister had originally wanted to come out and cook, but when she saw I had already taken over the kitchen and had no intention of letting her do it, she obediently went back inside. There was still some wild boar meat left at home, so for dinner I made braised pork, simmered winter melon and pork rib soup, and made a dish of spicy blood curd. The weather was getting warmer, and people tended to lose their appetite, while spicy blood curd was both filling and appetizing. I liked it myself, though I didn't know whether the rest of the family would care for it. Once dinner was ready, father, mother, and third sister came back from work, and we started eating as soon as they got home. Now that my eldest sister and the two nieces were here too, the dining table was much livelier than before. Father knew I had gone to the county today and asked about the sale and Lin Wonton's condition. This time I hadn't gone to the black market, but had sold the wild boar meat to a middleman, and I didn't hide that either. When mother heard that I had sold it for more than 600 yuan, she immediately got excited. My eldest sister was also happy to hear I had earned so much. No wonder her younger brother said he wasn't short of money and even bought cloth for her to make clothes. With such a large income, that little bit of cloth money really was nothing. Then when they heard that Lin Wantong was recovering well, the whole family felt it was a double blessing. The dishes were already plentiful, and with 2 more happy occasions added on top of that, this meal tasted especially good. After I was full, I took out 500 yuan and pressed it into Mom's hands. In the past, all the money at home was managed by Mom, so I naturally handed over the money from selling pork too. But I didn't give her all of it. I kept some on me. First, because I might need money myself. Second, because if the money was in Mom's hands, she'd be willing to buy things for the family. If she didn't have money on hand, she was miserly about everything. With this money, she could pay off the outside debt I'd incurred when getting married. Seeing that thick stack of 50 yuan bills, Mom was so stunned her head spun because she had never seen so much money in her life. After finally calming down, she set aside the money needed to pay debts and handed the rest back to me. Keep this money yourself and give it to your wife later to manage. You aren't married yet, so it's fine for Mom to handle the money. But now that you've married a wife, what reason is there for your mother to still manage it? Mom wasn't the kind of parent who made unreasonable demands. When a child hasn't started a family, no matter how old they are, the parents have to give way. But once they're married, they can't be treated like a child anymore. They have their own little family now. Help where help is needed, and let go when it's time to let go. Putting myself in her shoes, when she married my father back then, she must have wanted the money her man earned to be managed by her, not by her mother-in-law. I hadn't expected Mom to say that. In my previous life, she had been shouting about taking care of my money. Thinking about it now, she didn't actually want to control my money. She just knew what kind of person Tian Xiaolan was. In my previous life, all the money I earned was handed over to Tian Xiaolan, and she used it to support her own family and Wang Xiangyu. Mom wanted to manage the money only because she couldn't stand seeing the hard-earned money I made end up benefiting outsiders. After thinking it over, I took the money back, then pulled out another 200 and handed it to Mom. Mom, these 200 aren't for you to manage. They're for honoring you and Dad. Keep them yourselves and buy whatever you want to eat. I'll give the rest to my wife later. Mom hesitated, then accepted it anyway. Looking at that 200 yuan filial gift, her eyes turned red. She never would have dared to dream that this day would come, that she'd receive filial money from her son. Mainly because, in the past, she never would have dared to imagine that her once hopeless son could have such a promising day. Dad was a man, so he wasn't as emotional as Mom. But seeing that his son had become capable and knew how to be filial and considerate, he was also deeply comforted. As parents, wasn't this exactly what they had hoped for? From now on, they wouldn't have to worry so much about me anymore. The next day, I went up the mountain as usual. After the first 2 times I'd shot wild boars, my family completely believed in my ability, and no one tried to stop me anymore. Of course, they still kept reminding me to be careful. There were plenty of fierce beasts in the mountains, and even if you were skilled, you could still slip up. I carried my hunting rifle up the mountain and wandered around for several hours, but didn't run into a single piece of game. I figured my luck from the first 2 times had probably been too good, and now it had all been used up. By mealtime, I thought I should fill my stomach first. After eating my fill, I'd have the strength to keep going. Today, Mom had baked me a few pancakes to bring along, but when conditions allowed, how could I possibly mistreat my own stomach? While there was no one in the mountains, I went into the villa space. There was still plenty of food stocked in the fridge. I took out a steak and cooked it in the kitchen, then reheated the pancakes Mom had made. From the fridge, I also grabbed a bottle of Immortal's Happy Water. It was a meat-filled meal, and it tasted pretty good. I lay on the sofa and rested for a bit before leaving the space and continuing my search for game. After walking a while longer, today I finally made a catch. One shot brought down a wild chicken. When I picked it up and weighed it, it had to be around 3 pounds, pretty plump. Wild chickens aren't the same as domestic chickens. A 3-pound wild chicken was already considered large. At least I hadn't come back empty-handed, and I was in a good mood. I planned to wander around for another 2 hours. If I found something better, great. If not, I'd head down the mountain. Once night fell, the mountains would become much more dangerous. After another hour or so, I still hadn't had any luck. Just when I thought the day would end like this, a surprise came. I unbuttoned my pants to relieve myself, and at a glance I spotted a ginseng plant growing in the grass. Ginseng was a rare medicinal herb, and no matter how old it was, it could fetch a good price. I even forgot to pee. I hurriedly pulled up my pants and squatted down to take a closer look, afraid I'd seen wrong and was getting my hopes up for nothing. After examining the leaves and stalks, I confirmed it. It really was ginseng. Unfortunately, I couldn't dig it up by hand. I hadn't brought any tools. Fortunately, I had the space, so I immediately went online and ordered a set. I could use it again if I ever ran into the same situation. 5 minutes after placing the order, the tools were delivered to the villa door. After taking the tools, I also grabbed a red cord. First, I tied one end of the ginseng, then I started digging. The price of ginseng depends not only on its age, but also on its appearance. You have to be careful when digging it up. If too many rootlets break off, it won't fetch a good price. In my past life, I had dug ginseng in the mountains a few times, so I had experience. With my technique and professional tools, I dug up this ginseng almost perfectly, with hardly any rootlets broken. What surprised me most was that this ginseng was quite old. I judged that if I wasn't mistaken, it was at least 50 years old. The older the ginseng, the more valuable it is. Though it wasn't a 100-year-old specimen, a 50-year-old one was still worth a lot. Conservatively, this one could sell for 1,000 yuan. If I met a generous buyer, 1,500 wasn't out of the question. Brother Biao was a decent person, so if I took it to him to sell, he'd probably give me a fair price. I put the ginseng into the space as carefully as if it were a treasure, afraid of losing it. I hadn't found much game today, but just this one ginseng root was worth more than all the wild game I'd hunted before. Only after digging it up did I remember to relieve myself. I went into the villa to wash the mud off my hands, then packed up and headed down the mountain. It was getting late, just in time to make it home for dinner. As I neared the foot of the mountain, I saw Fu Mingbo and Old Master Fu digging wild vegetables. After the Fu family was sent down, life for them had been miserable. They had to do heavy farm work, and they ate and drank poorly as well. The grain allotted by the production brigade was pitifully little. If they didn't go up the mountain to find something to eat, they really might starve to death in the countryside. Looking at the two of them, their bodies wasted thin from malnutrition, I felt a bit of sympathy again. I had reminded my uncle to look after them more, but there was only so much he could do. At most, he could make life a little easier for them and give them a bit more grain within the rules. There was nothing else he could help with. They could only rely on themselves. Some things were simply beyond my uncle's ability, even if he wanted to help. These days, let alone families that had been sent down, even ordinary production brigade members had a hard time eating their fill at every meal. They all had to go up the mountain to dig wild vegetables to make up for the shortage of grain. I stared at the father and son at the foot of the mountain. It seemed they sensed someone behind them, because the moment they turned around, they met my gaze. When they saw it was me, a ripple of emotion immediately flashed in their eyes. If it hadn't been for me stepping in to save them last time, the Fu family's old man and young man would have been in grave danger long ago. But in the commune, they would never dare to greet me on their own. After all, they were politically re-educated people, and if they got too close to me, they were afraid of dragging me down with them. There was no one else at the foot of the mountain right then, so Fu Mingbo finally dared to call out to me, "Comrade Chun." I nodded at him. The father and son immediately realized that I had no prejudice or disgust toward their family at all. I was completely different from the other people in the brigade. Their family had been sent down as bad elements. Others avoided them as if they were plague. Who would want to have anything to do with them? Not only had I saved them, my attitude was so different too. During this period, the Fu family had experienced every kind of coldness and warmth in human relationships, and just this bit of respect alone already felt precious beyond measure. Looking at the gratitude in their eyes, I began to calculate in my mind. The Fu family still had several years to endure before their vindication. At this rate, old Master Fu's health might not hold out. Since I had already saved them, I might as well do the good deed all the way through. If the Fu family remembered this favor of mine, then once they made a comeback, they would become connections that I, Chen Weidong, could use in the future. I glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then stepped forward and took out the wild chicken I had hunted today from my basket and handed it over. I got this while hunting up in the mountains. Take it back and build up your strength. The father and son were full of surprise. A precious thing like a wild chicken. How could I possibly give it to them? In their eyes, it would already be good enough that I didn't discriminate against them. Why would I even give them this? Fu Mingbo glanced at it, then replied, Comrade Shun, thank you, but we can't accept this wild chicken. I could tell he was being cautious around me. That was normal. Everyone in the village avoided them, yet I was actively showing goodwill and even giving them things. Anyone would be wary. I said, I don't mean any harm. I just want to help a little. Your grandfather is old, and if he doesn't get something nutritious, his body won't be able to hold out. Fu Mingbo still didn't understand. Then why do you want to help us? You know exactly what situation our family is in. Helping us won't do you any good. Or do you have some other motive? His words weren't pleasant, but before he accepted my help, he had to ask clearly. This kid really had a strong guard up. Still, thinking about the Fu family situation, being on guard was actually a good thing. It was better than being foolish and getting sold out. My mind raced. I couldn't very well say I was reborn and knew their family would one day be vindicated. So I came early to latch onto them, could I? Soon I had made up an excuse. I do have a motive for helping you. I think your Fu family won't stay like this forever. The situation has already begun to change recently, and maybe light will come soon. You may be vindicated. If I help you now, then when that day really comes, I hope you'll remember what I did for you. To put it bluntly, this is an investment. I put in a little now, and once you turn things around, the return I can get will be enormous. Of course, if I'm wrong, I can afford to lose this little bit. Fu Mingbo met my sincere gaze and believed me immediately. If I had helped for no reason at all, he would have worried that my intentions weren't pure. But once I stated my motive openly, he could accept it. He took the wild chicken. Comrade Chun, we will always remember your help to the Fu family. If there really comes a day when we are vindicated, then as long as it doesn't violate our principles, we will do our best to meet any request you make. I nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then let's look forward to that day. By the way, if you ever need help with anything else or are short on anything, you can come find me in secret. Okay, if I need anything, I'll come find you secretly. I said no more. Smart people would naturally know what to do going forward. Carrying the wild boar, I headed down the mountain. Behind me, old Master Fu whispered to Fu Mingbo, the brigade captain has been taking pretty good care of us these past few days. He probably has something to do with this Comrade Chun. They had been wondering why Chun Dajiang's attitude had suddenly changed. What I said today, though, gave them a reminder. I'm the brigade captain's own nephew, so if I want to look after them, all I have to do is say a word to the brigade captain. Fu Mingbo nodded. The brigade captain's attitude got better after Comrade Chun saved us last time. Old Master Fu sighed with emotion. This kid is young, but his capabilities and vision are no ordinary things. And he's from the countryside, too. Having this kind of outlook is really something. Mingbo, this kid will definitely go on to do big things. Fu Mingbo thought so too. It was a pity that their family background was a problem, otherwise they really should have kept more in touch. I came down the mountain and went straight home. By the time I got back, it was still not dark, and the whole family was waiting for me. Only after seeing that I had returned safely did they relax. Pandaya glanced at my empty basket and asked casually, Uncle, didn't you get any game today? My mother, Zhang Shufan, was afraid I'd be disappointed and quickly comforted me. Wait on, it's fine if you didn't get anything. Wild animals in the mountains aren't so easy to run into. It's all luck. If not this time, maybe next time. Come in and eat. You must be exhausted after a day in the mountains. Smiling, I went into the house with my mother and lowered my voice. Mom, I may not have gotten any game today, but I did have a big harvest. I dug up a ginseng root, about 50 years old. As soon as I said that, the whole family was stunned. People in the countryside might not have much knowledge, but they all knew how much ginseng was worth. Even ordinary aged roots weren't cheap, and a 50-year-old one was even more astonishing. I had previously heard that someone in the village dug up a 20-year-old ginseng root and sold it for 300 yuan. The older the ginseng, the more its value multiplied. My eldest sister, Chen Hongyan, recovered first. Weidong, really? You actually dug up ginseng? My mother couldn't quite believe it either. Weidong, you're not just teasing mom, are you? Ginseng isn't that easy to come across. I didn't say more. I first went to shut the front door, then took out the ginseng wrapped in a handkerchief. Once it was revealed, the whole family had no choice but to believe it. This ginseng was huge, and its age was indeed no low figure. At that moment, only one thought filled my mother's mind. Our family has become rich again. We had just sold 2 wild boars, and now there was such a huge sum on top of that. Over these past few days, everything had felt like a dream. In the past, after working like dogs in the production brigade all year long, they'd at most earn 30 or 40 yuan in work points. What I'd made from just a few trips up the mountain was more than they could earn in a lifetime. My mother suddenly pinched my father Chen Dei on the arm. My father yelped, "Why are you pinching me? That hurts like hell." My mother said, "I pinched you to see if I was dreaming. Why have so many good things been happening lately? It all feels so unreal." My father rolled his eyes. "If you think you're dreaming, pinch yourself. Why pinch me? Damn it. You really hurt me. How could this be a dream?" Watching my parents bicker back and forth, I couldn't help but laugh. At their age, they still acted like children sometimes. My eldest sister smiled. "Weidong's luck has really been unbelievable these past few times. Why didn't we ever see him this lucky before?" My mother slapped her thigh. "It must be because of Wonkiu. Our Wonkiu brings prosperity to her husband. Think about it. Hasn't our family's fortune improved ever since Weidong married Wonkiu? That's what women who bring prosperity to their husbands are like. Whoever marries them gets lucky." I used to hear that even landlords would check birth charts before taking a wife, and specifically choose women who brought prosperity to their husbands. These days people don't believe in superstition, but there's always some truth in what the ancestors passed down. Since Wonkiu came into the family, ours really has been different. My mother felt that ever since I married Lin Wonkiu, not only had my luck improved, but I had also become steadier. My father nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. Ever since Wonkiu entered the family, Weidong has come back with something every time he goes into the mountains. Wonkiu is our Chun family's lucky star. We need to treat her better from now on." My mother agreed. "Absolutely. Let alone her bringing prosperity to her husband. Even if she didn't, she's a daughter-in-law of the Chin family, and we should treat her well no matter what." Hearing my parents attribute all my good luck to Lin Wonkiu, I didn't refute it, and instead thought it was pretty good. If they thought that way, then Wonkiu would be able to live more comfortably in the Chun family from now on. And even if I go up the mountain empty-handed in the future, I can always take something out of the space, and it won't make them suspicious. I put the ginseng away and said to my family, "I'm taking this ginseng to the county town to sell tomorrow. Dad, Mom, eldest sister, you've all seen it. Our family isn't short of money now. With a wife like Wanchio, who brings prosperity to her husband, my luck can't be bad from here on. Don't be too stingy in the future. Eat when you should eat and drink when you should drink. Tomorrow I'll go to the county town and buy some cloth back, enough to make each of us a new set of clothes." If it had been before, my mother definitely would have hated to let me spend money. But now that we had some confidence, the money from last time's wild boar meat alone was enough to buy quite a few things. My father said cheerfully, "Weidong, you've got a family now, and you've got some ability too. This household will follow your lead from now on. Whatever you say goes." My mother chimed in. "That's right, listen to my son." I was happy to. I'd originally been worried that they'd been frugal all their lives and wouldn't bear to spend money even if they had it. But now that their mindset could change, that was a good thing. Taking the opportunity, I brought up another matter. "Dad, Mom, if the ginseng sells for a good price tomorrow, I want to buy a bicycle. Having one would make things much easier. I'll be hunting often in the future, and I'll need to go to the county town from time to time." From Hongqi production team to the county town was dozens of li, so without a vehicle it really wasn't convenient. My parents didn't object. My mother only asked, "Weidong, I heard bicycle coupons aren't easy to get. Can you get one?" "Mom, the coupon is hard to get, but money can buy one. It's not a big problem." "All right, if you can get the coupon, then buy it. The money is earned by you, so you make the call. As long as you don't go spending it on eating, drinking, gambling, or whoring, that's fine." After we finished discussing it, the whole family happily ate dinner, and then I went to wash up and rest. I'd been in the mountains all day, covered in sweat, so I really needed a good scrub. But there wasn't even a bar of bath soap at home. I figured I'd go buy a few at the supply and marketing cooperative in the county town tomorrow. I did have body wash in my space, but it wasn't convenient to take out and use, and besides, the whole family needed it too. Not long after lying down, my legs were sore and weak, and I quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, I went to the county town as usual and headed straight for Brother Biao's place. When Brother Biao saw me come again after only one day, he couldn't help but marvel at my ability, delivering goods more diligently than anyone else. But today I hadn't brought any game, so he was a little curious. Brother, what are you bringing to sell today? Why are you empty-handed? I took the ginseng from my pocket and handed it over. Brother Biao, I dug this up on the mountain. Take a look and see how much a ginseng of this age can sell for. As soon as Brother Biao heard it was ginseng, his eyes lit up. Usually getting a bit of meat was already good enough. Rare medicinal herbs like this were even harder to come by. But precisely because they were hard to get, they were more profitable. He took it and looked it over. Whether it was the age or the quality, it was excellent. Ginseng of several decades age was already rare, and this one was the oldest and best-looking he'd received in years. It was perfect for smoothing things over and building connections. Brother Biao was always fair with his prices, especially with someone like me who could regularly bring him good stuff. He wanted to maintain the relationship properly. If he drove the price down and I wasn't satisfied, I might not come back next time, and then he'd lose out big. After looking it over, he said, "This ginseng has both good age and good quality. I can give you 1,300 for it, and I'll throw in some coupons too." I was very satisfied inwardly. My expectation had only been to sell it for 1,000. He was giving me 300 more, plus coupons. "All right, Brother Biao, let's go with your price." Brother Biao was pleased too. Since I agreed so readily, he didn't even need to raise the price further. He liked working with straightforward people and immediately had his men bring the money. Besides the 1,300, they also added industrial coupons, cloth coupons, sugar coupons, and other common vouchers, which were exactly what I needed. With 1,300 coming in at once, I finally felt like I was a rich man. In the 1970s, 1,000 plus yuan had quite a lot of purchasing power. With this money in my pocket, I instantly felt a lot more confident. Sure enough, money really could give people confidence. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at Brother Biao. He understood at once. "What is it?" "Something else." I nodded. "Brother Biao, can you get me a hunting rifle?" Brother Biao dealt in the black market and had wide connections. I'd long been thinking that once I had money, I'd buy a hunting rifle, and asking him was the most promising way that he wasn't surprised either. If I was going up into the mountains to hunt game, of course I'd need a gun. These days guns were tightly controlled. To get one through proper channels, you had to pass the hunter's exam and then wait in line for a license. If you were lucky, it might take a year or two. If you weren't, you could wait for years and still never get one. Aside from hunters, only soldiers and militiamen were allowed to carry guns. Otherwise, you had to do what I did and pay to buy one on the black market. Brother Biao said, "Yes, I've got all kinds of guns here. Different types cost different prices, depending on what you want." Hearing that, I was thrilled and quickly asked about the prices. Brother Biao ran through them. The cheapest was a flintlock, only 50 yuan. A bit pricier was the Eagle brand single-barrel shotgun, 200 each, which counted as a proper hunting gun. The hunting rifle my eldest cousin had applied for through the commune was a single shot, the cheapest kind. Brother Biao gave me the quote. One step up was the Eagle brand double-barrel hunting rifle, 350 apiece. It was expensive because it could fire a second shot, so hunters all liked this kind. Higher up was the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, a military standard model. For us hunters, that was top tier. The gun was indeed excellent, but it was also truly expensive, costing 500 yuan for one. I did the math. The cheap one had better value for money. The expensive one had better performance. I wasn't short on cash now anyway. I might as well get a good one in one shot. So going into the mountains later would be safer and more reliable. I told Brother Biao directly. "Then give me a Type 56 semi-auto." Brother Biao nodded. "All right. I'll also give you 50 rounds of ammo." You had to buy the rifle, and the ammunition had to be purchased separately too. My eldest cousin had a hunter's certificate and a gun, but the ammo still had to be issued through the commune, and there was an annual quota limit. It wasn't like you could use as much as you wanted. That was also why I insisted on buying my own gun. If I borrowed someone else's rifle, I'd have to use their ammo. If I used a little more, my cousin would have a little less. In the past, I hadn't had the means. Now that I did, I couldn't keep taking advantage of people. Otherwise, given enough time, even the best relationship would develop resentment. Brother Biao quickly had one of his men bring out a Type 56 semi-auto and paired it with ammo. When I ran out, I could still buy more from him, though the ammo wasn't cheap. One round cost 1 yuan. In other words, when I went into the mountains and fired, I wouldn't just be shooting bullets, I'd be shooting money. I took the Type 56 semi-auto. The feel of it in my hands was far better than an ordinary single-shot hunting rifle. When hunting in the mountains, accuracy alone wasn't enough. The hardware couldn't be too shabby either. I had already done well with a regular hunting rifle before, and now that I had this military-grade piece, it was like adding wings to a tiger. After taking the items, I paid happily and left. Next, I went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought enough cloth for everyone at home to make clothes. I knew my father liked drinking, so I bought 4 bottles of baijiu at once. Last time I went into the mountains, I dug up a wild ginseng plant. This stuff was good for soaking in alcohol to nourish the body, so I bought a few more bottles to make ginseng wine for my father. Besides the liquor, I also bought a pack of Dichinmin cigarettes. Cigarettes were rare goods in this era. If rural people wanted to smoke, at most they could get some tobacco leaves and roll their own. Cigarettes like these were expensive and required ration coupons, and even city people were reluctant to buy them. But no matter the era, cigarettes and alcohol were hard currency. In the past, when the family was poor, my father couldn't even smoke if he wanted to. Now that we had money, I let him enjoy himself a little. Of course, smoking was bad for his health. I only meant to ease his craving, not let him smoke too much. The saleswomen had already remembered me. Just a few days ago I had come to buy quite a bit, and now after only a few days I was buying this much again. Wasn't it said that rural people had no money? How was I even more extravagant than city people? Their gazes were a little hot. Unfortunately, I was already married. Otherwise, they probably would have asked around about me. I wasn't unfamiliar with that look. In my previous life, after I'd made a name for myself and was in my 40s, young women still threw themselves at me. Society was that realistic. As long as a man was successful enough, he would never lack young, beautiful women around him. Even when faced with all those temptations back then, I never went too far and had only been wholly devoted to Tian Xiaolan and her son. Who would have thought that I, the one who wasn't unfaithful, would end up being cuckolded by Tian Xiaolan? I carried my things away from the supply and marketing cooperative under those scorching looks and went to the county hospital. When I entered the ward again, I found that my sister-in-law Lin Wantong was already able to get out of bed and walk around. Her complexion and spirits were both quite good, and it looked like she had nearly recovered. I didn't make a sound, but Lin Wanqiu spotted me at a glance and happily stood up to greet me. Even she herself didn't realize how delighted she was to see me now. "Dongji, you're here?" I met her smiling face, bright as a flower, and my heart gave a jolt. In my previous life, I had seen plenty of beauties, and I had also seen many movie stars in person. Even so, at this moment I was still struck by Lin Wanqiu's beauty. This girl's smile was both pure and alluring, and the most fatal thing was that she wore no makeup at all. It was natural beauty done on the day she got married. She was already beautiful enough, but now she was even more beautiful than she had been that day. These past few days she had been eating well, no longer gaunt and haggard, and her younger sister's condition had also stabilized. With her mind no longer restless and anxious, she seemed completely different, inside and out. I stared at her and, for a moment, was captivated. Seeing me just look at her without saying anything, she froze and thought something had happened. "Dongji, why aren't you saying anything? Did something happen at home?" Only then did I come back to myself and quickly said, "No, nothing happened at home. I was just looking at you and got dazed. My wife is really beautiful, prettier than a movie star." She hadn't expected that to be the reason, and her face instantly turned red. She was young and had never dated anyone before, so she'd never heard such sweet talk. Even though we were husband and wife, being teased like that in front of everyone in the room was more than her thin skin could handle. Seeing her blushing like that, I only thought she looked even more charming and felt even fonder of her. Too bad this was a hospital room, not my home. If we were at home, I figured I wouldn't be able to control myself. As soon as that thought surfaced, a wave of heat rose in my chest. Once her younger sister got better and I brought them back home, I would definitely try to eat meat as early as possible. These next few days, I had to get to know her better and build up our feelings for each other, so she wouldn't resist being intimate with me. The older aunt in the neighboring bed laughed and teased, "Young man, your wife is really pretty. I've lived for decades and never seen such a fresh, delicate beauty. You're a lucky man." I didn't bother being modest. "Auntie, you're right. I just got lucky and married my wife. A woman as beautiful, educated, and kind as her was way above my station." Lin Wanqiu muttered softly, "No, Dongji. Marrying such a good man like you is what makes me lucky." That was genuinely what she thought. If it weren't for what happened to her parents, how would the Lin family ever have looked at a country bumpkin like me? But now her parents had been sent down, and she was also caring for a sick younger sister. I was willing to marry her and spend so much money on her sister's treatment. That was something many people couldn't do. The older aunt chimed in again. "You two stop arguing about who's marrying up. I think you're a perfect match, made for each other. Meeting at all is a blessing." Neither of us argued anymore. Hearing someone praise us as a good match made me happy, so I casually grabbed a handful of candy and handed it to the older aunt. Partly to thank her for her kind words, and partly because while I wasn't here, I hoped she'd keep an eye on those two sisters for me. The little one's recovering pretty well and can get out of bed now. Lin Wanqiu's expression eased. The doctor said she's almost fully recovered. After 2 more days of medication, she can be discharged the day after tomorrow." Hearing that she could be discharged the day after tomorrow made me happy too. The sooner I brought them home, the more peace of mind I'd have, and the sooner I'd have a chance to spend more time with Lin Wanxiu, build our relationship, and become a real husband and wife sooner. I was only 20, at the age when my physical needs were at their peak. Sleeping alone at night was lonely. Then good. I'll come pick you up the day after tomorrow. Okay. I chatted with her a bit more about things at home over the past 2 days, and I also told her about finding ginseng. She hadn't expected me to be so lucky, with nearly every trip into the mountains bringing a good haul. This time alone, one ginseng root sold for more than 1,000 yuan. Originally, she had worried that paying for her sister's treatment would become a burden on her husband's family, but now she saw there was no need to worry at all. What I earned was far more than what I spent. When it was time to eat, I went to the cafeteria to buy lunch. Today I was lucky. I could buy big meat buns without a meat ticket, though they were a bit expensive. I thought that was acceptable. I bought 6 big meat buns, 2 for each of us, and also a serving of steamed dumplings with vegetable filling. They tasted pretty good. I added a bowl of black fish soup too, good for rebuilding strength, especially suitable for someone like my younger sister-in-law who had just recovered from a serious illness. When I returned to the ward, Lin Wantong saw the meat buns and her eyes lit up, staring at them and swallowing hard. I directly stuffed one into her hand. Eat while it's hot. I bought it for you. She didn't stand on ceremony and started eating big bites, narrowing her eyes in satisfaction. After going down to the countryside, the two of them hadn't even been able to think about eating meat. Being able to eat their fill was already good enough. It was only after her sister married me that life got better. Brother-in-law, this meat bun is really delicious. Hearing her call me brother-in-law, like that, the corners of my mouth lifted at once. The way she said it was so sincere, it was clear she really was starting to accept me as her brother-in-law. I could tell before that she didn't think much of me. I wasn't wrong. At first, she really couldn't accept me. In her eyes, her sister was the best person in the world, and no one was worthy of her. If it weren't for getting her treated, her sister wouldn't have had to marry me. But over the past few days, she could see it now. I was a decent man, good to her and to her sister. The Lin family wasn't in great shape financially, but as long as I treated her sister well, she would accept it. Lin Wanxiu saw the change in her younger sister's attitude and was happy too. Lin Wantong's appetite had improved, and she finished off both big meat buns in one go. I didn't mind that she ate a lot. On the contrary, I thought it was a good thing. Being able to eat meant she was recovering well. I gave her one of mine. If you like it, have another one. She waved her hands quickly. No need, brother-in-law. You eat it. 2 was enough for me, and I'll drink some fish soup too. Eating too much will make me feel stuffed. Lin Wanxiu also urged her. Dongji, she's already eaten too. You still have to go up the mountain and run to the county town, so it's hard on you. Eat more. Looking into her eyes, full of concern and care, my heart warmed. Being cared for by my wife felt really good. After breakfast, I confirmed again with the doctor that I could be discharged the day after tomorrow, and that I would come pick her up then. Once I finished things at the hospital, I headed back to Hongqi production team. This time, I still took the bicycle out of the space, but unlike before, I didn't have to hurry and put it back away. This time I rode it straight home. I had already discussed it with my family. Use the money from selling the ginseng to buy a bicycle, which would make travel much more convenient later on. What I took out was a vintage 28-inch bicycle, perfect for use in this era, and it saved me a chunk of money I would have spent buying a car. I had plenty of cash on hand, but I still had to spend where I should and save where I could. In those days, a bicycle was a major purchase. If anyone bought one, it could stir up the whole brigade. There wasn't a single one in the entire Hongqi production team yet. As I rode into the team, it happened to be when the members were coming out for work, and all eyes were drawn over. Why Dong, where'd you get this bike? Is it new? Looks so stylish. Borrowed or bought? TSK Tisk, it's even a forever brand. I told the truth. I bought it, not borrowed. Since I'd be using it often in the future, there was no need to hide it. Once they heard I bought it, everyone's eyes were full of envy. In those days, if someone's family bought a bicycle, it was like someone in later times buying a Rolls-Royce. Besides envy, they also praised me for being capable. No need to think twice. That money must have come from selling wild boar meat. Some even muttered that if the Tian family who broke off my engagement knew I'd bought a bicycle, they'd regret it so much their guts would turn green. If they hadn't suddenly demanded more bride price back then, Tian Xiaolan would already have married me, and the Tian family could have benefited too. Under those envious gazes, I kicked the pedals and rode to the front of my own courtyard. The Chen family was just about to head out for work when they saw me riding back. All of them focused on the bike at once. My mother, Zhang Shufan, rushed over in a few steps and circled the bicycle twice. Why Dong, you bought this? Though I had told them in advance that I was going to buy one, she still wanted to confirm it. I nodded. Yeah, Mom, I bought it. The moment she heard that, her face lit up. She reached out to touch and stroke the bike. Good, good, good. This bike is really impressive. It must have cost a lot, right? I was afraid she'd worry about the money, so I gave her a low figure. Mom, I got lucky. Someone was in a hurry to sell a bicycle voucher. 30 yuan each, and the bike itself was 100, so it was 130 in total. When she heard that, it was lower than she'd expected. Rural households didn't have vouchers, so she had originally figured that even without a voucher, buying an ordinary bicycle would cost at least 150. Mine was a Shanghai Forever brand, and it only cost 130. That was a great deal. Of course, 130 yuan was still no small amount. If I hadn't earned money during this period, she definitely would have been unwilling to spend it. My father, Chen Dehai, also walked around the bike happily. Not bad, not bad. I never thought our old Chen family would one day be able to afford a bicycle. He felt like he was dreaming, and he hoped the dream wouldn't end. I said, Dad, this is nothing. Right now it's just a bicycle. Later I'll buy you and Mom a car. It was 1975. In a few years, when private business was allowed, I would make money doing business, and buying my parents a car would be no empty talk. But at the moment, they only took it as me trying to make them happy. Being able to afford a bicycle was already enough for them. My mom remembered that I had gone to sell ginseng today, so she casually asked about how the sale went. The family had spent so much on the car, so they had to recover some of the money from the ginseng. Otherwise, she still felt a bit pained about it. I didn't hide the price I got for the ginseng from my parents. I told them right away. It sold for 1,300 yuan. As soon as that number came out, the whole family was stunned. 1,300 yuan. Forget us folks in the countryside. Even city people would think that was a huge sum. My mom, Zhang Shufan, had originally been heartbroken over the money spent on the bicycle, but now she didn't feel the slightest bit of pain over it. With my ability and my luck, she didn't worry at all about me blowing through the money. I also didn't hide the fact that I'd spent 500 yuan on a hunting rifle. My family thought 500 for a gun was a bit expensive, but when they thought about how it would be my bread and butter in the future, they felt it was worth it. By that calculation, I'd still have 600 or 700 left in hand. Add in the money from selling the wild boar meat before, and I was over 1,000. When my mom heard our family had become a 1,000 yuan household, she was so excited she could hardly contain herself. Good days had come too fast, so fast it was hard to react. Just as we were all getting happy, the horn signaling workers to hurry rang out. My mom tossed out, "We'll talk when we get back tonight," and headed off to the fields with my dad, Chen Dei, and my third sister, Chen Hongyan. I parked the bicycle and unloaded everything. My dad had had his eyes glued to the bike just now, so he probably hadn't noticed the cigarettes and liquor I bought. Fine. When he saw them after coming back from work, it would be a surprise for him. I handed the fabric to my eldest sister, Chen Hongqin. Big sis, I bought cloth for dad, mom, and third sister too. Later, help each of them make a new set of clothes. In those days, being able to get a new set of clothes was something everyone in the production team thought was a luxury. My eldest sister happily agreed. She was staying at our parents' house with her 2 children and had been worrying about having nowhere to put her energy. Now she finally felt at ease. After handing over the fabric, I found a jar, washed it clean, and poured in the 4 bottles of white liquor, then soaked the wild mountain ginseng I dug up earlier in it. After steeping for a while, it would be ready to drink. After finishing the wine, I saw my 2 nieces squatting in the yard, staring at the bicycle. These 2 little girls were obviously craving a ride. I walked over and said with a smile, "Dia, Arya, want to sit on the bicycle? Uncle will take you for a spin." These past few days, they'd become especially close to me, even closer than to their own mother. When they heard they could ride, they bounced up excitedly. "Uncle, can we really sit on it?" "Of course you can." I mounted the bike and steadied it, then lifted the older one, Pandaya, onto the back seat and had her hug my waist tightly. I put the younger one, Pan Area, on the front crossbar and told her to hold onto my arm tightly. Once they were settled, I rode the bike around the brigade. It was May, and the weather outside had turned warm. The air was full of the smell of mud, grass, and rice seedlings. People from the brigade were busy in the rice paddies, and I rode with the 2 children into the wind. The breeze lifted my hair, and all I could hear was their silver bell laughter. At that moment, all I felt was how beautiful the world was. It turned out that after being reborn, happiness could be this simple. This was a kind of happiness I had never felt even when I made far more money in my previous life. When we finished a lap and got home, the 2 children had satisfaction written all over their faces. As soon as my eldest sister came out of the house and saw her daughters smiling so happily, her expression changed. Her children weren't treated well at their in-laws' home, but here at their maternal grandparents' house, they were treasured. She probably started thinking that if only they could live at their maternal home forever, how great that would be. But she knew in her heart that this was only temporary. When her husband came to take them back, she would still have to go with him. My eldest sister waved to Daya and had her try on the new clothes. They were a little big. She had deliberately made them larger so the children could wear them for another couple of years. Cloth was precious in those days, and if you made clothes that fit perfectly, they'd be too small to wear next year. Looking at the clothes my eldest sister made, I could tell her skill was really good, almost on par with a professional tailor. The style was decent too. I thought to myself that if, in the future, my eldest sister divorced that scumbag, I'd open a tailor shop for her in the city. Supporting her and the kids would be more than enough, so why waste such a good life on that kind of man? Over the next 2 days, I still went up the mountain to hunt whenever I had time. Luck wasn't great. I only caught a few wild chickens and rabbits, and didn't run into any big game. I wasn't in a hurry, though. It was already good enough if I didn't come back empty-handed, and as long as the family didn't lack meat these few days, that was fine. In just a few days, everyone at home looked much healthier, especially my 2 nieces. There was visibly more meat on their faces. If they kept being fed like this for a while longer, they wouldn't look so scrawny. Soon it was the day Lin Wantong was discharged from the hospital, and I had to go to the county seat myself to pick her up. Before leaving, I asked third sister to tidy up my sister-in-law's room again. Though her illness had passed, she still needed to recuperate after coming back, so the environment had to be kept clean. Early that morning, I took old Huang's ox cart and headed to the county town. It took 3 hours of bumping along before we reached the hospital. Old Huang waited at the entrance while I went upstairs to pick them up. In the ward, Lin Wanxiu had already settled the discharge fees. This time her treatment had cost quite a bit, a total of 168 yuan, 5 jiao, and 7 fun. If I hadn't later added a bit more, the 100 yuan she had originally mentioned wouldn't have been nearly enough. I had intended to handle the discharge procedures myself, but I hadn't expected her to take care of everything already. I couldn't help praising her. My wife is really capable. In my past life, Tian Xiaolin relied on me for everything, big or small, and couldn't even figure out the hospital discharge process. Lin Wanxiu was different. She could handle these tedious matters on her own. She was independent and strong, far more capable than the average woman. She looked gentle and soft, but in truth, she was tougher than most men. A woman like that, I admired from the bottom of my heart. Being praised so directly by me, her face instantly turned red. After confirming the discharge instructions with the doctor, I took the sisters and left. We didn't rush back to the production team right away. First, we went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. I bought malted milk powder for Lin Wantong to help her recover, and I also planned to make each of the sisters a new set of clothes. Our family didn't care much about fabrics, but Lin Wanxiu and her sister were the children of senior cadres from the capital, so they were particular about these things. I didn't know what styles they liked, so I took them to pick together. At first, Lin Wanxiu refused. Her sister's treatment had already cost so much. How could she have the nerve to spend my money again? But I insisted and told her that everyone in the family had already made new clothes, and only then did she agree. The two of them each chose a piece of floral dacron, just right for making dresses that could be worn this season. After shopping, we went to the state-run restaurant for a meal before taking the cart back to Hongqi production team. This time, riding old Huang's cart, Lin Wanxiu's state of mind was completely different. On the way there, she had been tightly wounded, worried about her sister. Now that her sister had recovered, she felt relaxed all over, and even the more than 3-hour ride seemed short. Before she knew it, we had arrived. By the time we got home, it was already evening. Everyone had returned from work and was busy cooking dinner in the kitchen. Knowing that Lin Wantong had just recovered from a serious illness, my mother had specially kept a wild chicken and stewed it for her to nourish her body. The sisters were deeply moved and grateful by how the Chen family treated them. Lin Wantong's life could hardly be said to have been saved by our family, and if it had been delayed a few more days, even having money wouldn't have been enough to get her to the hospital in time. After a tiring day, I went to take a bath after dinner. The sisters also took hot baths. During these days in the hospital, conditions had been poor and they could only wipe themselves down. Now that they were home, they could finally wash properly, and their whole bodies felt refreshed. After Lin Wanxiu finished bathing, I helped her pour out the bathwater and said, "Wanxiu, is there anything else you need me to do? If not, I'm going back to my room to rest. You and little sister should get some rest too. It's been hard on you taking care of her in the hospital these past few days." Just as I was about to go back to my room, she stopped me. "Dongji, wait a moment." I thought she had something else to say, but then I saw her face turn red. She looked at me and stammered, "Dongji, am I still sleeping with little sister tonight?" "Not with you. After we got married, we hadn't immediately slept together." She understood that I was being considerate because I was worried about her sister's illness. Now that her sister had recovered, we couldn't keep sleeping in separate rooms forever. She had remembered all the kindness I'd shown her these past few days, and from the bottom of her heart, she had accepted me as her husband. Since she had accepted me, how could a husband and wife still sleep apart? Of course, I had long wanted to sleep with her. I was a normal grown man. How could I not be tempted? I had only been thinking that she had just come back from the hospital today and should be given a few days to settle down. I hadn't expected her to bring it up on her own. Since she, a young woman, had already said it, how could I possibly turn down such a good thing? I immediately said, "If you're willing to sleep with me, I couldn't ask for more." Her face turned even redder, almost as if blood would drip from it. She turned to settle Lin Wantong first, and only then came into my room. As soon as she entered, I immediately closed the door. The sky was already dark, and the room was dimly lit, but in the darkness I still locked onto her figure. She sat on the edge of the bed, so nervous that we could almost hear each other's breathing. I walked up to the bed. In my previous life, I had thought Tian Xiaolan was beautiful, but only now did I realize that in front of a truly stunning woman like Lin Wanxiu, that woman didn't amount to much at all. I leaned closer. I could clearly feel her nervousness, but she didn't push me away. She allowed it. That night, the commotion in my room never stopped. Being back in a 20-year-old body was still better after all. In my previous life, after 35, I'd been of no use anymore. My parents next door didn't sleep either. The house wasn't soundproof, so every little noise could be heard clearly. Yet the old couple wasn't annoyed at all. My mother even said excitedly to my father, "You were right after all. I was worried they still hadn't slept together. But look, now that Wanxiu's illness has been cured and she's back, aren't they sleeping together? Haha, it won't be long before I can hold a big, chubby grandson." My father's mouth was also curved in a smile. How could he not be happy if he could hold a grandson? I told you not to rush. Once you're married, having a child is only a matter of time. Hearing the sounds from next door, my mother muttered again. It's just that our son is still young and doesn't know any better. Don't wear Wancho's body out. You should talk to him later and tell him to be more considerate of his wife. My father laughed. How could I possibly say something like that? Even if I did, it wouldn't help. He was a man himself. Back then, hadn't he been the same? My mother thought about when she got married, and men were just like that too. Fine. Tomorrow I'll make more delicious food to nourish my daughter-in-law. The noise in my room didn't die down until around 2 or 3 in the morning. Lin Wanxiu lay in my arms, so exhausted she could barely open her eyes. I was still fine. A grown man's body was sturdy. Even staying up half the night didn't make me sleepy. Seeing her like that, a trace of tenderness rose in my heart. We had plenty of time ahead of us, and from now on we'd be together every day. There would be many chances. Let her sleep. Holding her and breathing in the faint fragrance from her body, I quickly fell asleep too. Early the next morning, I got up at my usual time. Even though I hadn't slept until after midnight, I didn't feel tired at all. I became more and more certain that my body this life was much stronger than in my previous one, whether because I was better nourished now or because of the changes brought by rebirth. When I woke, Lin Wanxiu was still sleeping soundly. I kept my movements as light as possible and didn't disturb her. There was nothing at home that needed her to do anyway, so she might as well sleep a little longer. After washing up outside, I sat down at the dining table. Breakfast was made by third sister, and it was quite plentiful. Thinking of how Lin Wantong needed to replenish her nutrition, she had specially made scallion pancakes and simmered millet pumpkin porridge. When I went to eat, Lin Wantong had already finished, and my parents had just sat down. Seeing that I had been up half the night, yet was still full of energy, my father was clearly envious. Youth really was great. Once you got older, where would you have that kind of stamina? Third sister asked casually. Why isn't your younger sister-in-law getting up to eat? Should I go call her? She was afraid the food would get cold. My mother hurriedly stopped her. Don't. Let your younger sister-in-law sleep a little longer. She was tired last night. Third sister wasn't married and didn't understand these things. She asked in confusion, Huh? What did my younger sister-in-law do last night that made her tired? I saw her go back to the room pretty early. My mother, my father, and eldest sister were all people who'd been there before. They all knew exactly what could make a young couple tired at night. My mother quickly changed the subject. Why are you asking so much? Just let her sleep longer. There's nothing at home that needs her to do. She can sleep until noon if she wants. Third sister fell silent, but still muttered softly. I was just worried she'd get up too late and the food would get cold with nothing left to eat. My mother said, It's fine. I left her a portion, and it's being kept warm in the pot. Only then did third sister stop talking. After listening to my mother, I felt at ease. She really was someone who'd been through it all, thinking of everything for me. After breakfast, my dad, Chen Dai, my mom, Zhang Shufan, and my younger sister, Chen Hongyan, all went out to work in the fields. I picked up my newly bought Type 56 rifle and planned to head up the mountain to try my luck. Don't let it seem like I was a 1,000 yuan household now. In the future, I'd have to support a wife, a sister-in-law, and the whole Chen family besides. The burden on my shoulders was anything but light. With the rifle on my shoulder, I had just stepped out of the house when I saw a young man walking toward me. Dong Ji. He came up to me and greeted me warmly. I recognized him at once. It was my good brother Su Yang, who had grown up with me. We had once been the closest brothers, but after I got together with Tian Xiaolan, I'd grown distant from him. The reason was that Su Yang had warned me long ago that Tian Xiaolan was not a proper woman. He'd personally seen her behaving intimately with another man. The man he meant was probably Wang Xiangyu. But back then, I trusted Tian Xiaolan completely and didn't believe a word Su Yang said. Instead, I thought my brother was being underhanded, deliberately slandering my fiancée. So I took the initiative to keep my distance from him, and the two of us fell out completely. Only after being reborn did I realize that Tian Xiaolan really had been cheating on me, and only then did I understand how badly I had wronged this good brother. He had meant well when he warned me, and I had turned on him over a woman. In this life, I had to make it up to Su Yang and mend our brotherhood. Yangzi, I greeted him back. Su Yang hadn't expected me not only to respond, but to show no hint of distance at all. He immediately understood that I'd let bygones be bygones. In fact, before greeting me today, he'd been quite nervous, afraid I'd ignore him like I used to. It was only after seeing that I'd broken off my engagement with Tian Xiaolan and remarried a sent-down youth that he dared to come over. He walked up to me, his eyes already red. "Dongji, you're finally willing to talk to me," he said with a touch of grievance. I could hear it. At the end of the day, this falling out was mainly my fault. My good brother had only warned me out of concern that I'd be deceived by a bad woman, and I, instead of trusting the brother I'd known for over 10 years, believed some shameless woman. My biggest strength was that I could admit my mistakes and move on. If I was wrong, I would own it. So I took the initiative to apologize. "Yangzi, I was wrong to you before. I was blinded by greed and deceived by a woman. Give me a chance to make it right, and it'll never happen again. You're my brother, and I should have trusted you." Su Yang was even more stunned. He had only expected me to be willing to talk to him. He never imagined I'd lower my head and admit fault. He suddenly threw himself at me and hugged me, choking up as he said, "Dongji, as long as you trust me, that's all that matters. The past is the past. We're good brothers. I won't hold it against you." In truth, this whole thing had been my fault. Yet Su Yang had never once blamed me. There was a reason for that. Not only had we grown up together wearing the same pair of trousers, but more importantly, if it hadn't been for me, he might not have lived to this age. Su Yang lost his mother when he was 3. When he was 4, his father brought home another woman. At first, things were fine enough before the stepmother had any children. But once she gave birth to a younger brother, Su Yang's life at home went downhill fast. All the food was saved for his brother, all the work fell on him, and any time he made his stepmother unhappy, he'd get beaten with a stick. His own father didn't care at all, just stood by and watched his wife mistreat his eldest son. Once there was a stepmother, there was a stepfather too. His stepmother beat and scolded him and wouldn't even give him food. Luckily, in my family I was the only son, so all the resources were reserved for me, and I ate better than the other kids in the village. When I saw he had nothing to eat, I shared my rations with him. Su Yang felt that without those meals, he really wouldn't have been able to survive. On top of that, without a father's love or a mother's care, he was bullied by the village children from a young age. But every time he was bullied, I would charge to the front and protect him. I had been tall and strong since I was little, and I was rough around the edges too. With me backing him up, those village kids gradually stopped daring to bully him. Su Yang had always remembered my kindness, so no matter what I did, he could forgive me. And so I let him hold me like that. I understood that he was excited, but for 2 grown men to hug like that was a bit awkward. I coughed lightly. "Ahem, Yangzi, that's enough. If someone sees us, they'll think we've got some kind of improper relationship. I'm a total straight guy. If rumors got out, how am I supposed to face people?" Su Yang finally snapped out of it and quickly let go, grinning sheepishly. "Dongji, I got too excited and couldn't control myself for a moment. Good thing no one's here. Oh, and what I told you before was true. I wasn't making things up to smear Tian Xiaolan. Breaking off the engagement with a woman like that is a good thing." I patted his shoulder. "Yeah, I know. I also know who that woman was fooling around with. It was a young, educated youth from their production brigade." Su Yang suddenly realized. I said that guy looked refined, wore glasses, and didn't seem like someone from the countryside. So he was a city-educated youth after all. What kind of taste does Tian Xiaolan have? Falling for a pretty boy like that. "Dongji, I'm not trying to comfort you, but that pretty boy is nowhere near as good as you." I felt the same way. In terms of height and looks, Wang Xiangyu was nowhere close to me. Sure, he got into college later on, but after I made my fortune in business, I had plenty of college graduates working under me. You could only say Tian Xiaolan had poor judgment, not that I wasn't good enough. Having been reborn, I couldn't be bothered to get tangled up with a woman like that. If she liked Wang Xiangyu, then I'd let her have him. I would make her understand that choosing Wang Xiangyu would one day fill her with endless regret. Compared to killing her outright, letting her live in endless remorse was far more tormenting. I put my thoughts aside. "Yangzi, don't bring up that woman again. Whoever she likes is her business. I'm married now, and my wife is 1,000 times better than her. Not marrying me is her loss. Soo-young nodded repeatedly. Dong-ji is right. Sister-in-law is way better than her now. You're really blessed to have found such a beautiful city girl. After we'd fallen out before, he didn't come to my house for the wedding banquet, but he did watch from afar as the bridal procession and wedding were held. When he saw Lin Wanxiu all dressed up, he was stunned. He hadn't expected the educated youth Lin from the brigade to look like a fairy once she got dressed up. Back then he was genuinely happy for me and felt I'd struck gold. Seeing the boy looking envious, I teased him. What? You want a city wife too? I'll have your sister-in-law introduce someone to you later. Su Yang's face reddened instantly. Dong-ji, with my conditions, how would I dare to covet a city wife? If a village girl is willing to marry me, I'll be burning incense in thanks. He knew his own situation very clearly. A man without a biological mother, with a father no different from a stepfather. What woman would be willing to live a hard life with him? That was exactly why, even if he had a girl he liked in his heart, he didn't dare say anything, let alone whether the other person would even look at him. Even if she did, he felt he still couldn't give her a future. I remembered that in my previous life, Soo-young really never got married. No matter what era it was, for a man to marry a wife, he needed a foundation. Without parents to help, he didn't even have a place to live. How could he expect a girl to suffer with him? Even if the girl was willing, would her parents agree? But if a man went his whole life without marrying, he'd have no children of his own and would truly end up alone in old age. He was my brother, and I couldn't just stand by and watch him live and die alone like he had in my previous life. I said, Yangzi, if you want to marry a wife, you can only rely on yourself. Don't count on your dad or your stepmother. Dong-ji, I know. These days I can't even rely on myself, let alone them. From now on, earn more money, build your own house someday, and get married. Su Yang's eyes were full of gloom. With the few work points I have, who knows how many years it'll take before I can build a house and get married. Life in the countryside was just like that. It wasn't enough to work hard. Even after a family toiled for a whole year, they might only get a few dozen yuan from the brigade. He alone would get even less. 10 or 8 yuan was already considered a lot. Even if all of it were given to him, it would still be hard to save enough, let alone the fact that the work points he earned were taken by the family and never reached his hands. At this rate, he had no chance of building a house and getting married. I said, it is indeed hard relying on work points. So Yangzi, if you're willing, come with me to hunt in the mountains from now on. I'll help you make money. I want to change his fate, and that means helping him make money. If I gave him money directly, a proud guy like him would definitely refuse, so I can only bring him along to earn it. Going up the mountain to hunt is a good way. Su Yang's eyes went wide. Dong-ji, you're willing to take me hunting in the mountains? The happiness came so suddenly. Not only would his Dong-ji talk to him, he was even willing to take him along to make money. I said with a laugh, why wouldn't I be? You're my brother. If I don't look out for you, who will? But hunting isn't as easy as farming, and there are risks in the mountains. Think it through before you tell me. Su-young didn't hesitate at all. Dong-ji, of course I'm willing. I'm not afraid of hardship or hard work, and with you, I'm even less afraid. That attitude satisfied me. People who want to change their lives but refuse to put in any effort are useless beyond help. But if he was willing to improve himself, then if I gave him a hand, he could earn a bright future. All right, then from now on when I go up the mountain, you come with me. I'm going up today, so are you going this time or next time? Dong-ji, I want to go today. Wait for me a moment. I'll tell Uncle Team Leader, and I won't work today. Fine, I'll wait here. Okay. Su-young ran off happily. Watching his lively back view, the corners of my mouth lifted too. Less than 10 minutes later, he came back. Dong-ji, let's go. I teased him. You move pretty fast, kid. Hee hee. I was afraid you'd have to wait too long. Let's go up the mountain. The two of us headed into the mountains, and only then did Su-young notice the Type 56 semi-automatic on my shoulder. Dong-ji, that gun of yours is really something. It's different from the hunting rifles I've seen before. You've got good eyes. This is a Type 56 semi-automatic, a military gun. Ordinary hunting rifles can't compare. Su-young looked at me with admiration. Where did you get a military gun like this? It wasn't easy to get, was it? Bought it. 500 yuan apiece. Su-young drew in a sharp breath. That price was too expensive. He felt like he wasn't even worth as much as the gun himself. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't fetch 500 yuan. Yet for such an expensive gun, I bought it without hesitation. He thought to himself, my good brother can afford such an expensive gun, which means he must have made a lot of money. Hunting is way more profitable than digging in the dirt. If I work hard with Dong-ji, maybe before long I'll have enough to build a house and marry a wife. The two of us kept walking uphill. Although Su-young had never hunted before, he had been doing physical labor since he was young. His biological father and stepmother were both trash, and after he grew up, he did nothing but heavy work. so his stamina was naturally decent. I could walk mountain roads for 2 hours, and he could keep up. If his stamina were poor, bringing him up the mountain would only hold me back. After 2 hours of walking, we still hadn't run into any game, but we did pick some mushrooms and put them into the basket. I was a little thirsty, so I found a rock to sit on. Sit down and rest a bit. Have some water. He didn't complain of being tired, but after walking for 2 hours, it was time to rest anyway. I unscrewed the water bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls. After drinking, I tossed it to him. Suyang caught it in midair, unscrewed the cap, and drank too, not the least bit bothered by the fact that I'd already drunk from it. I took a sip of water and rested for a bit. It was probably almost 10 o'clock by then, and I wondered whether Lin Wanqiu had woken up yet. Thinking of last night's scenes, my chest felt warm. To be honest, I really hadn't expected that girl to have such a good figure, with a slim waist and smooth skin. Don't let her look so thin. The places that should have meat weren't lacking at all. I quickly gulped down a few more mouthfuls of water and didn't dare keep thinking about it. At that moment, Lin Wanqiu had only just woken up. The moment she thought of last night, her face turned completely red. She had slept through the whole night, and her body was still sore and weak. Seeing the sun already shining into the room, she knew it was getting late. It was all my fault. If I hadn't tormented her, she wouldn't have gotten up so late. She was grumbling to herself. After all, she was a member of the Chin family now. If she slept until the sun was high in the sky on her first day back from the hospital, people in the production brigade would surely say she was a lazy woman. Thinking of that, she hurriedly got out of bed. But as soon as she stood up, her legs went weak and she almost fell to the floor, only just catching herself on the wall. She stood there for quite a while. Once her legs were steady enough to support her, she slowly made her way out of the room. My two nieces, Pan Dia and Pan Aria, saw her get up and politely called out, "Andy." Lin Wanqiu saw that the two children were so well-mannered and took a liking to them as well, smiling at them. My older sister, Chen Hongqin, heard the noise and came out of the room to greet her. "Wanqiu, you're awake." Lin Wanqiu nodded with a red face. She had been worried that her older sister-in-law would think she was lazy, but my sister was a woman who'd been through it all. One look at her haggard state, and she guessed that her younger brother had not gone easy on her last night. Instead, she urged her to sleep a little longer, since there wasn't much work at home for her to do anyway. Blushing, Lin Wanqiu said, "Big sister, it's already late. I can't sleep until noon." My sister thought about it and agreed. Mainly, Lin Wanqiu hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and sleeping on an empty stomach would be uncomfortable too. So she said there was food kept warm in the pot for her, and that she'd go get it for her. Seeing that my sister was pregnant and her belly was already big, how could Lin Wanqiu bring herself to order her around? She hurriedly stopped her. "Big sister, you're pregnant, so it's inconvenient. I'll wash up and bring it myself." My sister didn't insist and went back into the room to keep making clothes for the children. She was sewing everything by hand, so it was slow. If they had a sewing machine, it would be much faster. After washing up, Lin Wanqiu went to the kitchen to get her meal. Seeing that her in-laws had kept food for her this late, her heart warmed. Because of how kind her in-laws were, she decided to forgive my torment from last night. As for me, after resting with Su Yang for a bit, I slung the Type 56 over my shoulder and kept trekking through the mountain forest. After about half an hour, I dug up a wild ginseng plant. It couldn't compare to real ginseng, but it could still be sold for some money. The last one had been used to soak in liquor for my dad. This one could be sold. Su Yang was happy too when he saw it. After walking so long through the mountains, we'd finally gotten something out of it. I told Su Yang to sit down and eat something. It was already noon, and after walking half the day, we were long hungry. Su Yang especially hadn't eaten enough at breakfast, and his stomach was rumbling. I handed him an oily pancake. A kid like him usually never got to eat something like that, so he took it and ate it with relish, thinking with emotion that the food was much better when he followed me. Once we were full and rested enough, we kept going. After walking a while, Su Yang suddenly stopped, leaned close to me in a low voice, and pointed ahead. "Brother Dong, there's movement." He didn't dare speak loudly, afraid of scaring off the prey. I followed the direction he pointed and looked. Sure enough, there was movement in the waist-high grass. "Kid, not bad eyesight," I praised him. Su Yang was overjoyed. He didn't know how to fire a gun, so he had thought he wouldn't be of much use. He hadn't expected to be the first to spot something, so he'd still done his part. I carried the gun and crept over quietly, but the prey in the mountains was even more alert. It darted away in an instant. Soon I saw clearly that 2 mountain goats had run out from the grass. One of them looked to weigh about 70 or 80 jin. 2 that size would fetch a good amount of money if taken back. Mountain goats weren't as good as wild boars, but they were definitely better than wild chickens or rabbits. I raised the Type 56, took aim, and with a bang, one dropped at once. The other, startled, ran even faster. I didn't give it a chance. I took aim again and fired once more. Birds were scared up into the sky, and the fleeing mountain goat was hit dead on as well. With both of them down, I lowered the gun. Honestly, it was only after using the rifle that I truly felt the difference between this 56-1 and an ordinary hunting gun. A military rifle really is something else. Before, I felt a little pain spending those 500 yuan, but now I think it was totally worth it. Seeing me hit both shots in a row, Su Yang's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. Only then did he realize how good my marksmanship really was. No wonder I had once brought down 4 big wild boars in a single trip. After he came to his senses, he strode over. "Dongji, you're amazing. If you joined the army, you'd be a sharpshooter." I smiled and waved it off. My shooting's pretty good compared to ordinary people, but it's still a long way from professional soldiers. Su Yang only took that as modesty, thinking to himself that if my Dongji had received professional training too, he'd definitely be even stronger than a soldier. This kind of thing comes down to talent, and my Dongji just happens to have great talent. I pointed at the 2 goats on the ground. "Not bad haul today, and you contributed a lot too. You were the first to spot them. Carry one each, and let's head down the mountain." By now it wasn't early anymore. By the time we got home, it'd probably be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. "Okay." Su Yang hurriedly picked one up and slung it over his shoulder. 70 or 80 gene wasn't something you could carry without some strength. He was used to doing heavy labor in the production brigade, so he could just about manage, but mountain paths are hard to walk on, and after a while it became tiring. I hoisted the other one and motioned for him to head down the mountain. After half an hour, Su Yang was starting to struggle. Seeing that I hadn't stopped, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep up. Hearing his breathing get heavier and heavier, I knew the kid was nearing his limit, so I stopped. "Let's rest a bit. No rush." I found a rock to sit on, with the goat set down by my feet. Su Yang panted hard a few times. Seeing that I wasn't even out of breath, he was thoroughly impressed. "Dongji, your shooting is good, and your stamina is this good too." I sized him up. "I've got this strength because I eat well. How can your thin arms and legs compare? Work hard with me from now on, and I'll make sure you get to eat better. Once your body gets stronger, your strength will naturally increase." The countryside was poor to begin with, and Su Yang wasn't favored at home either, so he ate the worst food and ended up skinny and lean. But to me, that wasn't a big deal. Feed him up a bit and he'd become sturdy. After seeing what I could do, the kid trusted even more that I could help him live a good life. Just thinking about being able to eat his fill and eat well made him excited too. After enough rest, we kept carrying them down. I stopped 2 more times along the way, and by the time we reached the foot of the mountain, it was already after 4 in the afternoon. By then, the people of Hongqi Production Brigade were almost done for the day. I had hunted 2 goats, and by brigade rules I had to turn in half. So I didn't carry them straight home. Instead, I first went to find my eldest uncle, Chen Dajiang, and turned one in. Su Yang felt a little pained. "Dongji, you worked so hard to get it. Turning in one is too much of a loss, isn't it?" What he meant was, why not just avoid the others and sneak it home? I smiled and reasoned with him. "It's fine. Turn in one, and we still have one left. Something this big isn't easy to hide. If it gets discovered and reported, it'll cause trouble. Things that are easier to hide, like rare medicinal herbs, don't need to be turned in." The reason I was willing to turn in half was also this. Our family's life would definitely keep getting better, and there would be some expenses others could see and calculate. If we didn't turn in what we were supposed to, and the family had no other proper source of income, people would definitely suspect we were secretly hiding game to sell, and then they'd report us. Don't treat people like fools, and don't underestimate human nature. Su Yang thought it made sense. "Dongji, you really see things clearly." I was thinking too small. I carried the goat to my uncle and turned it in, causing another stir in the brigade. My eldest uncle hadn't expected that just a few days after I turned in 2 wild boars, I'd turn in another goat today. Although each household would only get at most half a gene of meat, being able to eat meat was already a huge joy, and the team members were both excited and grateful. In the past, I just caused trouble all the time. Who would have thought there'd be a day when I'd be this capable? My uncle accepted the goat and had the accountant record work points for me. The brigade didn't take game for nothing. Anyone who turned in game would get work points, and plenty of hunters relied on turning in game to offset their work points. How many points you got depended on the size of the game, and at the end of the year, grain and money were distributed according to work points. My uncle directly gave me 70 work points. You have to know, these days a full day of heavy labor only earned at most 10 work points, and many people couldn't even earn that in a day. My 70 points were worth 10 days of work for an ordinary person. The team members didn't object either. With such a big goat, it was only right to record a bit more. I glanced at Su Yang beside me and said to my uncle, "Uncle, Su Yang helped with this goat too. Shouldn't he get some work points as well?" My uncle was put in a difficult spot. He thought I'd handled the goat by myself and had already been credited 70 points. If he gave Su Yang more too, the total would be too high. As the brigade leader, he had to consider what others might think. Even if I was his own nephew, he couldn't show favoritism in public. Seeing his dilemma, I said, take 20 from my 70 and give them to Yangzi. If it was taken from me, there was no issue. My uncle immediately agreed. But Suyang wouldn't have it. Brother Dong, no need. I didn't do that much. Even 10 points would be too much. I didn't give him a chance to refuse. Just do as I said. Seeing how firm I was, he didn't say anything else. After the work points were recorded, I carried the goat home. My uncle called people over to deal with the other one and divide the meat. The goat wasn't small, but there were many people in the commune, so each family would only get a little. Still, being able to have some meat was enough to satisfy everyone. I quickly carried the goat home and had Su Yang help me process it. Thinking of his family's situation, I said to him, once it's processed, I won't split off any meat for you to take back. Stay at my place for dinner tonight. Tomorrow I'll take the rest to the county town to sell, and we'll split the money. I knew very well that rather than giving him meat to take home, it was better to have him stay and eat here. With that lousy father and stepmother of his, the meat would most likely never reach his mouth anyway. Keeping it here at least minute would end up in his stomach, not benefiting the Su family's other people. Su Yang understood what I meant, and his eyes immediately turned red. Okay, Brother Dong, I'll listen to you. I went to the kitchen to get the tools. When my two nieces saw me carrying the goat back, they ran up excitedly. Pandaya asked, Uncle, did you catch this? I smiled and nodded. The two girls looked at me with eyes full of admiration. Uncle is amazing. I knew they were buttering me up, but I still found it very pleasing. Pan Arya swallowed hard, staring longingly. Uncle, does that mean we can eat meat again tonight? I laughed. We're having mutton tonight. Are you happy, Arya? The little glutton nodded hard. Happy. At that moment, the others in the house also came out. Seeing that I had brought back a whole goat, they were all surprised and delighted. Lin Wanxiu and her sister looked at me with undisguised admiration as well. Lin Wanxiu stepped forward. Brother Dong, you made another huge haul on the mountain? That's amazing. Hearing my wife praise me like that, I felt even better inside. In my previous life, Tian Xiaolin had never praised me or acknowledged me. No matter how much I achieved, I never got even a single word of approval from her. Back then, I stupidly kept hoping for her recognition, even wondering if I wasn't good enough. Only now did I understand. It wasn't that I wasn't good enough. It was that that woman simply had no place for me in her heart, so of course she would never recognize me. Thankfully, in this life, I found a woman who would affirm me and appreciate me. I said with a smile, of course. Don't you even look at who your man is. That was a bit narcissistic, but no one present thought it was strange. Who told me I had the capital to be narcissistic? Lin Wanxiu's face reddened slightly after hearing that. I had thick skin, so I didn't mind. Su Yang politely called out, sister-in-law. Lin Wanxiu had only been in Hongqi production brigade for a few months and didn't know many people. She didn't recognize Su Yang, so she asked his name. Sister-in-law, my name is Su Yang. I'm Brother Dong's good brother. We grew up together wearing the same pair of pants. Hearing that he was my brother, Lin Wanxiu's attitude became even warmer. After that, Su Yang and I worked together, and within half an hour we had finished processing the goat. The valuable part of the goat was the meat. The offal and entrails weren't worth much. The only part that could be taken to the county town and sold was the meat, while the offal and entrails we kept for ourselves. The mutton offal soup tasted pretty good, and I couldn't bear to waste the leftover mutton offal and tripe, so I planned to clean it up properly and make it for supper. I didn't sell all the mutton either. I cut off a few gene to make mutton dumplings that night. I went to wash the offal first, and Su Yang helped me from the side. My third sister, Chen Hanqin, wanted to help too, but she knew I didn't like seeing her doing chores, so she simply went back inside to keep making clothes. My wife, Lin Wanxiu, thought that as a daughter-in-law of the Chen family, she couldn't just sit around waiting to be served by her husband's family, so she came over to help too. She was no longer the eldest young lady of the Lin family, and she felt awkward being too lazy at her husband's home. Besides, I and the rest of the family treated her very well, and she also wanted to do her part. I stopped her right away. Wife, you already worked hard last night. You should rest. I'll handle this. As soon as I said that, Wanxiu's face turned red. Thinking of what happened last night, she was so embarrassed she didn't even dare come close to me. Su Yang covered his mouth and snickered beside us. I glared at him. What are you laughing at, kid? How could he dare tell the truth? His sister-in-law was still in the yard. He just chuckled awkwardly and said, Brother Dong, I just didn't expect you to care so much about your wife. I never noticed before that you spoiled her this much. I snorted. She's my wife. How could I not care about her? Your sister-in-law is as pretty as a fairy. Of course I have to hold her in the palm of my hand. Wanxiu blushed even harder after hearing that. Washing the offal took me quite a bit of effort. After I cleaned it thoroughly, I went into the kitchen to make the mutton offal soup. Yang and Wanxiu were both stunned when they saw me cooking. Brother Dong, you can cook? Yang felt like he barely recognized me. We'd been brothers for so many years, and he had no idea I had this skill. I said, yeah, I watched the chefs who cooked banquets before. I tried it these past few days, and it turned out pretty well. Yang immediately gave me a thumbs up. Wanxiu hadn't expected me to know how to cook either, and her impression of me rose another notch. In this era, men were very much macho, and few were willing to step into the kitchen, let alone when I was the only son in the family. Although we'd only been married not long and hadn't spent much time together, she was already drawn to one good point after another about me. After putting the offal to simmer, I went to mince the meat filling for the dumplings. While I was chopping, my parents and third sister came back from work, still carrying a small piece of mutton distributed by the production brigade. When they heard we were having mutton dumplings for dinner, no one in the family objected. My mother, Zhang Shufan, and my third sister, Qin Hongyan, came into the kitchen to help. Making dumplings wasn't hard, just time-consuming, and with more people it was easier. I seasoned the filling, and everyone wrapped dumplings together. Before long, they were all done. I cooked the first pot first so the women at home could eat before the men waited for the next batch. Wanxiu and her sister were both stunned after tasting the mutton dumplings. They were even more delicious than the ones sold at the state-run restaurant. So tasty, it almost made them cry. The rest of the Qin family was pretty calm. They had already tried my cooking before. By the time the second pot was ready, Yang was eating too. He didn't often get to eat meat, so with nothing to compare it to, he just assumed all meat dumplings were this fragrant. I made plenty, and after several pots were cooked, everyone ate until their stomachs were round and full. After drinking the mutton offal soup too, everyone felt like they were living a fairy's life. Yang finished the last sip of soup, let out a loud belch of contentment, and said happily, Brother Dong, I'm full. I should head back. Want some more? No need, I'm stuffed. He had eaten 2 big bowls of dumplings and drunk 2 bowls of soup. He really was full to bursting. All right then, next time I head up the mountain, I'll call you again. After seeing Yang off, we cleaned up. Third sister washed the pots and bowls, and then helped heat up bath water. It was hot now, and after a day working up the mountain and down in the fields, you'd be covered in sweat. If you didn't wash, you'd feel sticky and uncomfortable. I was sorting out clothes for a change and getting ready to bathe when I saw Su Yang's stepmother, Ma Zhaodi, storm into my house in a fit of rage. That kind of name was common in the countryside. Families that favored sons over daughters liked to name their girls Zhaodi or Pundi, hoping for a boy. The moment I saw her posture, I knew she had bad intentions. Because she had always mistreated Su Yang, I didn't have much of a good face for her either. Aunt Zhaodi, is there something you need at my house? Ma Zhaodi put her hands on her hips and angrily argued with me. Chun Weidong, aren't you going a little too far? Taking advantage of someone shouldn't be done like this. My Su Yang went up the mountain hunting with you and brought back a whole sheep, and you won't even give him a share of the meat? You just sent him off with one meal. I understood at once that this woman had come to take advantage of us. She was talking about Su Yang's injustice, but in truth it was all for herself. I sneered. Yes, Aunt Zhaodi, Yangzi did go up the mountain with me today, but he was only helping me. You don't think he was the one who shot the sheep, do you? I've already counted him for 20 work points, and he got a meal too. How is that taking advantage of him? Go ask around, within these 10 miles and 8 villages, who pays better for hired help than I do. Ma Zhaodi hadn't expected that I would only recognize a hired help arrangement and not a partnership. She couldn't bear to let go of such a big bargain. What helper? Su Yang went up the mountain with you, so the praise should be shared. You did the main work, so take a bigger portion. You keep 2/3 of this sheep, and Su Yang gets 1/3, all right. She figured that even 1/3 would still be 10 or 20 pounds of meat, enough for her family to eat for quite a while. I thought this woman was truly shameless. Aunt Zhaodi, the split isn't for you to decide. It should be whatever Yangzi and I agreed on from the start. If I really had to give away that much, I wouldn't have taken him along in the first place. Without him, I still would have gotten prey on my own. Chen Weidong, how can you be so heartless? Su Yang is at least your brother. You're taking advantage of him. Don't you feel bad about it? I didn't give her any face. What do I have to feel bad about? It's you, Aunt Zhaodi, who should feel bad. Yangzi hasn't said a word. So why is it your turn, as his stepmother, to speak for him? Everyone in the commune knows how you usually mistreat him, and now that you smell blood you've come running to grab a piece of the pie. Yangzi lets you off, but I won't. If you dare make trouble at my house, I don't mind throwing you out. My tone was cold and hard. Ma Zhaodi stared at me and suddenly seemed a little wary and afraid. How could she know that I wasn't the 20-year-old Chun Weidong anymore? Having fought in the business world in my previous life, this kind of pressure was more than enough to crush her. My mother heard the commotion and came out of the house. Seeing Ma Zhaodi picking on her son, how could her fierce protective instincts possibly let that go? She rushed up and slapped her hard across the face. Spit. You shameless bitch. What right do you have to call my son heartless? Even if his heart were black, it still wouldn't be as black as yours. You mistreat your stepson. Who in the whole commune doesn't know that? Even if that meat were given to him, it wouldn't end up in Su Yang's mouth. It would only go into your mouth and your son's mouths. I was a little stunned watching from the side. My mom was really fierce. She hit when she wanted to, and that fighting power was something I couldn't match. Actually, my mother had her own calculations in making the move. First, she couldn't stand this woman. Second, it wouldn't look good for me, a grown man, to fight an old woman. It was better for her to handle it herself. Fighting among village women was common. At worst, the brigade leader would say a couple of words. But if I hit a woman, no matter who was right, word would spread and it would sound awful. My mother loved me and wouldn't let my reputation be affected. After taking that slap, Ma Xiaodi's head rang and her face burned. When she came to her senses, she started crying and shouting, "Ow! They're hitting people. There's no justice. The Chun family is bullying people." No need to mention the loud voices of country women. One wail like that, and half the brigade heard it. Several neighboring households came out to watch the excitement. My mother and I weren't the least bit flustered. She had come to our door causing trouble on her own, and we were in the right. The more people came, the better. We could let everyone see just how shameless she was. As more and more people gathered, someone asked what had happened. Ma Xiaodi immediately began sobbing that our mother and son were behaving like animals. That Su Yang went up the mountain hunting with me and only got one meal and a little meat. And that when she came to demand an explanation, my mother slapped her. After crying her grievance, she planted her hands on her hips. Just because the brigade leader is related to you doesn't mean you can be so arrogant. You have to compensate me for this, or I won't let it go. When my mother heard that, she got even angrier. This shameless old hag clearly was the one being unreasonable, yet she was acting as if we were bullying her just because we had a connection to brigade leader Xinjiang. My mother put her hands on her hips and cursed. "Compensate? You shameless old slut still want compensation? What right do you have? You came to our door to take advantage, and now you won't even let me hit you?" After cursing, she turned to the people watching and said, "Everyone, judge this fairly. Does Ma Xiaodi deserve a beating?" Su Yang came with my Wei Dong to help out on the mountain. He was paid, 20 work points were credited to his name, and he was even fed a meal at night. That was generous enough, wasn't it? But then she went and shouted that my son was heartless and insisted on taking 1/3 of the sheep meat. Su Yang himself didn't even say anything. Why was his stepmother the one causing a scene? Ma Xiaodi defended herself. My Su Yang is thin-skinned and embarrassed to ask, so as his stepmother, I naturally have to help him. I can't let you people bully him. My mom spat at her. Ma Xiaodi, give me a break. You're just jealous and want meat for yourself. Don't use Su Yang as an excuse. Who doesn't know how you usually treat that kid? And now you're standing up for him out of kindness. The team members who had figured out what was going on also thought it wasn't appropriate for her to come demanding 1/3 of the sheep meat. Su Yang was a helper. Getting 20 work points and a meal was already decent. If they really had to split off that much meat, then I'd have to be crazy to bring him along. Who didn't know Su Yang couldn't hunt and wasn't much help? Last time I alone had shot 4 wild boars. Her little Zhengvenjozer were practically bouncing into people's faces. How could my mom not be angry? Still, a few others sided with Ma Xiaodi, not because they thought she was right, but purely because they were jealous of our family. Last time I sold the money from 2 wild boars and bought a bicycle, the whole production brigade was green with envy. This time we'd taken down a mountain sheep. One was handed in, one was kept, and the meat from that could be sold for quite a bit too. Everyone had been poor, and when they saw someone suddenly getting rich, the narrow-minded got sour. Hu Qiujiu, who lived 2 houses down from ours, said sourly. Wei Dong really was inconsiderate this time. A sheep is so heavy. How can just 1 meal be enough for Su Yang? At most he'd only eat 2 jin, and the rest wouldn't all be kept by Wei Dong. Su Yang and he seem to have a pretty good relationship, don't they? Treating a brother like this? TSK. No wonder Zhao Di says he's black-hearted. This Hu Qiujiu was a shameless freeloader, and hardly anyone in the brigade liked her. She lived close to our family, and there had been plenty of arguments. My mom had fought her several times. My mom was just about to rush over and settle the score when Su Yang came running over in a hurry. He had only found out from another team member that his stepmother had come to ask for meat behind his back. Feeling like he had caused trouble for me, he rushed over immediately. As soon as he arrived, he heard Hu Qiujiu slandering me, and he was the first one who wouldn't stand for it. He stepped up to Hu Qiujiu and said, "Auntie, that's not right. How is my big brother Wei Dong inconsiderate?" Before we went up the mountain, he made it clear that I'd just be a helper and wouldn't take part in splitting the game. He credited me 20 work points and gave me a meal, and I even got to eat plenty of meat. It was obviously me who got the better end of the deal. I already thought that was generous enough. Why are you calling him black-hearted? My big brother turned in one wild animal to the brigade today, and you only got the sheep meat because of him. You don't know gratitude, and you're slandering him instead. Even feeding this sheep meat to a dog would be better than giving it to someone like you." Those words made Chioju so angry her face turned red, while my mom felt downright satisfied. Good boy. I didn't spoil him for nothing. He knew how to defend me at a critical moment. And since the main person himself had come forward to rebut them, the effect was much better than if my mom had done it. Even he had no objections. What right did others have to keep talking? The people who were jealous of our family didn't have much else to say either. Suyang then turned to Ma Zhaodi. "Aunt Ma, how could you do this? I already made it clear to you that I was only a helper and didn't contribute much. On what grounds should people split the meat with me? If it weren't for my big brother helping me out because of our brotherly bond, he could have gone up the mountain by himself and wouldn't have needed me at all. You're not helping me. You're making it so I won't be able to face my big brother in the future. Next time he definitely won't call me along." Ma Zhaodi hadn't gotten a single benefit and was still unwilling to give up. "You child, why don't you appreciate good intentions? I'm fighting for your interests here. You're the foolish one. People toss you a few random things, and you're satisfied." Suyang sneered. "Aunt Ma, I know very well who's good to me and who's screwing me over. Don't pretend to be kind here. You're not doing this for me. You're doing it for yourself. You picked the wrong target today. The game was hunted by my big brother, not by me. As a helper, I'm not qualified to distribute the meat. You'd better give up on this idea now and stop embarrassing our family." The surrounding team members all chimed in too. Ma Zhaodi said it prettier than she's saying. But who didn't know what she was really after? At this time, Su Yang's father also came over. He usually didn't pay much attention to Su Yang either, but men at his age cared about face to some extent. Ma Zhaodi making such a scene made him feel embarrassed. Su Yang's stepmother, Ma Zhaodi, ran into my yard demanding meat, but in the end Su Yang's father came over and shouted her away. Su's father roared at her, telling her not to embarrass herself and to hurry home with him. When Ma Zhaodi saw that the team members were all speaking up for me and her own man was wearing a dark face, she could only leave unwillingly. After she left, the crowd watching the show also dispersed. Suyang came up to me somewhat sheepishly. "Brother Dong, I'm really sorry. I've caused you trouble. I had no idea my stepmother would come to you for meat. If I'd known, I definitely would have stopped her." I patted him on the shoulder. "It's nothing, Yangzi. This has nothing to do with you. Your stepmother is your stepmother, and you are you. I won't take it out on you." After hearing that, his eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at me. I knew very well that Ma Zhaodi was no good. In the future, I'd be taking Su Yang up the mountain hunting often, and we'd definitely get something. With her personality, once she saw me getting rewards, she'd probably come over to take advantage again. I wasn't afraid of her causing trouble. I just wanted a quiet life, so I'd avoid her if I could. So I suggested to Su Yang, "Yangzi, you should try to split the family household as early as possible. If you don't, your stepmother is a time bomb." Su Yang nodded hard. "Okay, Brother Dong. I'll split the family as soon as possible." Actually, he'd long since had enough of that family. All the good stuff went to his younger brothers, and most of the work points he earned every year were used to support the household. His biological father was basically the same as a stepfather, utterly unreliable. In that family, he lived just like an outsider. He had never thought about splitting the household before, but back then he was too young, and if he moved out he'd have nowhere to go. Now it was different. With me bringing him along to make money, he'd be better off after moving out. Seeing that he is both open to advice and decisive in handling matters, I think this young man is worth nurturing. How a person lives their whole life has a lot to do with their own character. If he didn't even have the courage to cut ties with his family of origin, then even if I wanted to help him, I couldn't. After Su Yang went back, he used this incident the very same day to bring up splitting the household with his family. Ma Zhaodi was the first to refuse. She wasn't reluctant to let go of this stepson. She was reluctant to give up the cheap labor. Su Yang was 20, in the prime of his strength. He took on all the heavy work in the brigade, earned a lot of work points, and every year he filled the family's gaps. Her own son was still young, and she couldn't bear to let him do hard labor. Su Yang was a stepson, so she didn't feel sorry for him even if he was tired. If Su Yang left now, it would be equivalent to losing a strong laborer for nothing. Su's father also disagreed. He wasn't thinking that much about it. He just felt that his son was only 20 and still unmarried. If they split the household at this point, wouldn't people laugh at him as a father? With the two of them opposing him so fiercely, Su Yang temporarily stopped bringing it up and planned to come find me the next day to see if I could help him come up with a solution. After seeing everyone off, I went on to take a bath. I had gone into the mountains to hunt and was covered in sweat, so I wouldn't feel comfortable without washing up. Besides, I was going to eat meat at night, and with a body full of sour sweat, I didn't even feel like going up to Lin Wanqiu. After my bath, I went back to the room and lay on the bed waiting for her. As I waited, I got a little impatient, and thinking back on her soft, fragrant body from last night made my chest hotter and hotter. Mayweather was already hot to begin with, and with all sorts of messy thoughts in my head, I was getting so warm I couldn't stand it, so I simply took off my shirt and lay there bare-chested. When Lin Wanxiu finished bathing and came into the room, she saw me like that and shyly covered her eyes. "Ah, you pervert." I almost laughed. "I'm not a pervert. I'm your man. Besides, you already saw everything you should have seen last night, so why are you shy again now?" Teasing her like that reminded her of what had happened last night, and her face turned red as if it were bleeding. Seeing how thin-skinned she was, I stopped teasing her and called her over to the bed. The moment she reached the bedside, I couldn't wait and lunged at her. "Don't blow out the lamp," she pushed me once and whispered in my ear. I knew she was shy, so I held back the fire in my chest and blew out the kerosene lamp. 2 hours later, I was holding her in satisfaction. She was nestled in my arms, both of us covered in a thin layer of sweat. Her face was flushed and hot. She was tired, but happy too, and it looked like she was about to fall asleep. I whispered in her ear, "Wanxiu, I didn't ask you before, but can you tell me about your family now?" Actually, I already knew a rough idea of what had happened to her family. They had once been high-ranking officials, but now the whole family had been sent down to the countryside. But I couldn't say that I had been reborn. I could only pretend not to know. I was trying to get her to tell me so I could take the chance to help her family. If I knew where her parents had been sent, as her son-in-law, I could send them some money, ration tickets, and supplies. I might as well use this chance to help them and also leave a good impression on my in-laws. Otherwise, with just me, a young nobody like this, if the Lin family hadn't fallen into hardship, how would I ever have had the chance to marry her? Though the two of us were married now, to put it bluntly, our backgrounds didn't match at all. Once the Lin family was rehabilitated, they might even make her divorce me. As soon as I asked, her body stiffened and she said nothing. Her family situation was far too sensitive. Her parents had been sent down, and their background was considered problematic. In this era, background was everything. She was afraid that if she said it, I would look down on her, and my family would look down on her too. Feeling her body go rigid, I understood what she was thinking. I reached out and took her hand in mine, then said softly in her ear, "Wanxiu, now that we're husband and wife, we should be honest with each other. You brought your little sister with you to the countryside and have had such a hard life. Something must have happened at home. Don't worry. I'm asking because if your family needs help, I'll do what I can." Only then did she understand what I meant. Her eyes reddened at once. So I really had already guessed that her family was in trouble. Held like that by me, she seemed to be infused with strength. Thinking of everything I had done for her and her little sister after the marriage, she felt that I was someone she could trust and rely on, and so she told me everything about her family. The Lin family had been big officials ever since her grandfather's generation. Her grandfather had even been one of the people who helped establish the country back then. Later, they had stood on the wrong side and were implicated, so the whole family was sent down. Now her grandfather was with her parents and her second uncle's family at a farm in the northwest. She also had 2 older brothers. The eldest was a soldier in the army and hadn't been sent down with them, but because of his parents' situation his career had been suppressed and he was transferred to the most remote island. The second brother was sent to another place to work in the countryside just like her. Only she and her younger sister had come to Hongqi Production Brigade. If not for meeting me, life would have been extremely hard for the 2 sisters. After she finished, she waited somewhat anxiously for my reaction. In her view, any normal person would try to distance themselves from her parents' side and stay far away. But after hearing it all, I said, "Wanxiu, no matter what, they're your parents. Now that we're married, they're my parents too. They're in trouble right now, so within our means, we should definitely help as much as we can. How about this? You write them a letter and tell them about your situation here. Such a big thing as getting married should be told to them too. If they know you and Wantong have someone looking after you, they'll worry less. I'll also prepare some grain, supplies, money, and ration tickets and send them over." She hadn't expected me to take this attitude. Not only did I not mind knowing about her family, I even took the initiative to offer help to her parents. Thinking about how hard it had already been for her and her sister to go to the countryside, she knew her grandparents and parents would only have it even harder on the farm. There were also people sent down in Hongqi Production Brigade, and they suffered much more than the educated youth. Before, she could barely protect herself, let alone help them. But now that I was helping, her family's days could become much easier. Her nose stung with emotion, and she wrapped her arms around me and leaned against my chest. "Brother Dong, you're so good. Being able to marry you is the greatest blessing of my 8 lifetimes. No, I'm the lucky one. If your family hadn't run into trouble, you would be the daughter of a high-ranking cadre. How could someone like me, a country bumpkin, possibly be worthy of you?" I wasn't just saying that to comfort her. I truly meant it. But I'm not anymore. My family is like this, and yet you still don't look down on me and are willing to help my family. It's my blessing to be able to marry such a good man like you." As she spoke, she rubbed her head against me. With that rub, the fire in my chest surged up again. I flipped over and pinned her beneath me, then whispered in her ear, "If you think I'm a good man, then thank me properly." Of course, she knew exactly what kind of thanks I wanted. Although she was exhausted and limp at the moment, thinking of how good I had been to her, she still couldn't bear to refuse. She reached out, wrapped her arms around my neck, and took the initiative to kiss me. Since she was the one taking the lead, I got even more worked up, and it gave me a different kind of feeling too. When it was over, her forehead and body were covered in another layer of sweat. I got out of bed, drew some water, and helped her wipe herself down. She had used up all her strength and, half-dazed, closed her eyes and enjoyed it. After wiping away the sweat, she felt much more comfortable. I also wiped myself off, held her in my arms, and went to sleep. I slept through the night without dreaming. When I woke the next day, she was still sleeping soundly. I got up quietly and didn't wake her. Breakfast was simple. There was a little leftover mutton soup from last night, and Chun Hongyan had chopped some greens and cooked some sweet potato noodles. I drank a bowl of mutton offal vermicelli soup. It warmed my stomach, and I was quite satisfied. After I finished eating, I said hello to the family and told them I was going to county town again to sell the mutton I had processed yesterday. Excluding what our family would eat, there was about 40 jin of mutton left. Mutton was more expensive than pork. On the black market, it could fetch at least 2 yuan per jin, so 40 jin would bring in 80 yuan. Right now, a worker only made 30 yuan a month, so 80 yuan was almost 3 months' wages for an ordinary worker. Now that I could openly ride a bicycle to county town, things were much easier. It took a little over an hour, and if I set out in the morning, I could still make it back in time for lunch. I packed the 40 jin of mutton into bags and tied them onto the back seat. In this day and age, carrying dozens of jin of meat in the open was far too eye-catching. So many people would have their eyes on it that it had to be put in bags. After tying it up securely, I pedaled off. About half an hour into the ride, I ran into Tian Xiaolan again on the road. This time she was sitting on a mule cart with Wang Xiangyu. Last time, she had accompanied Wang Xiangyu to mail a letter. This time, she was going with him to pick up a package. Apparently Wang Xiangyu's family had mailed him something. Tian Xiaolan was hoping the Wang family would mail more money and vouchers so he could buy her meat and clothes. Wang Xiangyu had promised her before that if his family sent money or vouchers, he would get her some fabric to make a new outfit. What young girl her age didn't want to dress up beautifully? Besides, her family had been complaining these past few days, saying she shouldn't have taken a fancy to Wang Xiangyu and broken off the engagement with me. Otherwise, their family would have been eating meat last time. Tian Xiaolan was holding back a breath of resentment. She wanted to prove she hadn't misjudged him, and once she had a new outfit made, she could turn the tables in front of her family. Running into these two halfway there just put me in a bad mood. Especially that shameless Tian Xiaolan. Just looking at her made me sick. I didn't linger on her and quickly pedaled on, wanting to get away as fast as possible. But the two of them noticed me. More accurately, they noticed my bicycle first. These days, even city people could hardly afford one, let alone people in the countryside. A bicycle suddenly appearing on the road was impossible to ignore. Tian Xiaolan had just been feeling envious, and when she saw that the person riding it was actually me, she froze, her face full of disbelief. She rubbed her eyes and looked again, confirming there was no mistake. The one riding the bike was indeed me. Seeing me on a brand new bicycle, her feelings were indescribably complicated. Ever since the engagement was broken off, the Chen family had been living better and better, and now we could even afford a bicycle. Wang Xiangyu also recognized me. Seeing Tian Xiaolan staring fixedly at me, he felt uncomfortable. He was Tian Xiaolan's current man now, yet this woman was looking at me like that, clearly as if she regretted it a little after seeing me get ahead. Just then, someone on the mule cart recognized me and deliberately said loudly, "Xiaolan, isn't this your former fiancé? TSK, he's even riding a bicycle now. How could your family bear to give up such a good match? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have broken off the engagement." A young woman beside her also chimed in. "Yeah, Comrade Chun has such good conditions, and he's tall and handsome too. Just what were you thinking? You even agreed to let your mother ask for more bride price. If your family hadn't demanded those extra 200 yuan, you'd already have been married by now." Tian Xiaolan's face darkened. She had already been upset seeing me on a bicycle, and now that they said that, it only made it seem like she had done something foolish. Wang Xiangyu's face was even darker than hers. Weren't those words basically saying he was inferior to me? Seeing Wang Xiangyu's expression turn grim, Tian Xiaolan hurriedly said, "You're all so superficial. So what if he has good conditions? What I pursue is spiritual compatibility, not that little bit of material stuff. He's just an uneducated, shallow peasant. I wouldn't even look at him." Once he said that, Wang Xiangyu's expression finally eased a little. But the others on the ox cart all thought she was pretending to be above it all, especially the older people who had been through life. They felt even more strongly that she was young and naive, chasing those flashy, meaningless things now. When she had to live a hard life later, she would know those things were the most useless of all. I had already pedaled the bike far away, yet for some reason my hearing was so sharp that I caught the whole conversation. After hearing Tian Xiaolan say all that, a cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth. In this life, I'd let her have her way. I wanted to see how far she and Wang Xiangyu could go relying only on spiritual nourishment, without all the material things I gave them. After my rebirth, I didn't rush to deal with those scumbag man and shameless woman. It wasn't that I was merciful, but that I thought it would be more interesting to let them go from loving each other to hating each other. If I acted now, at most I'd hurt their bodies, but I wouldn't strike at their hearts. Pedaling along, I quickly reached the county town. I found a deserted spot, put the bicycle into my space, changed into a different disguise, and headed straight for Brother Biao's place. As soon as Brother Biao saw me, he smiled. "Brother, what good stuff did you bring today?" I took the mutton out of the sack. Mutton. Brother Biao's eyes lit up at once. Meat was a scarce commodity in the black market, and it was the easiest to sell. It was hard enough to get some pork on ordinary days, let alone mutton. The amount I brought wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. After checking the quality, he said, "This mutton is pretty fresh. Brother, I'll take it at 2 yuan and 20 cents a jean. What do you think?" That price was 20 cents higher than I had expected. My bottom line was only 2 yuan. I said, "Brother Biao, that price works. How about this? Give me 2 yuan a jean instead, but could you help me get some national coupons?" I was planning to send some money and ration coupons to my father-in-law's family. But my father-in-law wasn't in the same place as us, and local coupons weren't usable everywhere. So I had to get national coupons that could be used anywhere in the country. Only then would they be of use locally. I told Biao, if possible, get me more national grain coupons. Biao was very straightforward. "Sure, no problem. I'll count them at 2 yuan a jean for you, and I'll throw in some national coupons too." It wasn't easy for others to get national coupons, but for someone like Biao, who dealt in the black market, flipping all kinds of ration tickets was his bread and butter. It was easy enough. Then I thought of something else. "By the way, Biao, I've got a wild mountain ginseng root here. Do you want to take it?" As I said that, I handed over the one I'd dug up on the mountain. Biao glanced at it. Wild mountain ginseng like this is a far cry from proper ginseng. We do buy it, but the price isn't high. I'll give you 20 yuan for this one. Sell it. 20 yuan was within my expectations and wasn't low, so I agreed. Before long, Biao settled the 100 yuan for the goods and also gave me 100 jean of national grain coupons, several national industrial coupons, and a few jean of national sugar coupons, common types of coupons. After taking the money and coupons, I thanked Biao and left, then went to the county supply and marketing cooperative. I planned to buy grain from the brigade, but everything else had to be purchased at the cooperative. I picked things that were easy to mail, like tins of malted milk, and bought some canned food and fabric. There was also a dried rabbit at home, which I would send along later. But one rabbit definitely wouldn't be enough, so I planned to go into the villa space and order several strings of cured bacon on my phone. Besides food and clothing, I also wanted to go to the county hospital and get some common medicines to mail over. Over at the farm, they were being re-educated, the food was poor, the work was heavy, and getting sick was common. But in that kind of place, even if you were sick, not everyone would necessarily pay you any mind. Sending some medicine over might help if the Lin family had some kind of discomfort. Taking a little medicine might get them through. Without medicine, if you got sick at the wrong time, all you could do was wait for death. I bought a pile of things at the supply and marketing cooperative, tied them onto the bicycle, and was just about to leave when I suddenly remembered that Lin Wanxiu wanted to write a letter to her parents, but there was no paper or pen at home. So I turned back and bought a fountain pen, some stationery paper, and a bottle of ink. Only after everything was prepared did I head back from the county town to Hongqi production team, taking another hour or so. To be honest, having a bicycle was certainly much more convenient, but I still missed the cars and planes of later generations. For such a short distance, driving would have taken at most 10 or 20 minutes, yet riding a bike took this long. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to get a car these days. I'd have to wait until after the reform and opening up. In this era, even if you had money, private citizens still weren't allowed to buy cars. Only work units had vehicle purchase quotas. Buying a car was too far off, so I put it out of my mind for now and comforted myself with the thought that people had to know when they had enough. After all, in this age, how many people couldn't even afford a bicycle? By the time I got home, it was already 11 o'clock. The Chin family had just finished their morning work and returned. Seeing that I'd come home so quickly, they all sighed that having a vehicle really was convenient. Lin Wanxiu had only gotten up not long before. She had intended to rise early today, but ended up sleeping even later, and after sleeping in for 2 straight days until the sun was high in the sky, she was a little worried that her in-laws would think she was a lazy woman. But her worries were unnecessary. Even though she got up late, no one in the family said anything. Instead, they were concerned about whether she'd rested well and told her to sleep more, since there wasn't much at home for her to do. I carried the things I'd bought into the house. When Zhang Shufan saw that I'd bought so much again, she couldn't help asking, Wei Dong, the things you bought for the family last time still haven't all been eaten or used up. Why did you buy more again? I explained, Mom, these aren't for the family. They're for Wanchio's parents. Their lives are a bit difficult right now, so I'm planning to send some supplies over. I hadn't told my parents about the fact that Lin Wanchio's family had been sent down. First, I didn't want her parents' special status to worry my parents and affect me. Second, I was afraid my parents might look down on Wanchio because of the Lin family situation. I figured they probably wouldn't, but I was worried about the chance. I cared about Wanchio, so naturally I hoped my family would treat her well too. Zhang Shufan nodded. That's only right. Wanchio's parents are your parents too. Since they're having a hard time, you, as the son-in-law, should look after them more. Lin Wanchio listened from the side, deeply moved. It went without saying that I was good to her, and even my mother-in-law was a good person. Not every mother-in-law is as generous as Zhang Shufan. Some mothers-in-law can't stand seeing their daughter-in-law take things back to her parents' home. Mom, help me get that air-dried rabbit out. I'll send it along with the other things to my father-in-law. All right, I'll get it now. Soon she brought over the almost fully dried rabbit and handed it to me. I put it together with the things I'd bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll go tell Uncle a bit too, and buy some fine grain from our production brigade to send over. Go ahead. Zhang Shufan also knew that in this era, what people lacked most was grain. Whether you had other things or not didn't really affect life. But without grain, you'd go hungry. I went to Uncle's house. Aunt Li Guixiang saw me first and greeted me with a smile. Weidong's here? Looking for your uncle. The Chun brothers had always gotten along well. Last time I sold the wild boar and split the money with their family, Li Guixiang thought I knew how to act and liked me a lot. Yes, Auntie. I'm here to ask Uncle to sell me some grain. Li Guixiang immediately called toward the house. Dajiang, come out. Weidong's here to buy grain from you. Chen Dajiang came out, looking a little curious. Weidong, your family's grain shouldn't be gone that fast, right? Why are you buying grain? I explained with a smile. Uncle, it's not for my own family to eat. I'm buying it to send to my father-in-law's family. Only then did Chen Dajiang understand. These days, quite a few sent-down youth bought grain from the production brigade and mailed it back home. Buying grain from the brigade didn't require grain coupons. Only buying grain in the city did. As far as the brigade was concerned, it didn't matter who they sold the grain to, as long as the price wasn't lower than the purchase price outside. How much are you planning to buy? I thought for a moment. My father-in-law's family had several people sent down. If I bought too little, it wouldn't be enough. Brother Biao had given me 100 jin of national grain coupons, but the Lin family had many people and consumed grain quickly, so it probably still wouldn't be enough. I'd buy more and send it over so they'd have their rations covered. Uncle, I want to buy 100 jin of fine grain. Chen Dajiang couldn't help but think, damn, that's something. In those days, people usually bought only 10 or 20 jin of fine grain at most. Someone like me, buying a full 100 jin at once was rare. Then he thought about it again. This kid had made quite a bit hunting, so the money for 100 jin of grain was nothing to him. All right, after lunch I'll have the production brigade office prepare it for you. Go pick it up after work in the evening. For these 100 jin, do you want rice or white flour? 70 jin of rice, 30 jin of white flour. All right, our brigade's rice is 1 mao for a jin, and the white flour is 1 mao a jin. Have the money ready. Got it, Uncle. After settling the grain matter, I went to the Su family to find Su Yang. Su Yang had also been looking for me. When he saw me arrive, he ran over excitedly. Brother Dong. I pulled him away from the courtyard before saying, I sold the rest of the mutton in the county town today. 40 jin brought in 80 yuan, and the wild ginseng sold for 20. Altogether, 100. I'll split half with you, 50 yuan. What's your situation? If you've already split from the family, I'll give you the money sooner. If not, it wouldn't be safe to give it to you either, so I'll keep it for you for now. When Su Yang heard he could get 50 yuan, he was so excited he didn't know what to say. That was a huge sum. If he could keep following me and earn more, building a house and getting a wife would seem more and more within reach. But he quickly calmed down. The problem was that he still hadn't split from the family. If he hadn't separated, he couldn't build a house or marry, or else his stepmother would know he had money and be even less willing to let him go out. Su Yang said, Brother Dong, I was just about to tell you about that. I brought up splitting the family last night, but they flat out refused. What should I do now? You're smarter than me and have more ideas. Help me think of a way. I wasn't surprised. Su Yang was the main laborer in the family. With such a good free laborer, How could Ma Zhaodi let him go so easily? But if the family didn't split, he'd just keep getting exploited. I rolled my eyes and had an idea. Since they don't agree, it's just because you're capable and eat and use the least. I'll give you an idea. Starting now, when you go to work, just slack off as much as you can. If you can be lazy, be lazy. The work points you earn busting your ass are still being earned for them. Before, you had to rely on them, so you had no choice but to work hard. Now you don't have to rely on them at all. If they think you're doing too little and kick you out, wouldn't that just achieve your goal? Also, the family resources should be fought for when they need to be fought for. Why should you do the most and eat the least? If they won't feed you, go cause a scene at the brigade. It'll be a good chance to let the team members see what kind of people they are, and later when you split the family property, you'll have a little more advantage. Suyong immediately nodded when he heard that. Okay, Brother Dong, I understand. I'll do as you said when I get back. Before, he hadn't had the confidence to fall out with his family. If he were really driven out, he wouldn't even have a place to stay. But now it was different. He knew I wouldn't abandon him. If he got chased out, he could come to me, and besides, I was taking him hunting to make money. There was nothing to be afraid of. I patted his shoulder. Don't worry. With me here, I'll definitely back you up. Our lives will only get better from now on. Follow me, and I can help you live the kind of life where you have your wife and kids around the hot brick bed sooner. Suyong looked moved. Brother Dong, you're really good to me. I believe I'll have that day soon if I follow you. After that, I went home. When I got back, lunch was almost ready. The meal was much simpler than before. There was only some coarse grain rice, 2 stir-fried green vegetables, and a bowl of steamed eggs. The steamed eggs were mainly to help Lin Wantong recover her health, and Pan Dia and Pan Area each got a share too. To me, the food was a bit shabby, but the Chun family thought it was quite a feast. While eating, I was already making plans. If I didn't manage to catch any game, I could go into the water and catch fish. Fish wasn't as rich as pork, but it still provided protein, especially snakehead fish and soft-shell turtles, both of which were highly nourishing. After lunch, I went back to the room and handed Lin Wanchio the fountain pen, ink, and letter paper I had bought. Wife, you can write a letter to your parents. Once you're done, I'll mail it along with these supplies. Lin Wanchio took them. In fact, she had wanted to write for a long time, but she didn't know where to start. If she really wrote and told her parents about her situation here, they would only worry in vain. But after marrying me, things were different. Now both she and Wantong were living much better. She could write home and let her parents know they were doing well, so they wouldn't worry as much. Lin Wanchio bent over the desk and started writing. She had so much to say that it took her 2 hours to finish several pages. When she was done, she handed it to me. Brother Dong, please help me mail it out later. I took the letter. We're husband and wife. Isn't it a little distant of you to say thank you? As I spoke, I looked her over from head to toe. Though if you really want to thank me, that's not impossible. Just from that look, Lin Wanchio knew what I was thinking. Her face instantly turned red, and she shot me an embarrassed glare. Why are you so lewd? It's still broad daylight. Seeing her shy like that made me laugh. This girl was thin-skinned, and teasing her was pretty fun. What's wrong with broad daylight? Father and mother have gone to work. Eldest sister is putting the child down for a nap, and Wantong is resting in her room too. No one will come bother us. I deliberately took a few steps closer to her. Lin Wanchio looked tense and backed away. Brother Dong, don't do this. If someone sees, I won't have the face to see anyone. Seeing that she was really scared, I stopped teasing her. I just wrapped an arm around her waist and kissed her on the lips. All right, I'll let you off for now during the day. But tonight, you'll have to make it up to me properly. Lin Wanchio breathed a sigh of relief, but when she heard tonight, her cheeks grew hot again. At that moment, she didn't dare refuse and could only nod. Okay, I'll make it up to you tonight. After hearing Lin Wanchio's answer, I was quite satisfied. My wife had been trained pretty well by me. There was nothing much going on in the afternoon, so I took a nap. I talk about hunting tomorrow. It was too late to head into the mountains now, and I didn't want to spend the night up there. As for Suyong, he'd been slacking off in the field since the afternoon, putting my advice into practice to the letter. Seeing him work so slowly and earn hardly any work points, Ma Zhaodi snapped unhappily at him. Suyong, how many work points can you earn working like this? Don't you know to hurry up? Suyong said flatly. Aunt Ma, I don't feel well. Isn't it normal for me to work slowly? Sure enough, a stepmother can't compare to a biological mother. If it were my own mom, she would have let me rest long ago. But you? You won't let me rest. And then you complain that I'm slow. He said this loudly on purpose, just so the team members around him could hear. Since this shameless stepmother had no shame, there was no need for him to spare her any. That shout immediately changed the way the people around looked at Ma Zhaodi. Everyone knew full well that this child was pitiful, that he'd been used like a mule before and forced to do heavy labor every day. Now that he was sick, his stepmother didn't show the slightest concern and even resented that he couldn't keep on being worked like a mule. The mothers among them thought about how, if they themselves were gone and their children were treated like this by a stepmother, their hearts would break. Ma Xiaodi was pierced by those looks, and her face flushed red. She usually mistreated her stepson, but she still had some sense of face. Who would enjoy being publicly shamed by the whole production team? Su-yang, what's wrong with you? I think you're just pretending, deliberately not working. She was convinced that this brat was faking it, and she even guessed why. It wasn't just because she hadn't agreed to divide the family when he brought it up last night. Su-yang sneered and shot back directly. Aunt Ma, do you have proof? No proof means you're spreading rumors. On ordinary days, when have I ever failed to earn a full quota of work points? Now that I'm sick and want to rest a bit, you're slandering me. Even if I really weren't feeling unwell, with the work points I usually earn, what's wrong with me taking a break? Everyone around thought he made sense. This stepmother couldn't stand seeing people idle, so she insisted he was faking it. Yet her own biological son was so lazy he was practically infested with maggots, never lifting a finger for the farm work, and she never said a word about that. The women who felt sorry for Su-yang joined in scolding her on the spot. Surrounded by abuse from the crowd, Ma Xiaodi's face went from blue to white. She was furious that this brat had deliberately ruined her reputation. Just then, Su's father heard the commotion and came over. As soon as Ma Xiaodi saw the man, she immediately shot him a look. Su's father then scolded Su-yang. Yangzi, how can you talk to your Aunt Ma like that? She's your elder. She raised you when you were little, wiping your ass and cleaning you up, and now you can't even let her say a few words. With a man backing her up, Ma Xiaodi regained her confidence. Over all these years, if Su's father hadn't tacitly allowed it, she wouldn't have dared treat her stepson like this. Su-yang felt disappointed and wanted to laugh. He wouldn't give his stepmother any face, and he wouldn't give his biological father any either. Hell, what elder? I don't recognize her. And don't make it sound so nice. I wasn't raised by her. Over all these years, did you ever let me have a single full meal? Did you ever make me a properly fitting set of clothes? Walking barefoot in the dead of winter, learning to earn full work points like adults when I was 15. So that's what you call raising me? If I hadn't been lucky, I'd have died long ago. What right do you have to say you raised me? As he said this, he thought of his life from childhood to now, and a trace of sorrow couldn't help but show in his eyes. More people around him felt sorry for him. Even if outsiders didn't know, how could the people in the same production team not know the Su family situation? They say where there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather too, and that couldn't be more true. It would have been bad enough if the stepmother didn't treat him well, but for his own father to treat his son like this was truly despicable. When Su's father saw everyone starting to curse him too, he only felt utterly humiliated. His authority had been challenged, and he grabbed a hoe to deal with Su-yang. You unfilial brat, you've learned to talk back. Just wait till I teach you a lesson. Immediately, a team member stepped forward to stop him. Su Laifu, everything Yangzi said is true, and you still want to hit the child? He's suffered so much all these years, and as his father you don't even feel sorry for him. You're still lecturing him. No wonder Ma Xiaodi dares to treat him like this. You're the one backing her up. Exactly. If Yangzi's mother knew this in the underworld, she'd never rest in peace. Su-yang was deeply grateful to see the team members standing up for him. In fact, most people in the brigade were kind-hearted. Otherwise, no one would have stepped in for him. With everyone backing him, he felt more confident and now knew how to deal with his biological father and stepmother in the future. He could use everyone's sympathy to make his grievances public and see how they planned to deal with him then. At that moment, the brigade leader, Chen Dajiang, came over to ask what had happened, and the team members told him everything in detail. Chen Dajiang and my nephew, or rather, Chen Dajiang, had a good relationship with Su-yang, so of course he sided with him. On top of that, Su-yang was clearly in the right, so he openly scolded Ma Xiaodi and Su Laifu a few times, then told Su-yang to go straight home and rest. If he wasn't feeling well, there was no need to force himself to work. Su-yang was delighted when he heard that. It wasn't that he was being lazy. He knew that if he didn't earn work points, his stepmother would be furious to death. Sure enough, Ma Xiaodi's face turned dark with anger, but she didn't dare question the brigade leader. She clenched her fists, thinking that when she got home tonight, she'd withhold food from that little bastard and teach him a lesson. As for me, after the team members finished work, I went to the brigade office to collect the grain. Chen Dajiang had already prepared everything. 70 jin of rice and 30 jin of white flour, all fine grains. Many households in the brigade were reluctant to eat fine grain and would exchange it for coarse grain to stretch their rations. 1 jin of fine grain could be traded for several jin of coarse grain. If you ate fine grain every day, even that allowance wouldn't last a year. I settled the costs, carried the grain home, and packed it together with the things I had prepared for my father-in-law's family. Besides the vouchers I had exchanged from Brother Biao, I also prepared 200 yuan. I don't need to say much about what 200 yuan could buy in this era. When Lin Wanqiu saw that I had prepared so much for her family, especially the money, she was so touched she didn't know what to say. She said there was nothing she could repay me with right now, except to make sure I felt especially good a few more times tonight. Lin Wantong learned from his sister all the things I had done for his family, and he came to recognize me even more as his brother-in-law. Everything was ready. All that remained was to go to the commune first thing tomorrow morning to mail it. The commune had a mailing point, which was more convenient than going to the county seat. I planned to leave early, mail it, and still have time to come back and head into the mountains to hunt. If I wanted my whole family to live a good life, I'd have to make several more trips into the mountains. There was no meat for dinner, but there were eggs. I planned to bring back some game tomorrow to make up for it, and if I couldn't get any, wild fish would do too. While eating, Zhang Shufan told me about what had happened with Su Yang's family in the fields, sighing. That child, Su Yang, is so pitiful. Without a birth mother to protect him, it really doesn't work. After hearing that, I understood in my heart that this was the beginning of Su Yang's counterattack. The boy had not disappointed me. He listened to advice and acted on it well. Actually, if someone had helped and guided him in his previous life, he could not have ended up in such a bad place. In the end, in his past life, he never even managed to marry a wife. Fortunately, in this life he had me guiding him, so he would have a good future. On the Su family side, Ma Zhaodi finished making dinner and called Su Laifu and her 2 biological sons to eat, but she deliberately left out Su Yang. What the good did someone who didn't earn work points have to eat? Su Yang understood perfectly well what she was thinking. But he was no longer the same as before. He hadn't had the courage to resist in the past, but now he had my support, and he was going to turn this family upside down. He pretended not to know that it was time for dinner. After the whole family had settled down, he slipped into the kitchen, not giving him food. Did he not have hands? Couldn't he cook for himself? Su Yang scooped out a bowl of flour, took 2 eggs, and planned to make himself a bowl of egg noodles. Thinking of how he had done the most work and eaten the worst all these years, he felt no psychological burden at all. What was wrong with him eating something good? He deserved it. He kneaded the dough, pulled the noodles, and lit the stove. Once the pot was hot, he poured in oil, enough oil for Ma Zhaodi to use for 10 to 15 days under normal circumstances. In this era, oil was even more precious than grain. Many households only used a tiny bottle of it in a whole year, and when cooking, they mostly boiled food in water, at most adding a drop or 2. Once the oil was hot, he cracked in the eggs. They sizzled as the aroma of oil rushed straight into his nose, making him even hungrier. After frying the eggs, he added water. When the water boiled, he put in the noodles. They were done in just a few minutes. He sprinkled a little salt on top, and a fragrant pot of egg noodles was ready. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he last ate egg noodles. In the past, he had only gotten to eat them by tagging along with me a few times. Before that, the last time had been when his birth mother made them for him as a child. Now, he could finally cook them for himself. Su Yang ate heartily, 2 big bowls down, full and satisfied. There were still a few noodles and some broth left in the pot, and he couldn't bear to waste them. So he put them into his bowl and was just about to drink it. Su Yang, you little bastard, you animal. How dare you secretly cook something to eat? Lying in bed, Ma Zhaodi caught the smell of egg noodles and at first wondered whose family was being so extravagant. But then she realized the smell was too close. It was coming from her own kitchen. She got up to take a look and saw Su Yang eating noodles in the kitchen. She exploded on the spot. She opened the cabinet to check and found that 2 eggs were missing. Her face darkened even further, and she shouted into the house at Su Laifu. Head of the family, come out here and take a look. Su Yang, that little bastard, secretly cooked and ate our eggs. He even scooped himself a bowl of flour. There's no justice left. This brat's trying to turn the whole place upside down. Flour and eggs were precious things in the household. Normally, she couldn't bear to eat them and save them all for her biological son. But now Su Yang had secretly eaten them all. Su Laifu rushed out, and, seeing this, his face also turned ashen. He had already been seething after losing face in front of so many team members today, and now his rage was even more uncontrollable. He grabbed a wooden stick and charged over. You little beast, today I'll break your legs. Ma Zhaodi watched, feeling vindicated. Today her man had to give him a proper lesson. Su Yang saw his father charging at him and wasn't afraid at all. He was no longer the child he had once been. After long-term hard labor, he had built up real strength, and in a real fight, Su Laifu might not even be his match. But he had no intention of fighting back. After all, that man was still his father. If he really laid hands on his biological father, people would condemn him. What he needed to use was other people's sympathy. People always sympathize with the weak. Once he understood human nature, he knew which path to take. Su Yang darted out of the yard and, instead of standing there to take the beating, shouted loudly outside. Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, help. My dad's trying to beat me to death. At that hour, many team members still hadn't gone to sleep. Hearing this, they all came out to watch the commotion. Why was Su Laifu beating Su Yang again? Had he still not calmed down after the afternoon and was secretly teaching the kid a lesson at home? If that was the case, this child was too pitiful. Those who sympathized with Su Yang naturally stepped forward to speak up for justice. Su Laifu and his wife hadn't expected him to pull this stunt. Before, whenever they dealt with him, he would endure it in silence and had never made such a scene. More and more people gathered around, and the couple took more and more insults. Ma Zhaodi hurriedly put on a wronged expression. This isn't my man's fault. It's Su Yang who went too far. He stole the family's eggs and white flour to eat. Wasn't my man right to discipline him? Su Yang immediately shot back. Aunt Ma, that's not right. If you hadn't called me for dinner, and I was so hungry I couldn't take it anymore, why would I have cooked on my own? Besides, this is my home. I work for the team and earn work points. How can taking a bit of the family's food to eat count as stealing? I already said I wasn't feeling well today and wanted to eat something nutritious. What's wrong with that? Yet in your mouth, I've somehow become unforgivable.